Yo, 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 yo.
A really scary thought, right? Because even think we've had a number of practice games leading into this, right? And some of these duos have said, even in those situations, I'm not going to reveal anything, right? Someone like
I need to know the
league,
the leaderboard,
play, or I could just kind of keep everything in the back pocket. You will get nothing from me.
Yeah, watching these scrims and not having
what's
Bugha's
the
name
leaderboard?
in it, it's been
What's
a
the
little
leaderboard
bit,
looking like? I'm
not concerning
so
necessarily,
excited,
although
bro.
I do think practice makes perfect. Getting any kind of practice in before the competition, but it's Bugha, it's World Cup Bugha. I'm sure whatever he has prepared is better than what I can think of.
I mean, I'll tell you who was looking good though in the practice scrims was Acorn and Cold. I think they had like 16 eliminations in one of the games. They weren't backing down. They wanted to fight every single person, and just even, you know, maybe they're not bringing out the strats that they're going to use. Maybe they're not bringing out those rotations. Just their ability to sort of fight with each other, have that synergy. You could see glimpses of that in the practice games yesterday. So it seems like they're on top form.
You were just watching it? Nice.
But
I was watching the rugby.
Like painting a target on your back. If you're willing to go out that far and just go like,
yo,
hey,
the rugby was
we're willing
good,
to take the fight, dude. We're kind of willing to show you who we are. Think of someone like Peterbot, right? Just so confident, just willing to say like, hey, wherever you are, if you want to come contest us, we'll be right here. So feel free to roll on over. That could work against any of these duos.
I mean, it's great that we were just talking about Acorn and Cold and potentially contesting Peterbot and Pollo, because they did try that in the Grand Gate era and immediately
Wait, have they started yet?
and Pollo absolutely dominated the competition. And I mean, this duo right here, Peterbot and Pollo, there is a reason that they have just been so consistent. They have conditioned the lobby, like we said. There was a moment during Major 2 where they were splitting height by zone 10. I don't even understand how that's possible, how you can hold height from two different positions, just beaming down the rest of the lobby below. No one was even looking hands to be able to claim their spot on the global stage. And when Veno joined Clix, he said,
yo, what's up, bro?
To give Clix
what's up,
his
what's up, Luke?
first FNCS win ever.
They haven't started yet? Okay, thank goodness. Thank
Major
goodness.
3. I think he was talking about the global championships.
Yeah, and I think Clix is the perfect teammate for Veno. Veno needs someone that's just going to listen, that's just going to follow his tasks, just going to follow his lead.
I've been watching, I was watching the rugby, bro, against New Zealand. Oh my god, Luke, I don't know if you watched, but damn, that was a good match. Yo, I felt so bad when New Zealand missing those kicks, but
Damo and Resigns actually literally told us on the Drop Spot podcast that we actually might be able to land on them. So Clix and Veno may be contested today, which could play into their favor, getting that early storm surge damage to then go to that forecast tower, but we're not too sure how that's going to play out because it took us by storm, really.
If there is any duo to be able to handle a wrench thrown in their plans, it is this duo right here. We saw how well they performed day 1 in Major 3, then day 2 things change up. They still got 4th place. We look at the most recent Cash Cup finals where Peterbot and Pollo are taking their forecast tower over and over again, and they still get 3rd. This duo cannot be stopped.
Yeah, they are absolutely
But you said he roasted Clix, didn't he?
That is going to be a key in endgame, whilst also themselves...
it was 18-12. New Zealand missed 2 penalties, bro. 2.
Picking up some refreshes and eliminations.
99.
Going to be so crucial, that forecast tower fight, though, because...
I just want to watch this interview and then I'll go back to present.
Started there.
Bro, I have to see. I have to see this. I have to see this.
Fellas, just for a second, down the pickaxes. Just relax for a second, okay? This rivalry, just chill. We've got 2 great competitors here.
Oh, bro, did you see that? Did you see that look to the camera, bro? Okay, Peterbot might have aura, bro. He might actually have aura.
Out there on the main stage. Clix, I come to you first, dude. It's been a road to get here. You know, you and Veno are looking.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He thinks it's him, bro. Hey, you ain't the K30. You ain't the king, bro. You ain't the king, bro.
How are you feeling going into this global championships? Everyone out there screaming your name. This must.
Wait, hold on. Even one thing there.
Feel like $1 million.
Yeah, I know. It definitely feels good. Unfortunately, we are contested. We figured that out 2 days ago, but we can make the most out of it and see where it goes.
Do you have to train strategy right there in the moment as well? Have you got kind of things planned how you're going to do that quickly on the fly?
Yeah, I mean, when you play with someone like Veno, you don't need to worry about any of that stuff. He's like he's the brain of the duo, so he knows what we're doing.
Okay, and Peterbot as well. I mean, you guys are.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Clix pretty much just said that he knows nothing, and he's just following Veno. That's pretty much what he just said.
Come into this.
Keep it up with these thumbnails. It's fire. Oh, thanks, bro. Trust. I'm putting a lot more effort in. Trust. Trust.
Back-to-back, you know, major champions. You and Poyo have been dominating. I mean, he's smiling over at Clicks. I can see this as well. I can feel it. You must feel amazing going into this as well. I mean, you guys, eliminations, you guys are strong going into this. How do you feel?
Feel good, and I'm confident, and I think we're going to win.
The raft is looking busy. There's a lot of duos going into the same spot. Is that a good thing for you guys in terms of surge and things?
You don't? Oh, thank you, bro.
And prove right off the bounce that you guys are ready to contend for that title?
Yeah, I mean, like, the 4 teams won't really be an issue for us because, you know, I think we are going to be chilling on our side of raft and get the mythic hog every game. And we'll be seeing Clicks at forecast.
Will you be going to forecast? That's the big question. Is that what's going to happen? Clicks, what can you give us in terms of insight from you guys?
I mean, you know, he's going to die off spawn, so there's only going to be one team at forecast. That's
They're beeping. They're beeping live. Oh, I love this. This is good. This is gold. All right.
It's me, us, so, you know.
And I want to ask you guys as well.
Peter put the finger. I'm like, what? What did you just say? You just trying to call me out live? Oh, hell no.
Yeah,
I think you're triple con, brother. So if you're going to make it off spawn as well.
I want to ask you guys as well, fighting talk prior to going into this. And I'll ask you both, keep it clean, obviously. Going into this, what do you want to say to Clicks first, Peter? What anything you want to say to this competitor across the way?
I mean, there's nothing to say. He knows who I am, and he knows he's going to lose off spawn. And if he does make it off spawn, then we'll be at the forecast ready.
Clicks, coming to you as well. Anything you want to say to this fine champion?
Aura.
He's new to this game. He's only been playing for what, 2 years? You know, OG like me, 6 years in, competing in almost every tournament. You know, you already know how it's gonna be.
Oh, okay.
Don't even say it. Don't even say it.
3 FNCS wins, and you have 0, and you've been playing for an extra couple years.
I mean, Clicks, what are you gonna say to that?
You know, when you're at the top, stuff happens that you don't want to happen, like shooting out a vending. I've got to win.
I've got one last thing as well before going back to the desk. Okay, is it true? Can you confirm right now that next year we're going to see Clicks and Peterbot teaming up side by side?
Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. That's the new duo. That's the new duo.
Is people gonna please? Bro, if people says nah, yo, imagine. Okay.
That's out.
And we'll see it 15K a month. I'm down.
Oh,
You heard it right there. The exclusive together, Peterbot and Clicks.
did bro just say if you pay me 15K a month, it's? Did he just say if you pay me, I'll be a duo?
We're gonna see it. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Adam, for asking the question we all had on our minds. Thank you so much from that. Yeah, you can already tell this rivalry is building, and we kind of talked about Clicks Vandal. Let's talk about the.
All right.
From that.
Happens in the player lounge here. You get to meet a lot of the family
That's funny.
around the, kind of players as well here. Players from all over the world. You get to see their kind of their friends, their kind of like their closest who have come to embrace this amazing experience. Obviously the audience, who I love you guys already, like we've known each other for 5 minutes and you're brilliant. The energy in that room is incredible, but to actually meet the kind of people who in their personal lives as well has been really special and something really kind of I always like kind of love learning about backstory.
We're live on Twitch as well. We're live on Twitch
here
as
in the
well.
player lounge, they were here till quite late last night. Everyone was kind of grinding, kind of making the most of their time they actually have here to kind of practice ahead of what's going to be, 12 games, 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. Don't forget as well, I'm sure that tonight after the first 6 games, there's VOD reviewing, going back, looking and seeing exactly how they can.
We live on Twitch as well.
That second day where things are really going to count, courtesy
I'm super
of the
excited,
elimination
man.
points and of course those
You actually don't
standing points
understand.
as well. For now, though, I'm going to hand
I'm
back
so
to you
excited,
guys.
bro.
I'm going to kind of remain kind of cool, fresh, and calm back here. It's very quiet right now, and there's lots and lots and lots for me to going to do, courtesy of some basketball and some fun stuff behind me.
Did you say basketball? I'll be right there. Actually, I'll be there in a little bit. Guys, as we continue to talk, I wanted to highlight another duo. Just throw out. I'll go ahead and say this is probably my personal favorite duo. It's Paper. It's Victor V. I mean, come on. We saw these guys compete, and Victor V, I feel like University's won over everyone, right? To come out, to be paired up with someone like Paper. to just kind of take him under his wing and then say like, okay, Victor V, oh wow, you're just eliminating everything. You're going absolutely crazy. Sounds good.
You know, how I was kind of referencing them in Major 3, I was like, oh, Paper, this long-standing veteran, and Victor V, the new blood. And then I actually look back, and Victor V's been competing for quite a while at such a young age.
It's so wholesome,
at
bro.
the level that he has is so impressive. And I mentioned one coach,
bro.
I gotta mention another, Victor V's dad. What an incredible coach. That little video that they released before the Global Championships, I am absolutely in love with this
bro. I wouldn't know what to do with
Paper
myself.
Victor V.
Yeah, they're like the brotherly duo, aren't they? Even when they were doing the
bro, that's so cool.
That's so cool. I love them. I'm interested to see how they're going to do. Of course, they seem to be uncontested at the moment towards that central area of the map. Interested to see what happens
that's so
there.
cool.
And I was speaking to Victor the other day after their media day.
Nice,
I said,
13.
oh, how was the media day? Did you enjoy being on camera? He said, yeah, I was kind of a bit nervous. I was like, are you more nervous for that than the game?
He's 13.
He said, yeah, I'm more nervous for the media day questions and stuff than the actual game itself.
Yeah,
so
legit, bro. Legit.
Really confident as well. I like
Legit, man. 31 brain cells? Hey, it's better than what it was before.
Help settle the nerves so much.
Yeah, you know, there's kind of this dialogue of how a lot of these duos, a lot of these players, when they do break up, they kind of tend to pick someone that's already been established, a veteran. And the question is, why aren't they picking these kind of young bloods? Why aren't they picking these like young WK Kings that can really evolve, especially if we have a very...
Is it really bugging? Is it really?
established IGL, and that's exactly what Paper did. He knew, he already read the strategy book, and picking up Victor V clearly worked out in his favor because here they are on the global stage.
It's just wild. I mean, once again, we just want to continue to remind you guys just how much talent is on this stage, how many majors
I'm so excited, bro. It's like the most hyped
very end to try and
tournament
make it here to compete on this stage,
a
and now they're
long
going to
time,
compete in
bro.
front of all of you for a title to prove that they are the
It's gonna be
best.
insane.
And now that we're kind of like mixing
I'm so
regions,
ready, bro.
it's not even just like, hey, which region is best. No, no, no. It's just who's got the title and who doesn't.
I'm so
I
ready.
mean, I think when you talk about regions too, what's so exciting is that when these smaller regions really do pop off, we were already talking about Jerome and MK Papa, but I want to know who is going to be popping up today. Are we going to have one of these smaller regions really showing up the rest of
my prediction for this was, I don't know who is going to take the order, but just based off of confidence and not fumbling and having LAN experience, I think Peterbot and Poyo will be top 5. I think Acorn and Cold will be top 5. I think 𝕋𝕙 and Cooper will be top 5. Who else did I say? Who else? Yo. Or even Booger. And I can't remember who else I said. Cammy. Yeah, Cammy for sure. Cammy could do it. It's so hard to say though. It's so hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that was King and Phaser. I thought these guys were going to be the best of those smaller
There's so many
regions.
good people.
So much experience on stage. They won major number 3 as well, so they seem to know how to play in their own region.
I think Acorn and Cold.
I think that was kind of a little bit of a question mark now that they might be contested
Booger
by
and
one of our
Aviv
teams.
also going
They already
crazy.
had a really good drop spot.
Like
I'm intrigued as to how that off-spawn battle is going to go, because I don't think it's necessarily going to work in their favor at that particular middle of the map drop spot.
And speaking of other smaller regions as well, we already talked about Haman and Cal Gamer, but FKS and Adapter, that one team to take away that one win from them in Major 2. So another incredible duo here that might be showing up, although they are contested as well.
Yeah, they are. They're sort of like that mini Olympus area, just the north side of that. I'm intrigued.
You're starting
to do there. Whether one of those teams decides if they do win off spawn, maybe they go towards that north side of that Grand Glacier area. If the fight does take a little bit longer,
I do hope though
to get some
that
storm surge as well.
some of the smaller region people do well, like the OC people, or the East people, the few that are there,
disposal. And I mean,
and the Brazilian people.
And,
King could actually pop off as well.
His teammate as well. What a duo to talk about, because I love the way that Cal Gamer carries himself. Right, he's one of those players that's just like, he's so cool. Like he never shows any nerves, and you can see why. He is so good on Middle East. I believe he's got the highest amount of damage this entire chapter as well. So
best
he's
Emmy
one of those
players
that can perform on LAN.
That'd be
it's
so cool.
all about what that off-spawn situation is going to do, because we saw it at the last Global Championships, contested in both the upper and the lower bracket, and they didn't make it to the grand final. So I'm hoping now they can hopefully fix a few of those off-spawn mistakes.
Okay, I want to circle back here. Booga of Vive. All right, let's talk about this guy for it. No, but yeah, you guys can cheer. It's okay. It's okay.
Allowed.
Yeah, Booga. I mean, dude, you know, when we think about Fortnite, if you're someone who's like never heard of Fortnite at all, but someone says Booga, you're
hi,
like,
Booga.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I know Booga is, right? I
Hi.
want to see this guy win a global championship title. To just have like every single title imaginable, like it just would cement him forever, right? He's already regarded as like this incredible player. And when you have as many like accolades as him, like
I think Booga and Aviv are gonna also pop
even
off.
have, like, even
I don't think they're gonna win,
those
but I think
accolades.
they're gonna get a top 5.
How, you know, just how strictly people look at Booga, where if he's not getting first, then he's getting last. I don't understand how the community could ever say like, oh, Booga's washed. Oh, he didn't win global championship.
I don't get it.
But then he gets the back-to-back wins between chapters 3 and 4, and then of course going for 3rd place in Major 1 is 7th place in Majors 3, and they did split up in Major 2, but obviously they felt some kind of synergy. They understood that this was the duo to make their ticket into the global championships.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out when they split duos. They of course came back together, and that's really, really difficult to do when you're a team that has had a little bit of success before, split up, come back together.
Wants to face them, although a cute little caveat for the moments that we got to see in the Cash Cups, where he saw Peterbot and Poyo. Booga and Aviv were currently in 1st place after game number 5 from the reason was Cash Cups, but Peterbot and Poyo, you know that they want that win, win before the global championships, and so
It's so
they
cool how
literally
they
left
casting
the
like
forecast
this.
Tower, the only time that Clix and Veno got that forecast tower and wanted to chase Booga and Aviv, and Booga and Aviv saw the token, saw that little
Yeah,
coin
he does,
around,
bro.
they
He looks
knew that
majestic,
was where
bro.
the coin was,
Yo,
and ran.
but oh my soul. Sorry for pausing, but Cold? Bro, that's a sexy man right there. Oh, that's a sexy man. Hold up. Cold? What? Right. Oh my god, my spellings went on when I play. You cannot tell me this man is not a sexy man. Bro, this man is sexy, okay? Look at this guy. Bro, this guy, oh. Yo, that guy's sexy.
Away, but again,
We have to mention.
I just have to respect.
Got a little taste.
I have to
7th
respect it,
place
bro.
in the global championships for 2023, just solidified their spot as 2 of the goats of Fortnite. And then they do it again, winning Major 1 once again this year. They just the way that they synergize together, the IGLing, the
Clip it all you want,
fragging,
bro.
it is
Clip it all you want.
perfection.
Yeah, it is. I
But
think
you know it's true.
all about that off-spawn battle for me down there at Brutal Beachhead and NVME. These guys are not a bad team in any regard. I mean, they're here, so that says it all. I mean, NVME been around the block, been a very, very experienced player over on EU. Sato, more of an upcoming player, and he is really, really good as well. He's one of those players that lots of people have got their eyes on.
I just like
upcoming talent
Cold.
in the
I don't know.
EU scene. And I think this is a team that, yeah, they're probably going to try and play a little bit slower off-spawn. They're not necessarily going to try and finish
I would
the
say
fight
he's
too
humble, but
quickly.
he's like,
as I mentioned earlier, they might
he's
try
very
and dip
chill.
on out. I'm not too sure
Which I
how
appreciate.
splittable Brutal Beachhead is, so if both teams decide to
He's
try
like
and
the
stay,
opposite of
there
Peter
might
Bot,
be a
which
little
is
bit
why
of
I
engagement
like
there, but
him.
I think both teams would be more
like
than happy
him.
to kind of just dip out.
I think you're right. I think Sato's going to grab a few chests and
Yeah.
dip.
Okay, all right, I like it. We just got word.
He just
We're gonna
does his
check
thing
out
and he
the
doesn't crave
Creator
attention.
Lounge. We've got a little interview lined up with Blake in Somerset.
I told you guys earlier, the Creator Lounge
Oh,
is all about
oh.
getting in contact with some of the influencers around Fortnite.
Damn,
We're joined by
okay.
the awesome Somerset,
What's
the
up, Blake?
awesome Blake. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
What's up,
First and
Blake?
foremost,
Wait, hold up. What's that hairstyle, bro? What's that hairstyle? Bruh.
how's the event so far?
It's been amazing. Meeting the fans is a surreal experience. I couldn't expect anything more.
And Blake?
It's been crazy. We walked in, we were literally getting swarmed, taking pictures for like an hour, trying to find this creator lounge. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm excited to see the event.
Blake, I gotta ask you, right? You know, you have a lot of experience playing in competitive. You've played against a lot of the players on that stage. Who are you looking at thinking, this is the best player in the tournament right now, these are the teams to beat?
I mean, obviously, we got to look at Peterbot and Poyo. You know, they won back-to-back FNCS.
Low key? Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing? This whole jeans business. Like, that's a good point, War. That's a good point. Why? Like, I don't get it. That just seems like it's something to get caught on something else, you know? Like something you walk past, just all it takes is one little, I don't know, thing that you walk past for those genes to be deceased, you know? So what the hell? Who's my Pookie Bear on the stage? Who?
On that stage, who are you looking at thinking, this is the best player in the tournament right now, these are the teams to beat?
I mean, obviously, we got to look at Peterbot and Poyo. You know, they won back-to-back FNCSs. They're coming off into this event looking like the favorites to win. But, you know, there's 4 teams at their POI. Another team I want to look at is Clicks and Vino.
Definitely.
But they're being surprised by some OCE team. So we got to see how it plays out. But I'm excited.
Clicks.
Somerset, listen, an event of your own coming up, right? Big competition on the horizon.
Why is bro gassing Clicks? Clicks has been like off his goal for the last amount of time. That's pretty strange.
Mix of emotions, but you know.
Awesome to get that insight though from a competitor's standpoint, because we got all those competitors out on the stage.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at the venue so far, people packing in, do you yourself even, you know, remember back when you used to play a lot and get nervous about, you know, just how many fans are there waiting for you? Like, how does the nerves factor in when you're up there on that stage?
I mean, I feel like most of these pros on this stage are experienced, and I don't think the nerves are really affecting them. And for the new timers, like the one-time land qualifiers, like they're gonna feel it game 1 dropping in. Once they land on that map, they're gonna be good. The nerves are gone, they're locked in, they're ready to win.
And obviously you both are just awesome content creators. Any content going to be coming from you guys from the event? And if so, let everybody know where you guys can, or where they can check them out.
Somerset with an O, no U, but anywhere on any social.
There you go. Yep. We'll be doing a meet and greet in the main lobby at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. I'll be IRL streaming it at twitch.tv/Blake.
Awesome stuff there, guys. Thank you guys for joining us. And for now,
why do they look so awkward? Is it just me? Yo, Rayon, what's up, bro? What's up? Is it just me? Like, or do they look hella awkward? I don't know. They kind of like, they look like they're fidgeting. Hey, I'm not hating, okay? I would be just as awkward if people were interviewing me, but like, you know, it's just funny. It's just funny to see. Like, it looks like they don't know what to do with themselves. They got their hands going everywhere in their pockets and stuff. They look so, like, nervous. I don't know. I suppose it's kind of nerve-wracking. Alright, I'm so ready for this, bro. I'm so ready. My bad, bro. How many people watching? Oh. Whoa. And then that's excluding Twitch. Wait, how many people are watching Twitch? Oh. Yeah, okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. Ooh. Come on, bro. I'm ready. Oh, I'm ready. Then you're gonna have it in 5 minutes? Yeah, sure. Didn't Aussie like release a video? Alright, let me go on YouTube. I swear Aussie released something. Yeah, pros kicked from LAN, Clicks is getting griefed. 3 hours ago.
Championship starts today, the $2 million LAN event, and we had 2 major players disqualified yesterday. And apparently Yomzo, one of them was disqualified because his friend Fax said he was inappropriate on an IRL stream. We also now have Click.
Wait, what? Faxley Faxi was the reason that he... Oh, I will be fuming.
Contested coming into the LAN event. And I also want to talk about potentially one of the funniest tournaments I've ever seen, a $250,000 LAN event that you probably didn't even hear about. There's a lot to talk about. Let's jump into it. Let's kick off with the first big team that got disqualified the day before Globals, because yes, there are multiple teams that got disqualified today. First up is 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚. Now, 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚 is not going to Globals because he qualified. He's going as a fill. Cheeps was supposed to be playing alongside his duo Turtle, qualified on EU. Turtle was unable to attend, and 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 got picked up.
I get you.
He
literally is,
playing
bro.
extremely well. They probably would the...
I'm not gonna lie, Ozzy is like the definition of the dad of Fortnite. Well, competitive. I would say Cypher PK is the dad of casual. And Aussie Antics is the dad of comp. Nah, like the dad of Fortnite of comp. And then Cypher's the dad of Fortnite casual, you know? It's actually a
best
W
team
comparison,
I thought going into it that was a fill team, the team that didn't actually qualify together. Swizzy and Yapko looked really good as well, but I had a lot of hope for 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 and Cheeps. They've been playing all this...
Oh, wait, let me quickly... Oh, wait, sorry. Let me do this. I feel like the cam is... Okay, that's fine. I'll fix it.
Together. They've been playing cash cups together across region. They were really, really locked in, and now 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 has been disqualified. There's a lot of rumors going around as to why this is. People saying, oh, because Faxity was doing an IRL stream and he was messing around, he was being inappropriate. He was trying to pay players not to contest clicks, and yes, clicks is contested. I'll talk about that in a second. And no, Fax wasn't seriously trying to bribe players, obviously, but there was a lot of drama that went around. And while Fax was partly the reason 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 got disqualified, it's not the whole reason, and a lot of people are getting confused about exactly what happened. To make this make sense, I need to explain what Faxity even has to do with 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚. So any player who isn't of the age of 18, they're not legally an adult, they need to either have a legal guardian present with them at the LAN event, or they need to have their legal guardian fill out a form and sign it, giving permission for another legal of age person to be their chaperone. In this case for 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚, it was Faxity. You've probably heard of Faxity, super popular streamer in the Fortnite scene. He went along, and because he was 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚's chaperone, he had the ability to IRL stream at the event. So he did a stream, numbers were popping off, everyone was freaking out, making crazy content, but Fax being Fax, if you know his content, you know what I'm talking about, he pushed the line a bit. He was making jokes with players, he was talking about who's going to contest, he was trying to instigate people. He even went up to the OCE team that's now contesting clicks and asked how much he had to pay them to not contest clicks.
That was
they
weird.
Obviously knew this was a joke. They were saying he had to pay him $10,000. There was a bunch of jokes going around, but as you know, Epic unfortunately can't take a lot of this as jokes. They have to take it quite seriously. And because of this, Epic then said that Faxity is no longer able to attend the event. He has to go home. Now, because of this, he is now 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚's legal chaperone. If he goes home, 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 needs a new legal chaperone to be able to attend the event. When they've gone to do this, they've gone through the paperwork, and it turns out 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 actually filled out his form saying that Faxity was his legal guardian, not that he was his chaperone.
Bad, bro.
This is a very big difference. It might not seem like a lot, but that means Epic is now liable for anything that happens to 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚. No one who is a legal adult in 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚's life has given permission for 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 to go to this event, and he's currently unaccompanied.
Fax is strange, though, man. I don't
We're used to
get that
Fortnite
guy.
pros being millionaires and living out of home, and they're moving around the world and going all these crazy events, but at the end of the day, they are still kids, and especially
removed from participating and showing up for Evetech's global championship. Blast and Epic Games are sending me home with 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚. My reasons are for inappropriate language in the practice room around minors. 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 had a mistake on his legal forms where his mom didn't sign consent for me to be his legal guardian, which made 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 get disqualified. The forms were fraudulent. Damn. Oh, so it wasn't actually facts, like...
Especially in the
they
eyes
just
of the law,
messed
they
up.
are still kids. If something happened to 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 at this event and then it came out, Epic would be super liable, and that becomes the first issue. Why did Epic not check the paperwork? Now, obviously, they have to trust that players are going to fill out these forms correctly, but if they are children and we're going to say that, you know, they're not allowed to be here by themselves, then you have to understand they probably won't fill out paperwork properly. Now, 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 did go live on stream to say that he just sucks at reading. He just doesn't read things and didn't even understand the difference between a legal guardian and a chaperone. It's why you do always have a legal guardian adult look over this stuff. I mean, if 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 just sent me this form, I would have helped him out with it. But unfortunately, we're in the position where the form was filled out incorrectly. Now, I think a lot of people want Epic to allow his legal guardian, his mom, to come sign the form.
I'm not even like Like, I don't need a legal guardian anymore. But like, my parents would still help me out with shit like this. They still do. So why is he not asking,
What she
bro?
said she would do. She said she would either sign it and send it via the internet if you can do an e-sign, or she would actually travel from Canada down to Dallas to sign the form or be his legal guardian for this event. Unfortunately, Epic said no. For whatever reason, Epic or Blast, the team that runs the actual event, I don't know which one of it is, said this is not an option, whether they wanted to make an example of Yomzo, or maybe for liability, legal reasons, they just can't do this. Yomzo can't stay, can't be in their presence. They're not allowed, you know, to take that on. I don't know. I mean, either way, this led to Faxity getting kicked out of the event and Yomzo officially disqualified from Global Championship. It's just a super awful situation, especially considering the chapter Yomzo's had. And remember, Chapter 5 Season 1, Yomzo and Ryzen were in first place, set to win their first FNCS going into Game 9, had a huge lead, and then they started getting their internet hit off. Someone started hacking their internet, making them crash, and then they ended up not winning the tournament and not qualifying for LAN. Then they played the next season, didn't qualify, then they split up. Ryzen Ages, again, just missed out on qualifying. They ended up getting the global spot. Long story, I've already explained that. And then Yomzo played with Tayson and they didn't qualify. So Yomzo has had an absolutely brutal chapter, and this really does top it off. It sucks. Yomzo said on stream, look, it's my fault. I didn't fill out the form properly. I should have taken it more seriously. I should have read it. Faxity also on his social media was saying, look, I messed around. I pushed the line of content. I feel terrible. He said, look, I feel really bad. He was trying to do anything to fix the situation so Yomzo could still play. Again, it wasn't because of Fax that Yomzo's now getting kicked out. If he filled out the form properly, he could have gotten another chaperone to be there and he could have stayed at the event. But obviously, because of the fine, that's what caused the issue. So it's just really crappy situation. But what is the result? What does this now mean? Who is Cheeps playing with? Well, Cheeps is now playing with Crisp. And if you've been following, Crisp is actually playing with Middle Eastern pro Wazzy, or at least he was, until he also...
Hold up. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. There's no way I just made that mistake. Hold up, I don't like this stretched out. I'm gonna be real. I don't like it like that. Bro, I don't know. Yeah, that's a bit better.
Got disqualified from Global Champs yesterday, the day before it starts. If you thought the Yomzo Factory situation was weird, this one is even weirder. So Wazzy...
Alright, let's go.
If I want to do good that's not us, probably be 𝕋𝕨 and Cooper. Good friends with them, and I think they have a really big shot.
I think 𝕋𝕨 and Upto, because 𝕋𝕨 can play with his duo. Also last year he couldn't play on the LAN.
𝕋𝕨, because it's my friends.
I hope 𝕋𝕨 does good as well.
Yeah, bro. Jay, that was like negative aura for me. Damn.
I want 𝕋𝕨 to get a top 3 for the first time in his career.
It's the micro, right, guys?
The Middle East team's too good.
Can you hear me properly?
Probably region with the
or should I turn this down a little bit?
Basically.
Honestly, all the OC boys, I hope they do good.
100%. All my friends, you know, 𝕋𝕨, Paper. I've been helping them out on the side, just trying to see them do good. You know, when I thrive, all my boys to thrive too, type thing. So,
hey, let's go. I love to hear like the pro stuff and helping each other out. So my friend liked this girl, and wanted me to come with him and ask who she would rather date, and she chose me. Hey, you know what? It was never meant to be. Right? If the girl doesn't choose you, it was never meant to be. Right? It's her loss. So you gotta say to yourself, you know? You gotta pick yourself up. You know? You gotta look at yourself in a good light, and you gotta say, bro, if she don't like me, she can leave. Right? Oh, okay, that makes a difference. Oh, that makes it different. Wait, if they're like best friends? Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. That's difficult. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. That did happen to me. But, like, hey, it's painful. And it's not really the same for quite a while. But, like, if she's like a real one, if she's like a real friend, like, she'll eventually they can work it out and still like be friends and shit. But you mustn't be weird about it. You mustn't be worried about it. You must, like, in the kindest way possible, like, he kind of just has to just, like, I don't want to say suck it up, but he does kind of have to just suck it up and just keep going. And, you know, he's just got to keep going. You can't, like, get down about that kind of stuff, you know? Bro! Bro, they literally had a 10-minute timer to do a short little clip session to do another 10-minute timer. That is the definition of being scammed. Scammed by Fortnite. Damn. What's new, for real? The sad thing is that I'm moving away in December, so I'm gonna have to tell my crush sooner or later for the first. Yeah, you should definitely tell her. Like soon. Like really soon. Same, bro. Yeah. Hey, I mean, you can still keep in contact with her, but long distance is rough, so I would not recommend it.
This is a Middle East pro. Again, if I'm saying that wrong, I apologize. It's WQZZY. I'm just guessing that's how you pronounce it.
I have an extension.
He qualified on the Middle East region. He's a 15-year-old, so he was attending the event with his father. His father was actually staying in the same room as him. He was his legal guardian. Now, apparently, this is his words, and I know this is confusing, but this is the most we have to go off. Apparently, some of the cleaners at the hotel said that they were suspicious. We don't know what that means. We don't know why they were.
First of all, thank God for everything. They kicked me out of the tournament because the cleaners suspected us. I swear it's impossible. What? Suspected them for what?
They were suspicious or in any way. Apparently, they then searched their room, found nothing suspicious, but still because they were suspicious, they were kicked out of the hotel, and then because they were kicked out of the hotel...
What? Oh, hell no! What is that? What is that? Oh, that's disgusting. That is disgusting. No. That's gross. No, Fortnite, you gotta do better than that. It's gotta be some kind of prejudice. Because there's no way. They found nothing? They found nothing. And just because they sussed them in the first place, they found nothing. What? Bro, if I'm Fortnite, bro, nah, that's insane. That's insane. That's insane.
Blast has now disqualified him from the event. That sounds crazy. You're probably thinking, Aussie, please make it make sense. I can't. I have no other information than this. I tried my best. 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚, who's a Middle East pro who I'm good friends with, he was actually with them at the time. He was at the airport with them. He asked him exactly what happened, and that's exactly what happened. He said the same thing. He said, look, they thought we were suspicious. We tried very hard to figure out what was suspicious. What did we do wrong? What happened? Nothing. They didn't get any information. I thought maybe language barrier was something of the issue. Apparently, Wazzy's dad speaks fluent English, so I just have zero clue what's going on. Either Wazzy's lying for whatever reason, but I don't have any reason to imagine that he is lying, or some absolutely just ridiculous turn of events has now led cleaners at a hotel to lead someone to be disqualified. I thought maybe this could be a situation where, like with Bucky getting disqualified from the last LAN, a lot of people were saying because Bucky was maybe smoking in the hotel, which is illegal in Copenhagen, that would then mean that he broke the law, which means he has to be kicked out of the country, which means he's kicked out from the event. But if in Wazzy's situation, if they found nothing in the room that was suspicious, nothing's happened, I don't understand why they're getting sent home. Like, they were at the airport like 2 hours after this happened. They literally were getting kicked out of the country. I am as confused as you, but again, it now means that Wazzy's teammate Chris was left without a teammate.
I'm not
he is
really
now playing
Christian,
with
but
Chiefs, which means there is an entire spot
rather
up for
don't
grabs,
say anything
and that has now gone to
about religion,
Visuals and
you know?
Braids. So we
I
now
like
have
to-
Visuals and Braids
I like to
playing in the
keep it
LAN
neutral
just
and
like
not really
Ryzen
talk about
Ages,
that kind of stuff.
despite neither of them qualifying.
No politics.
This means two
I
of
don't
the
like to
5
talk about
Middle
any
East
of that
teams that
stuff
qualified
on,
are now
on
4
stream.
NA players. Don't really know what's going on there.
I don't
It's
wanna
obviously
cause
a bit of a
any-
nightmare. You're probably watching this thinking, Aussie, this is a joke. Why is
Anything, you know?
Fortnite LANs like this? Does any other
Something
esport
else?
have this problem? It's such a joke. Epic this, blast that. There's a lot of factors that go into it. The fact that the Fortnite pros are all so young, or a lot of them are so young, leads to all these issues of, you know, guardianship. And that's what's happened here with Yomzo. Also, because a lot of the players playing are free agents, they're not signed to orgs. If you were a Rocket League pro, or you're a Valorant pro, or a Counter-Strike pro, usually your org would handle all this. They'd get you your visa, they'd organize all the paperwork, they'd make sure that everything's all good. You were, you know, you were professional, you were there. It's a little bit different with Fortnite. Then obviously you have just the sheer amount of people. There is 100 professional players going there, as well as the fill players. So that's just a numbers game that there is more chance that things go wrong. So I'm not trying to excuse what's happening with Epic and Blast. Obviously, this sucks, and there was a lot of ways to fix this, and I really wish there was more clear communication. That whole, like, the cleaners found a suspicious situation just doesn't sound right. Nothing's adding up there.
Yeah.
We're not ever gonna know. Just like with Bucky, we never actually got an official statement as why these players get disqualified. We're just left to, you know, rumor and speculate. We just have no clue what's going on. Now, even weirder than this, we only have 2 fill players left now. So we have Curly and we have Mixon as the only 2 official fill players. If somehow we have 2 players disqualified by the time the LAN takes place, there is an official rule in place where someone from the crowd can be elected to play. Now, I pointed this out on Twitter, and we got some hilarious responses from people like Cypher PK saying it was going to be their chance. But that is the official.
If it is some kind of, I pray it's not. But if it is based on something to do with like their race, or thinking that they are just labeled as some kind of criminals kind of type shit, bro, they need to sue the hell out of whoever was involved, because that's not right if that is the case. But at first I did just jump on thinking that it's that, but if it's not that, then yeah, I hope it's not that.
If 2 more
though.
people
I
get
hope-
disqualified and the last 2 fills get pulled up, if there is another player who needs to play, they are going to come from the crowd. Now, as far as how this has impacted the actual LAN itself, which is taking place again today, it's impacted it quite a lot. Firstly, Visuals and Braids are now contesting King and Phaser, one of the favorite teams from Brazil, 5-time FNCS champ King. So that's super unfortunate for King and Phaser. They've just now randomly got
35 seconds. 35 seconds. Yeah, I saw Blake getting interviewed. Alright, I'm gonna grab some water. Excuse me? Fortnite? Fortnite? What? You can't just delay it. You can't just casually delay it by 30 more minutes. 30. Not real. Not. What?
told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the goat don't wear a saddle. Go riders off my body, cut them off, they acting sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, believe your eyes are winning. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. It's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go, harder than adios. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. Up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known.
What? What? Whoops. Who leak? Oh. So I got some spaghetti bolognese with some cheese drizzle on top, and then some water. Low, just to stay hydrated, you know. You know how it is. We always hydrated out here. Yeah, no, that's insane though.
Contested the night before the tournament.
They were kicked out of the hotel. I'm still baffled. How a team can be kicked out of a hotel for suspicious actions and they didn't find anything, but because they sussed them in the first place, that's why they get kicked out. But they didn't actually find anything. So how the hell can, bruh, I don't.
starts by a team that didn't even actually qualify for the event. And before you start hating on visuals and braids, this has been their drop spot for seasons now. They've been going here the entire chapter.
I already just think we're living in a simulation
sometimes. Not just this season, last season, and the season before that. So they know this drop spot well. Of course, that's where they're going to go, but it just sucks for King and Phaser. Now, another position that players have been put into, 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚 now getting contested by OCE team Ryzen and 𝕋𝕚𝕚. Now, this obviously caused a lot of drama because 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚 are involved. But again, similar situation. Ryzen and 𝕋𝕚𝕚 dropped this drop spot last season and now this season as well. So this is their drop spot they're most comfortable with.
Yeah,
because
this is going to be interesting.
There's a bunch of drama. There's a bunch of, smack talk going on the timeline. And when Ryzen and 𝕋𝕚𝕚 were talking to Oliver OG about this at LAN on stream, they said a similar thing. Look, they feel bad. They know how passionate 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚 are about this. They don't think they're an easy team, but they don't have any other choices. They can drop on a terrible split with like 10 chests, or they can drop a drop spot they know where at least if they beat 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚, they get enough loot to go on and play well. I am super upset. 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚 are one of my favorites to do well. They're in my top 5. I think as a storyline, they're so exciting to follow. I know how much effort both these players have been putting into the game. Veno has traveled all the way to NA now to play with Clix, but it's just how Fortnite goes sometimes. If you're a 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚 fan, you have to hope they can wipe them quickly. If you're an OCE fan, we've got some brutal spawn fights to watch. You got Ryzen and 𝕋𝕚𝕚 versus 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚. You've still got Kazi and Aspect dropping on PRO-VDH, and you've got Alex and Worthy dropping on 𝕋𝕚𝕚 and 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚. Now, a lot of these teams, again, were already going these POIs, so I don't want to make it out like the OC teams is griefing all the good teams. It's just, man, if you're an OCE fan, it's going to be a rough...
Sorry, I just want to get good, what you call it, good quality. Oh my goodness.
Hey, they're going to have to pull off some crazy performances against some of the best teams in the world. Now, we do also have some...
Oh, hell no.
Other drop spot changes.
Let me just refresh the video.
The Global Championship starts today. The $2 million LAN event, and we...
Why is that 480p, bro?
Global Championship...
Nah, man. That's ridiculous.
That's just a numbers game that there is more chance that things go wrong. So I'm not trying to excuse...
Bro, what is my internet right now, man?
Use what's happening with Epic and Blast. Obviously, this sucks, and there was a lot of ways to fix this, and I really wish...
It's so ass.
There was more clear communication. That whole, like, the cleaners found a suspicious situation just doesn't sound right. Nothing's adding up there, but we're not ever gonna know. Just like with Bucky, we never actually got an official statement as why these players get disqualified. We're just left to, rumor and speculate. We just have no clue what's going on.
Yeah,
now, even weirder than this, we only have 2 fill players left now. So we have Curly and we have 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚 as the only 2 official fill players. If somehow we have 2 players disqualified by the time the LAN takes place, there is an official rule in place where someone from the crowd can be elected to play. Now, I pointed this out on Twitter, and we got some hilarious responses from people like Cypher PK saying it was going to be their chance, but that is the official rule. If 2 more people get disqualified and the last 2 fills get pulled up, if there is another player who needs to play, they are going to come from the crowd.
Imagine it's Blake.
Sorry. Now, as far as how this is...
How? How is that? How is that a rule?
Impacted the actual LAN itself, which is taking place again today. It's impacted it quite a lot. Firstly, Visuals and Braids are now contesting King and Phaser, one of the favorite teams.
That rule is just insane. Insane. So, if someone gets DQ'd, right? Every single other player there has trained their asses off to get into that position. Someone gets DQ'd, and then just because someone got DQ'd, that means this delay is so bad, by the way. What delay?
From Brazil, 5-time FNCS champ King. So
Globals?
super unfortunate.
Oh hell yeah, bro! I'm speechless, bro. I watched it. I watched as it went from like it hit 0, 0, 0, 0, and it went to 30 minutes, bro. I was gobsmacked. Yeah. Yeah. So apparently the ruling is that if 2 people get DQ'd, someone from the audience can play instead. That means someone from the audience who didn't even try and qualify for globals didn't get anywhere close to qualifying for globals, right? Can just earn like $2,000, bro. Huh? 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 What?
Fortunate for King and FaZe that they've just now randomly got contested the night
How does
before
that
the
make
tournament
any
starts
sense?
by a team that didn't even actually qualify for the event. And before you start,
You get paid for coming last in globals. Someone is about to get a free paycheck. Have I seen Boob Street? No, let me check. I don't think I follow Boob. I need to. Boop. There it is. What? Wait, actually. Wait, actually. Oh. That's insane. Wait, this one. Or bruh. Due to Chap not being at the LAN yet, he now has to use the default peripherals provided by Blast. Deadline to submit your mouse and keyboard was yesterday. He has to use GPRO wired gaming mouse, GPRO keyboard, wired earbuds. He's made it to the LAN now. Let's see if Blast Epic give him a chance to use his own peripherals now. Confirmed using his own. Oh, he is using his own. Source, trust me, bro. Balabuka. I'm so confused. Oh, so essentially various teams found jetpacks to the practice games yesterday and also in the rehearsal games today. If they can't fix the issue before game 1 in 50 minutes, then they might potentially be enabled. Enabled! Whoa! Whoa! You know what? Why do I kind of want to see this happen? Am I evil if I want to see this happen? Sarah, hi! Sarah! You egoed me. You egoed me. Literally like 5 days now. By the way. By the way. I messaged you like a long time ago. Because you just left my lobby and you said nothing. And I haven't heard from you in a week. In a week. You don't use WhatsApp. You have a phone. And you have notifications on your phone. What do you mean you don't use WhatsApp? It's not that hard to click an app. And click one contact. And say, my bad. I was busy. Or my bad. I had to go. But no. No. Damn. So the only time you see my messages is when your dad or mom says your message. That's crazy. That's crazy. fine. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm joking, by the way. Yeah, I'm live on both. I'm live on both. I'm joking, by the way. I'm joking, bro. I'm joking. What? Basically, yes. What? 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 Wow. 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 Let's go, Pazik. Let's go. Wow. No, it's fine. It's fine, Sarah. It's fine. I know you don't mean anything bad. I'm just playing with you. Noah, how you doing? How you doing? Hope you're having a great day. We are just waiting for this. It keeps getting delayed because there's some issue with the jetpacks apparently, which is interesting. I should know this. Well, it's quite nice to receive messages from someone who you message. You know, you subbed and liked. Absolute legend, absolute goat. Appreciate you, Noah. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. I do grind Fortnite normally. I'm normally grinding ranked. I play some tournaments as well, just for fun. So, yeah. Or do you want me to just add you on Snap again, Sarah? Is that just easier for you? Do 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 do. Bro. Why did they have to delay it again, man? Why did they have to delay it again? Like, bruh. Bruh. I watched this time. Watch. Okay. 9 minutes time. We're gonna watch this hit 0, and it's gonna reset to another 30 minutes. I'm calling it right now. I'm calling it. I feel like this is copyrighted, but I could be yapping. I could be totally wrong. Alright, let's finish this video. What else is there?
Start hating on visuals and braids. This has been their drop spot for seasons now. They've been going here the
Oh yeah, so this is the OCE team that is conning clicks, and they've been landing at this spot for the whole season. So they're just not gonna move, which is fair enough.
entire chapter. This is the drop spot they know the best, not just this season, last season, and the season before that. So they know this drop spot well. Of course, that's where they're gonna go, but it just sucks for King and Phaser. Now, another position that players have been put into, Clix and now getting contested by OCE King, Ryzen, and Daemon. Now, this obviously caused a lot of drama because Clix and are involved. But again, similar situation. Ryzen and Demo dropped this drop spot last season and now this season as well. So this is their drop spot they're most comfortable with. Because Clix and are involved, there's a bunch of drama, there's a bunch of, smack talk going on the timeline. And when Ryzen and Damon were talking to Oliver OG about this at LAN on stream, they said a similar thing. Look, they feel bad. They know how passionate Clix and are about this. They don't think they're an easy team, but they don't have any other choices. They can drop on a terrible split with like
Fortnite? What do you mean Fortnite? Fortnite? I'm gonna be watching globals. Alright, do you wanna what? Oh, you want you to play? Is that what you mean? Don't L me. Don't L me. You're gonna die in bed. Okay. Fair enough. Fine. Fine, Sarah. Fine. Be like that. You're gonna respond to my messages and then you're gonna L me? Alright. Not only did you lose 2 brownie points from that, you've actually lost 3 now. Damn. Damn, Sarah. And my brownie points cost a lot. You have to do a lot to earn a brownie point. And you lost 3. Yeah. Yep. Do I fill up my water bottle again? I think tomorrow it's time that I shave again. Otherwise, I don't want to look like a caveman again. Bro, what is this music? What is this music? You definitely could have picked some better music for Fortnite. 100%. Caveman? Yeah. Like, I did kind of look like some caveman activity. I won't lie. Let's look at this thumbnail. Which one? This one? I'm reaching caveman here. I'm reaching caveman here a little bit. A little bit. I'm not going back to this. Okay. I'm too young to look like this. I'm too young to look like this. I'm not ready for that, okay? I'm not ready for that. No, I'm not ready for that. Like, this is chill. This is chill. And okay, this is already, this is like going onto caveman looking. Like, I'm not old, okay? I'm not old. Trust me. It's like that feeling, you know, when you go from like not being in school and you go to primary school, you feel young, okay? Then you get to grade 7, you feel old. Then you get into high school, you feel young. And you graduate from high school or like college, I think you call it. And then you get into the big world, all right? And then you're small again, you know? It's like that kind of thing where you graduate a stage, then you feel small in that area. Then you graduate a stage, then you feel small in that area, you know? Now I'm young in the big world, right? If that makes sense. I think that's a good analogy. That'd be an analogy. Let's go. Okay, not old, ancient. What? There's a helicopter outside? Oh, damn. They want to pick you up in a helicopter. Damn. Damn. I'm the best at analogies. I'm the best, honestly.
10
like,
chests,
name someone who's
or they
better
can drop a drop spot. They
than me
know
at
at least if
analogies.
they
You
beat
can't.
Clix and Venno, they get enough loot to go on and play well.
I make them interesting, you
Clix and
know?
Venno are one of my favorites to do well. They're in my top 5. I think as a storyline, they're so exciting to follow. I know how much effort both these players have been putting into the game. Venno has traveled all the way to NA now to play with Clix.
Oh, hell no.
It's just how Fortnite goes sometimes. If you're a Clix and Venno fan, you have to hope they can wipe them quickly. If you're an OCE fan, we got some brutal spawn fights to watch. You got Ryzen and Demo versus Clix and Venno.
I just want to watch.
Still got
I just want to watch some pros play Fortnite, you know? Is that so hard to ask? That's so hard to ask? Fortnite? The only reason we're waiting, right, is because they added jetpacks by mistake. And they can't figure out why they're in the game. And so now they might just add them into the game. That's the only reason we're waiting right now. It's because there's some jetpack bug. Why is everything always delayed, man?
And you got Alex and Worthy dropping on Malibu
always
from
delayed,
Now, a lot of these
bro.
teams again were already going these POIs, so I don't want to make it out like the OC teams is griefing all the good teams. It's just, man, if you're an OC fan, it's gonna be a rough day. They're gonna have to pull off some crazy performances against some of the best teams in the world. Now, we do also
English,
have some other drop
please.
spot changes as well. Again, with the new teams for
Nah, it's not, bro. Watch. It's gonna reset. I'm not listening to this music, bro. Bro, watch. This 2 minutes is gonna hit 0, and it's gonna reset to another 30 minutes. If it resets to another 30 minutes, I'm just freeballing creative, bro. And I'm just gonna yap to you guys in creative. All right. My top 5. Let's think again, okay? So, what did I say first? At first, I was like, okay, so Peterboard and Pollo definitely going to be in the top 5, I think. Then I thought that Booga and Aviv would be in the top 5. Acorn and Cold would be in the top 5. I thought that 𝕋𝕨 and Cooper would be in the top 5, but I don't know. Light Force, bro, I get you, bro. I get you, bro. This weight is aching. It's aching, bro. It's actually disgusting. Disgusting, bro. I just want to see some globals, bro. We haven't seen a proper LAN event since, like, Copenhagen. And then before that, it's literally, like, World Cup, bro. Like, bro. Come on, bro. Come on. Come on. Watch. It's gonna reset. You know it's gonna reset. It's gonna... If this turns into a 3... Oh, I'm gonna have problems. I'm gonna have problems with Fortnite. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Is this gonna turn into another 3? Are we gonna get an extended timer? 3, 2, 1. Let's go! 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 Also, what is that arena name? You know what? It's fine. Clean mind. We're innocent. We're innocent out here. We're innocent.
At the end of the day, we're here to see some Fortnite, and that's what we're going to see. As we prepare, though, as the players start to come in and whatnot, we're going to take a couple moments just to highlight just a few duos. Wanted to highlight here Ryzen and Vidil, a duo that we are very excited to see compete here on stage. There's some Ryzen fans out there.
Yeah,
a lot of them.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of me included.
I mean, there's a reason to like Ryzen, and when you look at the run that they've had this year, getting 7th, 4th, and 5th from
What's called Dropman?
3 respectively. I mean, it's crazy talking about the consistency that all of these duos have brought here today, and to see them being competing together. I am so excited to watch Ryzen and Vidil.
Yeah, really interested to see how these guys can do.
I'm
of
so
course, they're
hyped.
landing at the Doom's Castle towards the northeast side of the map. They have a couple of teams there as well, so they're not going to be uncontested there. But this is a team throughout the whole year have performed really well. As you mentioned it, Kelly, they had a really nice year with a 7th, 4th, and a 6th. Really, really consistent placements, and they're able just to find really solid games when it matters. They're able to get into that situation of
I couldn't
endgame,
remember as well.
finding eliminations. It just seems like whenever you look at the leaderboard at the end of a tournament, it's like, oh yeah, Ryzen and Vidil, they're in 5th. How did they get?
These guys have been making TikToks like all week.
Get there. We haven't really
don't
seen
know
so much of
why.
them, but they sneak their way up, and I hope they can do that this weekend.
And you talk about the being
That's so
contested.
funny.
Although the north side of Doom Castle, they're not necessarily
north side.
contested. They kind of have that north side to themselves. They're going to have that siphon coin to themselves. They do have 2 sets of duos that are contesting to the south and to the north, which
No. Oh, sorry, I'm getting confused. Ryzen
honestly
and them
sounds like the perfect
are
storm for
getting
them to third-party these
the coin,
other duos,
the siphon
especially
coin,
that
yeah.
duo that's landing
That's
north
gonna
of
be
them,
quite
which there
broken.
isn't much to go for there.
Yeah.
I can imagine Ryzen and Vidil
Yo,
focusing
they
that
might
duo
do
to get
good
some of
with
those
that
storm
coin,
surge
bro.
tags.
Yeah, and I mentioned it earlier as well. Booga coming in from that west side, they could have to deal with that
Yo,
situation.
can
as
you
well. I mean,
imagine
that
the
drop spot
clutches
is
with that
such a
coin
big
now?
drop spot, so many different little nooks and
Oh, we
crannies
could
where
get
you can
some,
sort of
like,
hide
siphon
and try
plays
and
back.
sneak
That'd
around.
be
I think we
insane.
expect to see a little bit more of
Video's a
elongated
big
fights
boy.
happening there from teams that are coming on in,
Hey.
and I love that. I mean,
I respect him, bro.
Right here. This
Hey, we got a Peely, bro. We got the mascot archer. Oh, this is so cool.
Randomly. I don't know if he's doing it for anyone or
Oh,
he
this
just
is so
naturally does
cool,
them. He's just
man.
pulling out
He's doing it for everyone.
I would pop out there with the Peely approach.
Energy we have, and hopefully the energy to the players as well. As you can see, they are starting to come back into the stage, get onto their setups, and as we get ready to get into game number 1.
That's right. We are just so thankful for you guys, the fans.
Oh,
we really do appreciate
okay, yeah,
your
sweet.
patience. We are sorry about that, but we'll be getting back into
I don't
game
mind, well, you don't have to,
very
but like,
shortly. I wanted to also talk
that'd be
about
sick.
Bryson Bolts. When the players came out and Bryson Bolts came out, the arena went kind of crazy, and it's a little unexpected because I don't want to say like, hey, there's duos here that don't have
The
fans.
quality
It's
is
just
better
like,
on Twitch though,
sometimes
or
the arena will
online.
be like, Bryson Bolts are like, rah! I'm like, yo, you guys are, what's going on? I'm down.
I mean, they've had this interesting dialogue all year long where they're
Maybe
like,
that's just
oh,
for me,
who's
though.
the underdogs? A lot of people ask, and a lot of people say Bryson
Wait, who are
Bolts,
these
but
people?
Again, they aren't necessarily
Oh, Bryson
underdogs.
Bolts.
In Major 2, they got 6th place. In Major 3, they got 8th place.
I've never seen
And
their faces
similar
before.
to what we saw from Batman Booga and Rapid, they got 8th place by only playing 11 out of 12 games. Who knows where they would have been if they had all 12 games?
I remember last year Globals as well, Bryson Chubbs, they were a team that took us by surprise. They did so well. I think they won a couple of games as well on the Grand Finals day. It was one of those where it's like, where did these guys come from? But that's what this global championship stage can do. It can put you on a little pedestal. It can be like, look at me, I am a professional, and I'm a very good professional player at that. And I think that's what I look at when I'm looking at this duo. This is a duo that have that experience of doing well, Bryce in particular. So I'm intrigued as to what they can do, particularly with their drop spot now. They're wanting that forecast tower. We broke it down earlier on. Vico and Flixie.
Oh my word! That hologram of like the pickaxes turning around looks so fire,
like
man.
up on that hill, trying to stop Vico and Flixie trying to come over.
Bro.
I'm intrigued because we haven't
Come
seen Vico and
on,
Flixie have too many
just
problems
play.
for that. So I'm intrigued as to what they're going to bring.
Yeah, it's a dumping house and split, and they kind of have this little lake where there's a crash plane. They get tons of metal from it, and then they get to go to that quick rotation over to the forecast tower. Honestly, it's a bit of an underrated split, and I understand why Bryson Bolts have been there all year long.
That's what we need, right? Is another fight for another forecast tower. The observers are going to just be in just a handful of spots across the map. Is there a forecast tower? Yes. We're going to go hang out there. Another duo here to highlight is Janus. It's Pixie, another EU duo. And of course, I mean, Janus. I mean, come on, fans.
Come
of Fortnite,
on.
If you've watched, you've been following. You know, this guy's incredible.
I mean, going all the way back to 2020, winning the solo invitational of Janus, and then Pixie having a great performance in the Globals last year with Cheatin'.
Yeah, really great. I mean, that was a duo where we were like another one of those teams where these guys just came out of nowhere. It seemed like they'd been performing well going up to that, but now Pixie was one of those players that was kind of a hot commodity, if you like, going into this last major of the chapter because he was performing very well. So many different players in EU, very veteran players. This could be potentially a good duo partner for me, an up-and-coming player, picked up now, of course, by Janus. Uncontested redline rig. Interested to see what they can do. I think this is another team where, yes, it says they're uncontested. If you're one of those teams,
Bro,
Cassie
redline
Aspect,
is
for
such a
example,
bad POI in
maybe
my
they might
opinion.
look to land on them, but the experience of Janus and of course Pixie being such an important player within this duo, they performed very well in Major number 3 where they got 8. So I'm interested to see what they can bring here.
You bring up the fact that, like, you know, they kind of look out and go, hey, this is an opportunity. But that was kind of what this year of Fortnite was, right? So much of the landscape changed after Global Championships last year, right? It was kind of like, yeah, we're kind of going back to LAN, we're kind of doing things. But once we got there, it was like, okay, this is different, right? Like, now that we're here, next year has to be different. And so many of these duos just looked across the board and were like, maybe I should pick up that duo, I should pick up this duo. Like, it's been a crazy year.
I mean, I always say that there is only one thing you can predict in Fortnite is that it is unpredictable, regardless of if that's the map changing, the meta changing, duos literally changing between qualifiers and semifinals. We really don't know what's going to happen until the games start.
Yeah.
And what I love about these global events is no matter what happened in all the majors, you know, as you mentioned, different metas, different teammates potentially, it all doesn't really matter because this is where it all goes down. These next 12 games are going to be absolutely electric, and I can't wait to get into it.
That's right. We're going to another duo here to talk about Epic Whale and Muzz. I mean, you kind of highlighted them at the start of the show there, Muzz being one of the first duos to kind of win in multiple regions, and Epic Whale, I mean,
hey, let's go, Muzz.
NA West, when it was NA West and NA East, he just couldn't stop winning. He didn't know how to, like, stop winning.
Yeah, it's funny because I was literally just talking about how duos will split up between qualifiers and semifinals, and I literally was referencing Muzz and Epic Well right there. They actually had different duos
What's up, bro?
getting into the qualifiers, and then once we hit the semifinals,
bro, it's like, why is the camera panning on me so much? Bro, chill.
Duos because there was a little caveat in the rules there, and obviously it worked out well in their favor, finally punching their ticket into the global championships. And beyond Epic Whale being, you know, the 5X, however many X's he has in his name, regardless of the back-to-back-to-back, regardless of the Gamers 8, looking back all the way to the World Cup where he got 3rd place, he has been doing it for so long. And then of course Muzz, the powerhouse from OCE, now representing North America. This is definitely a duo to look out for.
I love watching Muzz play. He's such an impressive player to watch. Some of the things that he can do, the mechanical ability of Muzz is second to none. And I was speaking to him the other day in the hotel. I was saying, you know, you feeling confident? How's things with Epic Whale? He said, yeah, I'm absolutely confident in Epic Whale. It's all about me. Can I make sure that I'm going to play my best game? He's a little bit nervous that he might get awareness checked, but he said if I don't get awareness checked, if I'm playing my game to the level I know I can play it at, I think he's feeling like he's going to be successful, and there's no reason why not.
I love that. Self-reflection, though. A lot of the times, these players will kind of look to outside sources as to what's going wrong. Oh, well, is this duo that focused us? Oh, it was Grease over here. But players that can look inwardly and understand where they could have gone better, not necessarily what went wrong, but what they could have done differently, that's what makes or breaks these champions.
Yeah, that's a mark of maturity, right? For someone like Muzz, again, like you said, to win multiple times, that's how he got that far, right? To be able to stop and go, okay, now what could have I done better? Because it's very easy to point fingers and go, yeah, well, my duo or this thing or this pod or the POY or this thing got removed or whatever. But to stop and go, no, what can I do to really minimize that, like, almost RNG we experience?
Yeah, and there is definitely a level of RNG. Obviously, the most notorious is where is that zone going to pull? And if we have some teams landing on the south and the zone pulls to the north, well, how are we going to be able to handle that? What rotations are we going to be prioritizing? What teams can we potentially face against? Being able to it's what these Fortnite players are able to do with how much goes into it is honestly uncomparable even to some of the other bigger esports out there.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, you mentioned the
Fortnite has to be the hardest esports to go into, bro.
That sort of
Definitely.
Those later stage zones, maybe not in endgame, but it's those rotations where you have a
That's why it fascinates me so much, and I love watching it still to this day. There's just so much happening, so much that goes into the plan, the game plan. It just goes beyond anything else you can possibly think about.
To do. It's so easy. It's so much easier said than done.
It's crazy.
Like, oh yeah, just go front side, go around teams, don't get shot, don't go into another team, don't box fight. But it's so difficult to do in practice because there's so many different things going on in your head. Oh, we need a bit of damage. Let's hop in there. Maybe that's not the best decision to make. So the low mobility meta really shakes things up. And I'm interested to see how the players can see how they do the affection of that, I should say.
Yeah, I love that balance, right? Kind of striking. Okay, we're starting the game. Let's say we're uncontested. Great. We know we have to hit 555 materials, right? Wood, brick, metal. Yeah. We have to go and we have to get our loot.
That's what Teeny looks like?
What's our
Damn.
surge strategy? Now it's zone 1. We got to start getting in position. We are low on surge. Surge is on.
Let's go, Alex.
What tags are we getting? Oh no, someone's boxing on us. It's all just so dynamic moment to moment.
And what's been so exciting with this season is that usually when we see loadouts from major to major, it's the same weapons in everyone's loadout. Yep. But this major, between the shotguns that we have, the ARs that we have, the pistols as well.
Yes.
There's a lot of variety, actually.
Yeah, there is lots of different loadouts. He spoke about Thomas HD earlier on with that Monarch pistol, expecting some big damage coming out of him this weekend. There's just so many different varieties. Even the new shotguns, of course, you mentioned. Lots of different ways that teams can not have necessarily just one best shotgun, not one best assault rifle. Lots of ways to express yourself in the game. Are you more of a close box-to-box player? Do you like to play a little bit further away when you're taking fights? And that's what I'm interested to see.
This arena looks so sick. It looks so good, bro. It looks so good.
And the new season.
You can't say it doesn't.
Like,
it looks
in that
insane.
Right? So let's say we're gonna have this surge strategy. We're gonna need this.
Imagine
loadout.
you
Does
watch
that
this
change
live.
Oh,
this would be insane.
Yes, 100%. Obviously, you need those long-range tags. You're going to go for the ARs. Having to get those storm surge tags.
Bro, I was about to say DMR.
End game, you're going to go fighting box to box. You want to make sure that you have your favorite shotgun. And really, depending on the player, you might see Sovereign, you might see the Gatekeeper, or you might see that Hammer Pump.
Yeah, or even those dual-wield SMGs. Those things are absolutely crazy. I think a lot of teams, a lot of players will be looking to pick those up towards the later stage of the game. When everyone's a little bit closer, you don't necessarily need that range of the assault rifles, of course. It seems like the burst is the most common one for the players that are trying to get the storm surge tags. It's not quite as good in box, so expect to see a lot of teams trying to switch that up going into the late game.
Is there maybe a weapon or an item or anything that, you know, if these off-spawn situations don't happen. Oh, you know what? Oh, guys, I'm getting word. I'm getting word. It is that time. Once again, from the bottom of our hearts, we are so thankful for your patience. That's right. It's game time. Let's send it up to our casters.
Yes.
When you see us, we want to see W's because we're ready. It looks like the game is just about
Choco.
to kick off here. Let's jump into match number
Monster
one.
face. Yes. It's that time. It's that time. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's that time. Oh my word, I'm so ready. I'm so ready.
We are kicking things off here at the FNCS
Let's go.
Championships, and of course, we know what is
I'm so
in store
ready.
For us.
Already getting a close-up pay-per-view of what's taking place here with Queasy
I'm so
and
ready,
Thomas.
man.
And you have to keep in mind, Duke's Sphinx not too far from this location here at Research Rock. Brawler's Battleground, I think, providing a decent opportunity for a little bit of early clashing potentially.
We'll talk about those early
Oh my
clashes.
god, bro, and everyone's like screaming in the crowd, bro. Oh my gosh, this is so cool.
Power-worthy first tags.
Oh my god, this is so cool.
Yeah, that was a big shot implemented there by Mustache. It's going to provide
Wow.
a lot of pressure as well, just enough for him to be able to group with Malibuca. They've already found a Flowberry Fizz. They're getting the shield online. Worthy and Alex know that they've got to be fast on these Avengers chests.
Yeah, and this is not the only contested team, right? There are going to be other fights happening here. Play close attention to what's going to go down, though. Power, Alex, and Worthy do have a little bit of a disadvantage here, playing the low ground as the standoff starts to develop.
Oh no, they
Meanwhile,
got
a quad
health
contested
disadvantage.
drop spot for Peterbot and Boyo, who have control of their side, where Trashy and Threat seem to be in a little bit of a head-to-head.
Well, hold that thought, though, because for a moment it seemed as if we were going to, potentially be dealing with Kazi and Aspect here, but I don't see them anywhere in sight, NVF. I think right now, Swizzy, Yapko, they're just trying to do what they can to prevent themselves from being the victims of Trashy and Threats currently, but also keep in mind what Peterbot was saying earlier on. That bot is always going to be ours. Emma Frost's Medallion and that Mythic Striker Burst, that's everything that they're after, and he's already collected it.
Peterbot and Boyo already off to a great start.
Oh my
here.
gosh, people need to chill, yo, chill guys, chill, yo.
Teams landing here not to step center foot into their
Whoa,
location.
calm down. He's just got the boss, bro.
It's only
Chill.
a matter of time, though. As soon as that reveal medallion
that's
actually
funny.
procs, there's going to be 15 seconds that Swizzy, Yapko, Threats, Trashy, they're all going to be
Yeah, they
marked
got it
here at the
immediately 'cause
rack.
no one's gonna
So
contest them.
escaping might not be the solution. They're going to have to fight their way out of this.
We've seen the interviews. We've seen, Trashy
Yeah, they
and
definitely
Threat's
going for it.
perspective on this. They already know that they're going to have a problem with Swizzy and Yapko, and that
The tower.
Peterbot and Boyo will just be waiting for their opportunity as the time continues to tick on. You can see they're doing just that, ready to possibly pounce here in the coming moments. But
Oh,
Vino
this is
and
it.
Clicks, y'all, are here, and they are indeed contested.
The moment these names lit up on screen, you can just hear the crowd going crazy. I mean, a clear fan favorite for good reason. And I think the most incredible part about it is
I do
just
not
listening
like
to
Vino
Clicks
at all.
talk about the fact, hey,
I'm
we
a
just found out
burial.
a couple days ago, yeah, we are going to be contested. But for Damo and Resigns,
But
you
know
have
what?
to also factor in this
If they
is
win, fair play.
familiarity for them. Sandy
Well, they
Steps
do
has
well,
been their
fair play.
home as well.
Yeah, and this is a lot of respect coming from both sides. Clicks and Vino, of course, just feeling out the playing field
I don't
right
know,
now,
bro.
playing the outskirts, meaning that no team can
Everything he
rotate
stands
from
for, I
behind
just
them,
don't like,
whereas
bro.
Resigns
And
and
he has
Damo are
such
content
controversial
with
takes,
their
so
side
the
of the
dumbest
map,
things
but
I've ever heard in my life.
Middle Eastern teams are on the set here. Haman and Cow Gamer now up against the likes of CZB and Nathan, who's underneath them.
And CZB and Nathan, I think, definitely one of those teams that I think a lot of people would view as that potential underdog
Yeah, that's fair
story.
enough.
But the interesting aspect is
I
knowing
just
that
don't
they
like him
are
as a
going to be
person,
contested here
and
at
I
Grand
don't support
Glacier.
him.
And what we're seeing a lot of right now in the
I
players
don't
that are just
support what he
having these
stands for, that's
small,
all.
mild interruptions to their traditional loot paths and what kind of dominoes
Yeah,
effect that might
that's
have
all.
after the fact.
And also, just look at how many players are alive. This is about as intense as it can get when there's this much money on the line, when you have this much time, right, to wait, sit, contemplate your
Oh.
strategy. What are you going to do when the call comes? You have to answer it. Chapentini here pushing the pressure, pushing the conversation right now. Ager's not looking good for him. He's going to be the first to fall, and that's one NA team down.
Aegis and Rise down.
Bit of a tragic
To
start
Teeny
there for
and Chap.
Ryzen Agers, but their downfall is Teeny and Chap's uprising. bound to be super happy with the elimination damage that they just secured there. Surge tags are always going to be so crucial. And in a lobby like this, MDF, we know that we have so many heavy power hitter teams. That's going to be insane to think about. You have to connect on every single shot.
Well, here's someone who's going to do just that. Thomas HD doing an excellent job.
Nice. Good tags, bro.
He's got the angle down on the teams there in the distance. I saw Gone in Quanti as well, still at Mount Olympus. We know that they have that drop spot, not for free, but again, that southern side is theirs at the moment. Queasy and Thomas HD are going to be happy with these tags, right? This is the bigger picture of hyper-competitive Fortnite. It just doesn't get more difficult than this. Clearly, we have a lot to talk about when it comes down to Cammy and Seti. This is a team that is a favorite and a favorite for a reason, as is Vico and Flixie, some of Europeans' strongest coming up. And I dare to say part of the new era.
Sparks already started to fly, though. Vico trying to see if he can get an overhead view onto Virgo and Shadow. A little bit of a wraparound. Virgo now trying to see if he can swing, but Shadow is not too exposed. Vico, Flixie, they take the opportunity. They try to collapse. A nice connection, but at the same time, Shadow still standing. Virgo knows it's time to bail. And they're going to force themselves into a disengage. But Flixie, he's not interested in that. Flixie wants more.
Oh, yeah, this is a storybook kind of conversation right here.
Whoa.
This is something that we expect it to happen. If you're going to go up against the likes of Flixie and Vico's pathing,
let's go, Flixie.
Get out of the way or get ran down. And Virgo
Who was that?
and Shadow are going to be
Virgo and Shadow.
another NA team to fall here to the hands of a European juggernaut. And, you know, this is, again, I have an inkling just to start for Flixie and Vico.
Hey, there's a big reason why these guys have Reckless Railways uncontested.
And to lose,
do not want to have to deal with some of those up close and
that'd be
personal
so
fights
rough.
early on. But Paper, Victor V, they've also found themselves in a little bit of skirmish here. Clone, alongside 𝕋𝕚𝕚, trying to make sure, but they've got to be careful. Look at the stealth opportunity here. Gone and Quanti, absolute ninjas.
They're getting really close here. A lot of danger lurking nearby, and Brazil, of course, known for what they're capable of when it comes down to jumping in and playing aggressive, and they do just that. But no, the ambush was unsuccessful. Paper, ambush was unsuccessful. Paper, so close. Escapes by the skin of his teeth. Talking about Brazilian teams sneaking up. It's Persa and Ed also on the prowl right now.
Sneaking up, bro.
Everybody just crouch walking up to all of the commotion that this box fight is bringing just
Oh
outside.
my gosh.
Northwest side of Mount Olympus here. And the most important aspect, though, Paper, you gotta respect that 180 turnaround, throws up the middle wall, makes sure to protect himself. But Persa, they've now found an opening, but it's gonna be
I forgot
cut
Quanti was
short.
in Exceed as well.
Victor V, Paper, all these teams starting to congest here.
Guys,
and a surge base
no.
on top to boot.
Here's what I'm
They're so
thinking. I'm thinking
split.
Person Ed are recognizing we have to get in a fight. Like, whether we want to or not,
Really?
Storm Surge is
Bro,
going to
they
become an
split
issue.
now.
And if you're unfamiliar what that means, when there's a certain amount of players alive, the game is going to force you to fight other teams. Damage will start to rain in the visual of lightning bolts and take you out the game if you're not being active.
The real thorn in the side right now, though, for Victor V and Paper is it's evident that they want to get inside of that bunker. Clone and 𝕋𝕚𝕚, though, they are doing everything in their power to prevent anyone else. They might find themselves trapped at the bottom of it for a time being, though, because keep in mind, teams do like to hold whenever they find duos inside of that bunker.
Quanti and Gone also setting up, looking back inwards, trying to see what's going to happen here. Meanwhile, Victor V and Paper really wearing the results of this drawn-out fight on their loadout right here. You can see ammunition starting to run low, builds even shorter than that. It's only going to be a matter of time before this starts to go super south. So if Paper and Victor V can't step up and finish this fight soon, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, but at this point, they have to find closure. There's
20,
no opportunity to retreat. You
40.
are all in at this stage. They've invested too much time, and they know that they need more surge tag damage as well. Clone, 𝕋𝕚𝕚, more than content to sit this one out, though, because the weapon bunker is sounding. And they're going to have the advantage once it opens.
Yeah, if they get to jump down there first and, of course, secure the goods, there's going to be a lot of loot that's going to be given out to Clone here shortly, but Paper and Victor V don't want that to happen. You can see how much more urgency, right, is put behind these shots now as they're trying to push in.
No. Paper.
Clone, 𝕋𝕚𝕚, the opening has arrived here, but Victor V, Paper, they're still
Hey,
I don't
𝕋𝕨 and
wanna call it
Cooper.
hesitant, but definitely wary
Wait.
of what awaits them.
Mustache did.
When they try to catch 𝕋𝕨 exiting that bunker.
No.
Mustache, though, they've encountered some early difficulties here, it seems like, at Restored Reels.
Wait,
Last
so
we
Alex
checked
and
in,
Worthy
they were
survived.
getting
Let's
a couple
go.
of decent tags onto Alex and Worthy.
Let's
but
go.
Now, knowing that 𝕋𝕨 is in that solo position, it's going to be tough to make his way towards a reboot van with this much traffic around him.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Look at 𝕋𝕨 and Cooper, though, on the move right now, trying to continue to find their way not only to the new zone, but play for this high ground, right? Looking for tags off in the distance, and very different strategy for 𝕋𝕨 and Cooper, where we see a lot of those other duos looking to get box-to-box fight, you know, very close quarter. They're keeping their distance almost exclusively now from other duos and other paths of duos.
But I really love this positional check, though, from 𝕋𝕨 and Cooper, because they've taken over a hill just northwest of Restored Reels, and they know all those duos that are far west on the map, far north, they're going to have to rotate through Cooper and 𝕋𝕨. They're just,
Wow, this is so
notorious
interesting
for
to
setting up
watch.
third bases in positions where you have ample opportunity
Ooh,
to deal some
Vino.
damage to other teams.
Oh, look at this. This is the clash we all expected. Vino and Clix versus Oceania's 𝕋𝕚 there, who just rotated by. They're going to be the first to get a couple of tags and start to get the lead here. You have to be really careful. Vino and Clix are going to recognize that if they stay in the storm, what's going to happen, those other teams are going to have strong positions to give them even more of a problem later. But it seems like they want to continue to press the action here.
𝕋𝕚, though,
Pichoro.
kind of could get caught in the mix here.
Oh, Tesolo.
Not sure if Clix and Veno have spotted him out just yet, but 𝕋𝕚, the moment that he tries to break through, that's when Clix sees small opportunity to try and bounce in here. But again, NVF, this is getting a little bit more drawn out than maybe what Clix and Veno were after.
Yeah, because Andalix and Sato were still here.
Yeah, this is... Oh, Clix and Vino in a bad spot here.
Spider's web here. Sato and Andalix do have heals as well, so they can kind of sustain themselves for quite some time, but...
Oh no,
sure
Cammy and
Andalix
Sid are
has to
coming
work
in as
with.
well.
Meanwhile, the GOATs of the region, the kings of EU, the most consistent duo in the world when it comes to LAN performances in the recent years are here.
Every view we pan over, it's like sharks in the water currently. The fact that Cammy and Seti have now decided to just stroll on over so casually, but they recognize there's no real openings for us to taste this one just yet. Let's prioritize our positioning and set.
Yo, what's up, Kyle? Oh, let's go, Vino. Let's go. Crowd goes wild. Yo, that's insane.
Vino's gonna be the first to claim it alongside Clix here for a big elimination, and that's gonna set themselves off in the right pace here. Still, pay attention on the other side. 𝕋𝕨 and Cooper, completely opposite situation now. As we talked about them keeping their distance, Visual and Braids are gonna step up to the plate. Let's see if they can hit this swing at bat, but nothing just yet.
Am I gonna think I'm gonna win? I don't know. I can't tell. I had some guesses, but now that they're playing, let's let this first match play out, and then I'll make prediction. No, Pete, there's no way Pete's dead.
Everyone else, but more importantly still, Braids, he's trying to make sure that he brings the fight to Cooper.
They got
and 𝕋𝕨.
medallion.
They're not willing to fold. A couple of armored walls already expended on both sides as
What
well.
is it? Rock,
𝕋𝕨
yeah.
still
They got
able
rock medallion.
to find the shots that matter, though. And him and Cooper doing a decent job at just trying to forcibly create space.
And this is not just any backup duo here. This is a team that is very much tenured and familiar with one another. They, in fact, have duoed with each other throughout the year. So, again, not your regular backup team. This is a very, very scary team to be fighting right now, and a huge opportunity like this is not going to be taken for granted. And you can see the fact that they forced these great players
Malibu
to
came
use
and
their
stash her
armored
back.
walls tells a lot. Let's jump in with 𝕋𝕨 and Malibuca here, though, as the Storm Surge is effectively active now. Great place to be rotating through here at the Grim Gate, but I'm not too sure, even after being picked up, if 𝕋𝕨 is going to have a chance to really get back into the swing of things, as the Rift Island's already gone up, and we already know
good, it's real. Yeah, for real.
Peterbot and
There they are.
did not even wait a moment's notice. As soon as the Rift Island spawned in, these two were prepped and ready to go. Peterbot already taking advantage, putting some pressure.
What is
on
this
teams
visual
that are
bug?
just trying to
Oh
rotate
hell no!
the bottom
Are we really gonna
of
be
Rift Island.
seeing this
teams
visual bug the
like to
whole
try and
time?
utilize some of those
Oh hell
rifts
no, bro.
along the bottom, but again, when you have a team like Peterbot and Poya, and they're not the only ones lurking either, Trashy and Threats as well, making their presence known. But keep in mind, Pollo Peterbot, they've got that reveal medallion.
Yeah, they're going to be able to scout them out in just a couple of moments here. So Trashing and Threats will have a big problem here. Hold up King and Phaser.
Oh, Ryzen and Vidil as well. These guys are some of the best fighters in the world.
Something that we know about King is that he's not someone you want to face in a box fight. What he's managed to do all throughout this week is instill fear into every duo. He has challenged players in the practice rooms back to back and has been the most successful.
But the way that you're mentioning that, it's all about the solos, and this is a duos game here, MDF. King trying to see if he can get a little bit of revenge damage onto Ryzen or Vidil, but
oh no, they got surge tags already.
They're the ones holding height, and King, he's gonna have to start burning through some of these small shield potions, and the real issue is once those shields crack, Vidil, Ryzen, more than close enough to hear it.
They're above.
They also need the damage, so the key is inevitable.
Yeah, both sides are extremely aware that this is a fight for Surge right now, and should King's team get a tag, the Surge is gonna flip. They are the team quite literally above them, and it doesn't really get much closer than this, and this is the most opportunistic time for King
Two below.
to take down a duo here.
Oh no.
Ryzen, there it is. Opportunities start to shift here. Ryzen and Vidil now. Pressure starts to loom on them.
Craziest part to think about too is that they've still got to watch their backs because Rift Island just
this is
lurking in the
so
distance.
so annoying to watch. I feel so bad for them. I know what this feels like.
Trying to see if they could track down anybody for some additional tags, knocks, elims, ideally, but one of these teams has got to get a go on here. MDF, they can't afford to just sit idle. It's either fight or get eliminated.
Oh,
here it comes. I'm seeing
you
two
got
shots
cracked.
from both sides.
Come on. Oh, he can't be missing that, bro. He's in.
Doing an excellent job, but a trade comes out.
He's in. Oh, rip. Like there was nothing they could do there.
Come out on top, and even
they still below.
Just enough to stay alive for now.
Crazy though when you think about how many teams are getting caught.
You know what they should have done, Ryzen? It's unlucky. I wanted King to do good, but in that situation, there's not much you can do. They should have finished the knocked body to get tags from that, and then got the kill.
Inside of these box fights, inside of the storm itself, for Stash Malabuka, they're
Because I think that counts as. Sorry, I won't pause.
Set right now, still lurking nearby. I'm very curious as to why they haven't gone yet. And we might just find out here soon if they end up opening the box and taking fire, but no, Malabuka takes flight first. And he's going to get pretty far off. Will it be enough, Taco? It's not looking like the math is going to math here, as Malabuka's going to be the first to fall. He tries to get as far as possible. Murstache will have to land on him and save him now.
Oh no, they're done. They're done.
Murstache, he can try his best effort, but I fear he might meet a similar fate, because even if he makes it into this next edge of zone, he's still going to have to deal with all the teams that are already based up, situated, and ready to take advantage of the players that are late straggling in.
Take a look at this refresh from Dino in clicks now, as they managed to find
okay,
Mr.
Kyle.
From some
Okay, no, thank you.
Action between Casper and Prism. Prism now not being in this fight.
And good.
Still, you have OCE's Damo and Resigns almost on this warpath with them.
I think so.
Continuing to be
well, now they're looking good.
Thorn in their side, if you will, for lack of a better
only
phrase,
68 above.
Back on over to the focus here as Clix is looking for action here. Those are his walls.
That's cold.
It's cold on the other side. A very scary team to go against in the warm-up.
That's my Pookie Bear right there.
Right in our practice lobbies, they pulled off a incredible 16 eliminations just to show the lobby what they're capable of.
The real issue is just knowing that for Clix and Venno, Clix, he just needs some white heals.
I was reading on mine.
You're not going to get that at this stage unless you're able to take down another team successfully.
Oh, what a shot. They're alive. Oh, they're alive. Let's go.
And it does seem, even though they're a little bit worse for wear, they're battered for sure, but they're still kicking. That's all they need at this stage.
They do have big shields as well to work with. That headshot that he picks up right there is going to make a huge difference there as far as their survivability is concerned. Major eliminations are happening, though, as we're covering the action here. One of those, it's Peterbot and Boyle staying active here. Down goes Cheap from the high ground.
Oh, wow.
And they are doing what we expect of them. Very healthy, extremely material capped, and now picking up points. That's a runaway train potentially starting to take form.
Meanwhile, other teams.
Yeah, they're looking good, bro.
Just trying to see if they can
oh, Vino's low. They're about to go down.
Under a little bit of duress here, but it's back to
never mind.
Venno trying to see if they can finagle their way out of this awkward position that they found themselves in, boxed up right next to Acorn and Cold. But again, Acorn and Cold, they've got decent amount of materials to work with. More importantly still, though, I think that
if they win, they deserve it.
Certainly willing to jump into a fight if it calls for it.
We literally have the whole community.
Yesterday has absolutely proven that they can take on any team without a problem.
Like,
talk about good
dividing my chat right now. Kyle, it's the one side of the community, and War is the other side of the community.
For Rare, seems like a bad peek's going to go ahead and put him on the backside of this engagement here. And Vino facing the struggles of taking a lot of damage here as well, and not being able to recover now as they don't have whites.
Still has a couple of flow berries, but again, will that
really
be enough?
Like,
Queasy, Thomas HD.
He's put in a lot of effort though, so he deserves it.
Well, near their area, Ritual though takes some big tags, left that wall open just a moment too long. But Ritual free, come on, coming out of Doomstad. Got to be dealing with Epic Oil and Muzz early on. The fact that this dude already has 3 elims is rather impressive, but Malabuka as well, still holding his own. Shari's got a little bit of an angle peak advantage, so Malabuka's going to look to try and see if he can find a more aggressive push from underneath. Meanwhile, 𝕲stash again, just trying to make sure he doesn't take another take from the storm, but it's too little too late. Just barely makes it in. At least Malabuka can go for the revive.
All things considering, he'll have more HP when he stands up than he did when he went down, so it's not all too bad here, but it is definitely time lost. The surge is active. They need to find a couple tags. Into the box they go.
No.
Behind him is another duo as well.
No.
And if he doesn't hit this shot, he's
Get
going
it.
to step back to the lobby.
Yes.
And he hits
Yes. Yes. Malabuka. Yes. My boy.
And
Beautiful.
𝕲stash
Dude,
are
beautiful.
clawing their way
Oh,
out
they're
of
still gonna
this
lose.
hole here. And unfortunately, it might not be enough here. It's so close.
Malabuka is doing everything in his power. But here, they have finally met their end. Zero business making it that far in the first place, though, but that is the kind of power that Malabuka and 𝕲stash can bring.
Well, here's a couple things to celebrate. Placement points has been reached. We are inside
Oh,
the top
Vico is
25.
looking so
Anyone
good.
alive now is gonna start to be rewarded with more and more points. This is
Wow,
where
they're
things
looking
start
good.
to almost compound for you, so you want to stay
The
up.
east side of
Vino
the map
goes
is
down right
looking
now.
so
Chris has a very
wraps.
important decision
I'm not
to
gonna
make here.
lie.
Do you save your best mate or let him get sent back to the lobby so you can just focus in now? Seems like he wants to go for the save. Armored Wall is going to be the saving grace here for a
Wait,
moment,
sorry,
though.
no.
Instead,
The
Vino
other
makes
side of the
call.
map. The west side of the map.
Continue to play the game here.
I feel like everyone goes towards the right side of the map. Oh, well, of course, because of the zone. I'm being stupid.
No realistic opportunity for Clix to bring that one back, but Queasy, he's actually looking a little hurt here.
Yeah.
He might have been
They're looking
desperate at
really
that
good.
point, and Clix finds himself in a similar situation.
Vino down. Yeah,
Only
they're
has
about to go
special
down,
points to
yeah.
rely on, 2 below when it comes to the damage threshold.
Yeah, they're about to go
He's
down
gotta
now.
Make a move, and he's got to do it now. But I don't think anybody's giving him an opening.
Yeah.
He's still inside the top 20 now. The more teams that fall, this would be excellent for Clix here. He just has to hold on a little bit longer.
Wow.
And he is doing just that. A little bit of a zone.
Oh, City and Cammy looking for Hydra.
But High Ground has Cammy
Oh.
and Seti looking for
Oh, this is so good.
better for this duo.
Kadu and Sia having already been
Oh no, Rapid in them. I'm not gonna lie, Batman and Booger and Rapid, if they win, I will be so proud.
Wow. He's just crazy with the movement. The fact that he managed to escape.
Still alive.
Still
He's clutching. Almost a top 15.
How is he still alive?
And he's inside the top
Oh.
15. Could he make a top
No.
10? It's so close and down he goes.
By oh, who else better to kill Clix than Peterbot, bro? I'm sorry for muting. Pausing. But like, I had to pause,
But
bro.
of course,
I had to.
Dance, but of course
I had
it
to,
had
okay?
be
I had to.
Peterbot, but take a look at the high ground. Chap and Teeny. And they're looking for even more still. 5 eliminations already built up here, Monster. And they've got a really strong grasp on this high ground.
What an incredible view for
Oh, how did
Chapentini.
Chapentini get?
Oh
no.
His teammate now has to do this on his own here, but still. Anything can happen, but Muzz and Epic World inside the box, inside the lane. He's throwing armored walls down. That's going to buy him a little bit of time. Excellent plays here from Seti. No time to play with this storm, though. He just cannot afford it.
Said he's doing everything he can to try and scale his way up this mountain face, but things are just going to get all the more vicious the higher he climbs.
Muzz, no.
The pressure he might
No,
encounter.
no match for
He's
Muzz.
going to find himself in a sticky situation. Peterbot goes huge there, though, off the Seti.
8 eliminations now for Peterbot and Boyo here. Peterbot still going.
Sorry. Oh my gosh. What? Oh, he's 2 HP. He's 2 HP. He's 2 HP. Yo, Kyle's being negative. Oh, wow.
It was so close, but now the focus comes into who will win game 1. We have just 4 teams remaining. Make that 5. Acorn and Cole.
Let's go, Cole. Let's go. Cook, my boy. Cook, my boy. You are cooking. You are cooking.
5 armored walls as well to work with here for Acorn. Chapentini, though, they're trying to see if they can look for an opportunity to collapse. Vico, Flixie off in the distance as well. The mid-ground starting to really pile up here.
Well, look at this high ground starting
I'm
to
not
run
gonna
out of
lie,
material.
it is
Vico
looking.
and Flixie, this is the pick for me.
It's looking
The
like a
team that I
Teeny and
usually
Chap
leave
win
them
right here.
uncontested. They're just gonna put in dangerous work here on the field, and it is starting to shape up. Acorn and Cold.
Nah, it's just an inside joke now because I think Cold looks so like sexy.
Ryzen
When
Yuma, who also has 7 eliminations. Yuma sends up against Acorn, finds a beautiful tag there. Loses his teammate though. Finds
No,
another exchange.
Cold down
It's
to
back and
Flixie.
forth here. Anything can still happen.
All these teams scurrying in the low ground, though. They're sabotaging.
Oh, Acorn down.
Acorn's gonna go down. Yuma's still standing tall, but now Chap, Teeny from the high ground, they're just
Yeah,
gonna
I knew it.
collapse. And that is just
Yep, Teeny and Chap are just gonna
elimination
win.
to add to the count. Vico, Flixie versus Chap and Teeny.
Nah,
And
we'll
the
stop
Battle
that.
of Europe.
A battle for the ages indeed here. 5 eliminations still for Teeny and Chap. Things are starting to rack up. Teeny, the first to go down. Chap's also weak. They jump in. They close the game. In game number 1, the victory royale will go to Chap and Teeny.
Could it be more deserved? The way that they held down that high ground, MDF, you could tell that they were aiming exclusively for the victory royale at this stage. But granted, you have to keep in mind, there's somebody on the ground that can help out even more so.
Nice, bro.
Dallas, would you please give it up for your game 1 winner?
They don't look happy at all.
Chap and Teeny, do you want to step up?
Bro. They don't look happy at all.
Guys, obviously game 1, a lot of pressure, bit of waiting around the beginning, but in front of these fans.
Can you like be a bit more hype,
How did
please?
things pan out for you guys?
Good. We're the best players, so it's easy.
Best players, easy. I mean, I love the confidence there. For you as well there, I mean, your teammate here, you guys
They just like
to get Vico and Flixie in the last seconds there.
So what?
You had
Yeah.
the high ground.
Yeah.
Is that what
What's
really
the-
counted there?
Of course, we're only playing for height, and that's how you win games. That's it.
Coming into
Fair
this
enough.
competition, obviously a lot of expectations, things
Damn.
that might happen. Did things pan out in that first game as you thought they might, or was it very different?
It was different. We took forecast, and then we just played out.
Those forecast towers are playing a very pivotal in this as well. How important are those in the rest of this competition with 11 games left to go?
The most important thing, if you get that, you win the game. It's easy.
Would you please give it up one more time for your game 1 winner,
Damn.
Chapentini, everyone!
Fair enough.
Oh, things have started beautifully here. There is loads more coming your way here, courtesy of the FNCS Global Championships 2024.
speeding?
A short break from us here on the broadcast, but do not go anywhere. Stay exactly where
No,
you are.
we'll just
There's
say
loads more coming your way.
Something
Very, very
not
soon.
so nice. That you shouldn't say. No, that was such a good first game. Wow. That was hype. Bro, about the mat thing. You know what you said. And if you don't know that that's wrong, then you cooked, bro. Not you, sorry. But like, what you said is cooked, bro. You should know that you can't say that. That was the first game, yeah. It was intense. I'm gonna grab some water, grab some more food, like just a little bit more, and I'll be back. No, you good, Kyle? Don't worry. It wasn't like terrible, but you still shouldn't really say that stuff. It's not that much. Especially if someone is Asian and they see that, they're gonna feel like shit. It's not like a great, like, stereotypes are not nice.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the FNCS game number 1. Chap and TD find themselves the victory royale, and that first game was absolutely crazy to see these guys come out on top and to get that interview, right? Hey, we're the best team. You just get forecast, you get this, you got, we're the best team. That's it. That's all that matters.
I mean, if you look at Major 2, Major 3, when they both got second place in both majors, yeah, they're kind of one of the best teams right now. Yeah. And showing up today and showing up early as well, eliminating Agers and Rise right off the bat.
Yeah, really interesting after this first game, because we were sort of talking about it going into the first game. Where are these guys going to land? What's their strategy going to look like? We didn't quite know, and now we get a little bit of an insight into what that's going to look like. It seems like they're really prioritizing that forecast tower. Another thing that we focused on at the beginning of the show. They want that forecast tower, and that's the reason why they're able to get height right here. You saw Cammy and Seti sort of shaping up to try and take height and holding it in that sort of 8-9 zone, but they didn't get that next zone. So Teeny and Chap took the opportunity really well because they knew where it was going.
Also, to be able to hold height for as long as they did, all the way from zone 9. Once again, the forecast tower allowing them to know where to move that height and use or save up those much needed mats towards the end of the game there. Absolutely phenomenal. What a great way to start the competition.
Just again, cold. They're just ice cold, chilling there. Yeah, we're the best. Not a big deal. Man, that is a statement game out of game number 1. But there was just so many things that transpired in game number 1. Just so many solo performances that all took place. I mean, we saw there for a moment, even Ryzen and Yuma making a top 3. 8 eliminations? That's terrifying. We can't let that happen.
Yes, we can, and they did. And I want to see it happen again. Ryzen and Yuma representing Asia right now, showing that, oh yeah, it's NA versus you. You got to watch out for Asia as well.
Yeah, these guys are really looking good right there. 8 eliminations clutching up there in the end in those final few moments. The crowd erupted as soon as they got that final elimination. Wasn't quite enough to get into that first or second, but they've got to be happy with that start, particularly on this stage.
That's right. I want to highlight Peterbot, man. I don't know what Peterbot is about, but I do now. In those final moments, you know, Poyo goes down and you have the solo clutch, and he pulled it off.
And for Peterbot to take down Clicks in game number 1, you know that there was definitely some emotions going high right there.
What are you yapping about,
if
Wolf?
he is down into a solo, I mean, he's honestly
I'm respectful. I'm not a bitch.
Player.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, if you're gonna call people a bitch for being respectful, then you can leave. What? What am I seeing? It's called being respectful, not being a snowflake. There's a difference. What are you saying?
Is a crazy
it's called
combo.
respect.
It shouldn't be allowed because he's so good with that. And then even towards these end game situations, taking out
being a
Seti
snowflake is being told where you're going wrong, right?
Really great
and accepting
I mean,
it and accepting the hard truth.
So clean
being
from the
racist,
start. Landing rep, getting the
borderline
point, getting
racist,
the mythic AR, going over
what?
to the forecast tower, and then getting the Rift Island as well
What?
in that game, allowing them to just have a little bit
borderline
of
racism
and more importantly,
is not
getting that mod weapon bench so that I saw Poyo kind of modifying his weapons there, getting exactly what they wanted so that they were
accepting
prepared for the
people
end game.
being borderline racist is not something that should happen.
See a second place. They didn't even need the victory royale, right? The fact that they made it to second place, you've already done too much.
And if people are doing that to you, you shouldn't accept
Yeah,
that.
I mean, they started it off so strong as well, getting eliminations onto Shadow and Virgo by zone 1 there. And then, of course, just dominating the low ground as we know them do.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Another
if people were
really,
saying it to you
solid
and you
performance
like,
these guys, we've
yeah,
seen them
you're
do
not
it
making like a big fuss about
That's
it.
exactly what we
That
expected.
takes
Low
courage,
to
bro.
mid-round,
That takes
finding
real
those
courage.
eliminations,
But
and towards the end there,
you
where
just
it was
saying,
final
oh, well, if
2v2,
other people
was
do
now
it, then
like
I can
Major
do it.
3, where it was
That
two of the
ain't
best
right.
teams in EU going head to head. Of course, two different, very, very different play styles. These guys are not necessarily going to be going for height every single game. But of course, what I noticed there was a little bit of a change in rotation. They went towards the north side of their drop spot. So interesting to see whether that's going to change throughout
Then the
day,
cycle's
whether
just
the
repeating
forecast
itself,
fight's
bro.
going to affect that. But really nice start from these guys.
That's right, guys. I know you want more action. We can talk more about this, but let's just jump back into it. MDF, the best taco. Back over to you.
Yeah, that was a very intense game. Obviously, as we're coming out, you know, I couldn't even believe it. I almost, you know, just threw the whole mic off the headset. I was really into it for a second there.
Yeah, and the craziest part still, of course, we have 2 EU teams duking it out to close off our first lobby here. And match number 2 is ready to go.
What are you, yeah? No. It's not about if they get defended. I mean, you shouldn't put themselves in a position to get offended. You shouldn't put anyone in a position to be offended. If you have a friend group and you know they won't get offended and you have jokes in that friend group, that's different because you know them. But online, you don't know anyone. So saying that stuff, it's not right.
You know, you get like the
you don't know
soft
anyone.
contest coming out of Alex and Sato, and this could prove
Like,
to be
if some
very
random
difficult,
dude comes up
though,
to you
for
and
Alex
calls you a
and Sato, because
bitch,
you could tell
you're gonna be
the commitment
offended.
is
You're gonna be like, what? Why are you calling me a bitch? But if your friend goes, oh, you bitch, bro, then you be like, oh, haha. Like, it's sure.
We have to give
You know?
all credit
It's
to
a difference.
not only Clix and Vino for Clix's performance to stay alive and secure a top 15, but Damo and Resigns, who found even more placement points, ending just closer to that top 10. So a very impressive performance for teams that were contested that game, actually. When you start to do the math on that, that is almost unprecedented.
Well, it was almost like Damo and Resigns were trailing Clix and Veno the entire match, and if they hadn't actually stumbled upon Kishuro as a solo, I almost wonder if things could have maybe gone a little differently there, because that's
Probably
what
what
really
I'm
got
seeing.
them tied up into a rough position. But again, hindsight's always 20/20.
Should he
Currently,
spit
we are focused
in?
on the now.
He's
Chad
spitting.
Mantini lingering around the Nitrodrome, but 𝕋𝕨 and Cooper close by means that all they can really look for here is just trying to prioritize their mat count.
Yeah, we do know 𝕋𝕨 and Cooper like to rotate closer to Agers and Rise, whom was taken out pretty early last game, so they didn't get to secure that fight, and they found themselves in a completely different battle up against Visual and Braids, and it really didn't go their way. Shortly afterwards, Braids ended up falling to Epic Whale Muzz, so pretty interesting, you know, zone dynamics starting to take shape here, and that's really part of the high level of Fortnite. Game to game, micro adjusting, right? They all know what went well, what went wrong, and it's about adjusting in the real time.
I don't know.
Here's Seiyun, here's Kadu against Casper and
I'm just gonna stop
Prism.
speaking about it.
Little stands off here, so it seems like this game, similar to match 1, is gonna kind of take its time rolling into the eliminations.
Yeah, Janice almost seemingly happy about the fact that these teams kind of caught wind of each other, because that allowed for him to just slip on by, head on out, red line rig, make
Well,
sure
I don't get what
that
you're saying, bro.
he doesn't get caught in the mix. He's clearly just trying to
What
make
you
a
mean?
play for that reboot man, because I didn't see Fixie.
I was gonna stop
anywhere
speaking
near,
about this
so
because
almost makes you wonder
doesn't
at
make
the same
sense.
time, it's going to be a difficult situation for a lot of these teams.
Here's Cammy and Seti.
you're
They
contradicting
have
yourself,
angles, They have a
bro.
little bit of high ground. Meanwhile, King and Phaser getting active
What?
right now,
You
just outside
you
the
are
Rebels'
fully
roost.
contradicting yourself.
What is happening here? They seem to be finding
Like,
their groove
fully.
right now. It's Visual and Braids once again who are giving some of these
What?
duos a really difficult time, making them all set.
Bro, you are fully contradicting yourself. You just said, I don't even want to speak about this.
Still nearby as well. Rebels Roost just a little bit too poppin' for their interest at the moment, but even hanging around the underworld could pose some issues because they didn't stick around for the fight. Don't don't know how much surge damage they've actually been able to accrue at this stage. And once we start to get into that mid-game rotation aspect, that we already saw a handful of teams, even some of the teams that you wouldn't necessarily anticipate to struggle with their surge damage, having issues.
Very interesting. We get to catch up with 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 and Rapid here at the Grim Gate. This has been their drop spot for quite some time, coming out of Major 3, of course, with an excellent performance. You know, if you start looking at the paper trail of Rapid and 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚, everyone's marking them up towards the top 3 as far as the NA teams are concerned. And talking about top 3, it wouldn't be one without Cold and Acorn. They're just putting teams down. This time, they do finish the fight up against Indelex and Sato. They don't let them escape.
But now something that Sato and Indelex are potentially going to have to start considering is if this keeps going in favor of Acorn and Cold, if they continue to take the fight
can we
to
stop
them,
speaking about this? And I already told you
switch
this.
for day 2, but I think we still got a few more lobbies to work through before that really starts to become the real question mark here. For Stash Malibuca, though, starting off somewhat on the right foot here at Restored Reels. One elimination already. Curious if one of those is onto either Alex or Worthy.
Am I tripping?
Yeah, something happened there, but Bolts and Bryce are in a fight right now. Little build-off happening
I think
here.
that was a turret or like a
Intensive
shield that I
early
saw.
game fight for, given the situation, a Zone 1 Sky base going on here. This is going to be a full-on reset if it doesn't end fast. It's up against Vico and 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚. You know, obviously, our second place coming out of game 1, very much fired up, very much confident.
What?
Bryce and Bolts are not going to fold here, though.
Whoa, what are you
Forecast tower,
saying?
The weapons bunker that spawns nearby Dupenhazen, where Bolts and Bryce like to land. And this is something that, you know, they were willing to contest Reet and Ritual for when it was Reet and Ritual at Rick's
I'm
Railway.
trying
So
to
now
watch
Vico
some
and 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚
Fortnite.
haven't taken over that position. And
What?
it's funny because you asked Vico in the player lounge last night, hey, what do you think about the forecast tower? He's like, that's my forecast tower. You ask any of these players who are actually trying to contest, they'll always tell you the same thing. That's my forecast. And yet, Vico, 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚, they find themselves stuck because Bryce and Bolts either need to get eliminated or forced out here. Whoever controls the NPC is going to win.
It's pretty incredible. You got to talk with Vico. I got to talk with Bolts and Bolts' brother, and they had nothing but positive things to say, and honestly confidence about the fact that this is their forecast tower, and he's here, and he believes that paired up with Bryce, they are a perfect combination. So very interesting to see that both teams very much feel like they're entitled to this drop. Vico and 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚 seem to be the first, of course, boots on the ground here. They're going to secure the card.
Well, if you're gonna keep doing this, bro, you are gonna go.
Be the one to get the first dibs, but
Whether you like it or not.
Takes down 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚 from up above.
And I'm sorry, but
Whose
this is
tower
ridiculous,
it?
bro.
Vico might have that
I
key
shouldn't have to
card,
tell
but
you
how
that there's a
long
time
can
and
he
place for
really hold
things.
onto it? He's trying to just get out of Dodge at this point, creating as much space
I have
as
so
possible.
many
Vico,
friends
Bolts, and Bryce, now that
who
they've
preach
isolated
that,
Vico
bro.
by
But there is a
forcibly
time and a
eliminating
place.
𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚, they're gonna
I shouldn't
chase
have to
him.
tell people
They
that.
do not want to let him escape with that forecast key card.
And this is not just an elimination. This is not just a player. That is someone
Thank
who
you.
holds the
Thank you,
keys
Kyle.
to
Thank you.
every single storm
Can we just
for
watch
the
some Fortnite,
remainder
bro?
of this game.
Okay.
It is worth so much more than just a set of points. Bolts and Bryce have to think long and hard.
Okay, we're gonna
and
focus
they
on
end
Fortnite
up
now. Okay.
Easing off for a second, but it's because Clone and 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 was waiting for them, and Bryce is
Go
going to be one of
Bryce.
the first to fall now as he gets ambushed.
This was almost
No,
like
Bryce,
an unexpected
no.
gift. Clone and 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚 were situated exclusively for the bunker, and yet when Vico tried to escape because he recognized the fact, hey, I've just got to play for the reboot. I just need to get 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚 back into this game. We'll deal with the forecast later. 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚 and Clone, dude, too slick with it.
That was just
Damn.
dirty right there to get boxed up. But look,
Damn, bro,
Bolts
the full
has
clip.
the card, so he actually.
Bro got clipped on stage, bro. In front of hundreds of thousands.
Very
That's
interesting
tough.
turn of events
That's
here.
tough.
But
That's
sure,
tough.
you might have forecast secured, but at what cost? Because realistically, if I'm 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚, I'm not letting you escape. And that's the thing, Vico knew that there was no reason for him to continue trying to hold on. He did not have the materials to feasibly escape unless he gave up that key card.
I actually love that we got to see him drop the key card as well, right? Just saying, hey, look, you can have it, man. My hands are in the air. White flag is waved. Go ahead, take it. And he plays for another day. That just really shows you what this tournament means, right? That's not an interaction you'll have in any regular game, right? There's just something so prestigious about the Fortnite Global Championship that even the players give respect to one another like that. It's incredible to watch.
Wow, this is looking like a menacing situation building up currently, though. Clicks, Veno, Acorn, Gold, Chap, Teeny, Gabby,
oh my gosh.
I don't think we could ask for anything better at this stage, but fact of the matter is, all these teams are just fixated on one thing, and it's likely the weapons bunker.
And you hear it. It's opening up right now, and
I'm rooting for Acorn and Cold.
First to fold as they recognize,
those are my
hey,
main peeps right there.
4 teams here. This is not the greatest idea. They double back to the campfire. They'll get their chance at the bunker, right? They'll be able to pick up some scraps, get their attachments. But first, sit things out, let things settle.
I like that flyby, though, Janice and Pixie, so it looks like Janice's rescue mission was a success. He was able
honestly, there's a lot of like teams that I want to do well.
You have to start to wonder what kind of damage was he able to collect prior to losing Pixie. And now Reckless Railway's heating up one more time because Vico doubled back, brought Pixie into it. But now Shadow and Virgo trying to see if they can pose a threat.
Listen, Shadow, someone I've known for a long time. I've followed his career.
I mean, Cliff deserves it for once.
He is a very, very scary player. Once he starts to get situated, game 1 jitters are out of the way now. Him and Virgo have been nothing but successful as a duo here. But wait a second, Vico and Flixby, as we know, again, are EU's best right now. Clearly, some of the
100 times away.
Strongest fighters on the region. And then you have OCE's Dayanith and Tinka, right? Champions of OCE lurking nearby, seeing what's happening here. Trying to put OCE's stamp on it.
But Vico and Flixie, I mean, we're talking about EU Major 3 winners at this stage, right? You've got to imagine the level of confidence. Even when you talk to either of them, they are just reeking of confidence, essentially, and for good measure, because Vico, Flixie, they've been successful, despite the fact that Vico was incredibly low on the count as well. He's still able to stave off Shadow and Virgo, and that is not an easy feat by any means.
Jumping to the other side here, Dukes and Sphinx trying to figure out what's happening down here south on the zone as things are just starting to develop. Clearly, shots are coming in from teams in the distance. Meanwhile, Queasy has that high ground. Chap, though, working up, trying to see how he can possibly get involved. Teeny already sitting on the base for a moment there. You couldn't even tell.
I don't even know if it's Queasy that's in danger nearly as much as what it might be Thomas HD when he tries to work his way back towards the surge base he has with Queasy. You can hear the Monarch pistol, shots flying out overhead. Thomas making his way back towards him, but he's scouting it out.
Thomas is such good reflexes for that.
Queasy also on high alert now. But Chap, Teeny, they made enough noise. Other teams in the distance actually trying to take side shots at them.
They called storm bases.
Thomas HP's ability to not only see them and react faster than they can land a shot on him, but to also get up to high ground.
Nothing too.
Before it was too late. And look, they're going to.
This is how they get storm surge.
Like, wait, that team, they want to fight? No, we don't need that. They give them the respect. They back off the restored reels. They play for center zone now. And this is a very,
you don't know what storm surge is? Oh, that's funny.
Go ahead and
basically, storm surge is
Meanwhile, at the Grim Gate, we have another rise in Yuma
damage that builds up over time.
Asia, representing here last game, phenomenal
as the like zones get smaller, and if the players, if like not enough players die, then storm surge kicks in and it starts ticking at players that haven't done enough damage, and then there's a storm surge threshold that you have to meet, and if you don't meet that threshold, then you get ticked, and then every circle that damage was higher and higher and higher.
It would end up being all too risky with King nearby, but Chap and Teeny,
my bad, I'm just yapping for nothing.
Stop their pursuits onto different duos.
You don't know his base for it? It's like it's one of the newest metas, like 2 seasons ago.
It can also be so disorienting to other teams in the lobby when you're dealing with the likes of Chap and Teeny, because they're just barreling down onto anybody that they encounter. They could care less about the caliber of player that they are dealing with in the process. All they want at the end of the day is the points from the eliminations and to clear out the space to make sure that their rotations maintain their smoothness. But Giannis Layer below, Chap and Teeny are currently boxed up, and they are not the only ones. 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚, Clone, lurking overhead. Persa, Ed as well.
Bro's ripping me off.
Close enough that they could definitely tango if they wanted to.
Chap and Teeny.
Bro's up there
130
laughing
below.
and he just yapping for
Just
nothing.
mention that they're not finding the tag, and it's very clear, regardless of how many teams they've managed to fight, it just hasn't been successful. But this, so far, looking like the best here. Double armor walls come out. That's going to slow down all of their momentum here. And if I'm being honest, I think they have to keep pursuing it, find a new angle, do something else. They can't afford to stop at this point. Teeny's got a new angle here. He's behind Pixie now. The other duo, basically, that's there is Ed and Persa, who are also very, very weak. It's just not looking good for the Brazilian duos. Not looking too good for EU's Jonas.
Oh no! Chap!
Chap's hurt.
Chap's
Back
messed
against
up.
the wall. He needs to find the one, and
Oh,
it's so close,
wow.
but he's going to be the first to fall.
Pixie kind of reminding
Yeah, so higher
Chap,
up.
hey, we're familiar with each
Let's
other
go,
for
Giannis.
a reason, but Giannis and Pixie,
I'm actually
they
glad
just had
they
too
made it
much of
out.
an advantage, knowing that the Storm Surge was
Let's throw
trickling
one
in,
lucky.
essentially. It just put too
Let's throw one
much
lucky.
pressure onto Chap and Teeny. They were just taking
They were in first, by the
recklessly
way.
aggressive fights, not
Let's throw
methodically
him
calculated ones.
We didn't storm for too long.
Falcons, Teeny, and
that's
Chap
doing
were
lots of
your
damage to you.
first place team coming into match number 2. They are now down
Yeah.
and out, effectively opening
it's
up
to
the
stop people
leaderboards
from, like,
for
hitting and
other
storm.
teams to start to climb on up now.
Casper and Prism as
And
well.
so
I
that
think that this is a
eventually
duo that is
the match just
really
automatically
caught
like
some
goes to
pretty big
players.
attention, given their recent performances in EU. Casper as well finds FKS that flashback moment, but Janice, Pixie especially is in a really rough position, trying to deal with Quanti at the same time as well. But these two know they've just got to disengage. They need an opportunity to get that make hit off. So Pixie will find a moment here, but Quanti still good pose, pretty big threat. All depends on how Janice and Pixie actually choose to leave from this current position.
Take a look at Epic Whale Muzz right now. Also below the Storm Surge here, they just need a little tag. Bring your focus down to that bottom right, that map. We're in zone 5 out of 12, right? So we're getting into the late part of the game. Things are going to get to real small with the circle.
Oh, no, Muzz.
And it's only going to become more and more difficult if you're one of those teams that don't have deals.
No, Muzz.
The problem is, when you're also a team like Muzz and Epic, you had the shield, you had the white heals, but you're losing all of it because you're just underneath that Storm Surge. Finally, they'll manage to catch a break in the form of damage. And they'll look to
Come on, guys.
try and see what they can scavenge here at the top of Rift Island.
I like Muzz.
Surprisingly enough, mostly undisturbed.
No, that's an understatement. I love Muzz,
Update
bro.
there as
He's so cool.
Adapt and FKS fully eliminated, so 10th place is out, 1st place is out. Cammy and Seti not
Cammy's
looking
funny.
too great right here. Below the damage threshold as well. Again, what that means is that lightning bolt is going to start coming down from the sky. They're going to start losing 25 HP
Oh,
over
no.
the course of time.
Lixie and
Periodically,
Vico
it'll start to
looking
add up.
bad.
Flixie and Vico.
But honestly,
this is why
if-
they're fighting
if
all the teams, because
game ones, people do badly. Oh, I did not mean to
they
pause.
need
What?
to.
If game ones, people do badly, like most of the people who came top 10, and then now this game, players who did worse in the first game do good, I'll be happy, actually. That's good. Hey, let's go.
Jump into
Let's
the
get a
mix
kill.
here. This is our team in the lead here. Vico, though, is so good that
No,
he
Vico-
is putting up numbers up against every single region right now. It's still defending for his team.
Oh my gosh.
He's just trying to make sure that he
Wow.
can throw Flixie into a safe position. Revive is clearly on
Damn.
his mind. Armored walls are going to be sent out. Yuma, Rise, they're hoping that they can try to collapse, but I fear the moment has left them.
Oh,
Vico
no.
doing so much when it mattered most to hold his
No,
ground. Sure
Gabby.
enough, the revive is a success. Flixie has
Wow.
been brought back into this battle.
Wow, that's
And that's
insane.
going to cause Rise and Yuma to reconsider
Yo, Vico's
whether they
goated,
actually
man.
want to take this
Wow.
engagement.
And that was our current first
Wow.
and third, or second place teams basically to
He's
be
insane.
going head to head. But let's jump in with Clone and 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 right now.
I'm not
Another
kicking
team
the space ball.
very desperate here to find a fight. Clicks and Epic Whale are the team not so desperate, but ready to defend.
Kyle, stop
But no,
pausing
they
my
lose the walls
my
first. This
video.
is not looking good, but they end up finding the shots, and Clicks is so fast. this would happen to them.
Yeah,
Let's go,
you know
Clicks.
this guy's been taking some tips from Meno. I mean, he's been forming his own kind of master class at this stage.
The edit in, caught by
Wow.
Vino there. The
That's good.
trap was delayed. So good.
That's exactly the kind of bounce back too that you would hope for. Like that can really captivate a lot of momentum for players on the big stage.
You know, you make a great point. The first game was really difficult for them. They spend a little too much time inside the storm. So look, already micro adjustments starting to come in, but Muzz and Epic Whale here. Muzz is down.
No,
Epic Whale's
Muzz.
down. Muzz is by himself. He finds the tags that he needs, doubles back to save his
Shit.
teammate.
They're
As the
down.
Storm
They're down.
Surge was doing damage.
Oh, no.
And Vidil and Reason are recognizing, wait a second. Why did you stop pushing here? Something clearly went wrong. Muzz now has to back off. I don't even think he got to pick up his teammate in time. No, Epic Whale gets finished there.
Oh, no.
And the development now for Muzz is that he is left by himself with nothing to really work
Oh,
with.
no, Muzz.
I mean, it's all but over for him at this point if Vidil and Reason want to push.
At the same time, though, Muzz is definitely
No,
a
Vidil's
bit
insane.
of a solo mastermind. If anybody could look for a clutch opportunity, the real issue that I'm seeing right now, though, MDF, Baka, Pars,
I mean,
right
he is above
behind where
by
Muzz
quite a
is
decent
currently
amount.
fixated. And if he wants to press forward, Vidil
Well, I
and
see
Reason on the other
150.
end of these walls, it's going to
It
cost
could,
Muzz
it could jump up
so
quite a
much
lot, so
if he's
maybe
able
not.
to escape this as far as his builds are concerned.
But
He's
for
already
now,
looking low on that material count.
he's okay.
Yeah, you saw him look through the wall. I was like, wait, what's left there? Nothing. And I think that was a mistake because now Vadial and Reason can tell, wait, he's still pretty close. And they definitely
Wait, did
know
bro
he's
just
a
say
weak and solo.
Vadial? Oh, hell no.
But
Oh,
hey,
hell
Muzz can
no.
stay alive.
Commentator just said Vadial. It's wraps. Time to put the fries in the bag, bro. No, I'm joking.
Excellent tag by
Oh!
Reason, and then the surge
That was
finishes
insane,
the
that
job
replay.
there in the end. So very, very close. Had you know they not had that problem, they definitely were the team ahead. But
Vadial.
here's a team that hasn't really found their footing just yet. Peterbot and Boyo trying to figure it out in match number 2 right now.
Funny you say that, but Peterbot was kind of on a rampage in our first lobby. But this time, obviously, hoping that he can do it alongside his duo, Bipoli, Kayora.
Yeah, Trini, you're
They are
right.
met with an armored wall the moment that they try to aggress onto
Oh,
Pars and Baka.
bro is trying to do the
Pars
pre-edits.
low
I
ground
respect
team to
it,
try and
bro.
chuck out these
Damn.
floors from underneath, but Pars, Baka, they recognize there's too much desperation from this duo. We don't need to take any sort of risky peeks. We're just going to stay them back.
They kind of have to though, but no, Mapoli goes up to the box by himself. Baka and Pars are some of the best
Rep.
to do it though, and they hit their tags. Literally granted a huge, huge opportunity there to get comfortable and situated in this game now. Meanwhile, Clix and Vino on a huge rotate here across
Nice.
the map.
149
Talk
above.
about a night and day position to be in. E-linked material and much more to work with right now. Clix though has to buy some time, get a little healthy here. Starting to run out of shields to work with though, but still, they get time to regather themselves, to compose themselves for a moment.
The most important part was looking at both of their material counts.
Nah, you
That
good,
is a
Will, don't worry.
strong build count for them to work.
I'm just gonna say this once, okay, Will? And then we don't have to speak about it. But I appreciate you apologizing and doing it in a nice way. I appreciate you, bro. That's really mature of you. Not a lot of people would come back and apologize, so I appreciate that, bro.
They've been able to catch a little bit of extra information there. Now looking for teams nearby. Bryson Bolt's going to be one of the first to go ahead and be in the line of sights here. But the zone hasn't popped just yet. They know it's got to go north. They're working their way through this build here. The cover's been blown, and they back off. Happy with the few tags, but still, they need more eliminations.
Listen, Venom.
Surely more placement
Oh,
points if they
Queasy
wanna
and
jump
Thomas
up
on
to top
height.
5, as
Yo,
those teams
if
are
this is
still
a
in
Queasy
game.
and Thomas
Meanwhile,
win, this would be insane.
Queasy's still ramping his way across the high ground, right?
Acorn and
That's
Colt.
for sure.
Oh, they're
Queasy, Thomas,
they're in a decent
they're gonna
spot
try to
here.
hold on to hype for as long as possible. Ideally,
But
the
Acorn's
entire
match
game
is
if
not looking that
possible,
great.
like what we saw at Chapatini in the last match, but Acorn Cold, very efficient. Found a slight inside rotate despite
Oh no,
so
Poyo,
much congestion
Poyo
and
no
pulled
match.
in the real center.
Oh,
of that last zone.
Peter and Poyo
Everybody's
not looking
gotta get
too
a move on now.
hot.
Poyo, Peterbot just doing what they can to stay ahead of the pack. That reveal medallion as well, gonna help
They
them
need-
pinpoint some
they
of these
need a good,
solos that might be
oh, they're
running
below
through these
now.
pre-existing builds.
Yeah, those extra
They're-
layers right there. Look
Oh,
at this.
fries,
Vino
Peterbot.
catching up with a tear there.
Damn.
Peterbot and Boyo find Yuma as well, effectively taking down some of that immediate competition, right? You want to start dropping those players that are up at the top of the standings if you want to jump over them. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be very, very hard to do, but they are doing just that. Meanwhile, the wider shot tells us the whole story. There's an indestructible bridge separating the high ground layers from the lows.
And Pico, 𝕋𝕨, they didn't manage to find the victory royale the way that they would have hoped in match 1, and now staring down their own demise here. 𝕋𝕨 gonna get knocked. Vigo not gonna have an opportunity either to recover this one. Just too much.
Hey, Vigo did so
insistent
good to get them in that spot.
Control massive here. Acorn
Oh no, Acorn.
shutdown.
Oh, but someone comes from behind, and down goes Peterbot. Just
Wait, who
like
killed him?
that, it's cold to the rescue.
Yes, it's cold,
here,
baby.
Making up for
Pookie
lost
Bear.
time there. And at the end of the day, the real
wait.
winner here is Cold. He gets more placement points. He gets to heal out now and kind of wait this one out. Meanwhile, 𝕋𝕨 is still
That's my
alive
Pookie
here,
right there.
working his way through the game. 𝕋𝕨 and Thomas make their way up to the Rift Island. They are looking better than ever. There is so much material to farm back up here as well.
It's looking next to impossible for anybody to try.
Yeah,
and
Man City
effectively
down.
challenge for height.
Man City go down.
Things happen. 𝕋𝕨 on the other hand,
Oh.
alongside of Venom, they're gonna fall back to back. 𝕋𝕨 and Chicho now seeing if they can try and finagle their way into that top leaderboard placements. But Deal's gonna be the next one. They not Ryzen forced to play this one out as a solo.
Game 2 already looking kind of crazy. Ryzen takes down Stash there, and he gets to secure the medkit. That's a huge
medallion
picked up right there. The medallion as well to give him that little bit of extra push here. And look at that.
Nice,
of all the players that came into this game inside the top 5, Chicho and 𝕋𝕨 are one of the
Damn.
only ones standing here now. With 8 eliminations, they have ran their way up the standings and
Cypher
put
medallion is
themselves
such a
into this
clutch there,
incredible conversation of
Oh
a
no,
team to look out
Rise.
for right now.
No.
Ryzen
Let's go,
Angels,
Batman
a great
Booger.
performance. Booga
Top
and
6, that's
Rapid
so good for them.
show up and get
Top
put
3,
down,
no.
and now it's a top 3, but it's just
That's
Parz
so
and Baka
good.
down here.
Wow.
𝕋𝕨 and Thomas have all the time in the world.
𝕋𝕨 and Thomas are sitting like kings right now.
They're gonna
and
win.
just watching all of this catastrophe
Wow.
unfold underneath. Chicho, 𝕋𝕨, they know they've got to deal with this team on high ground. All you see is the armored walls stacked in the sky.
Look at
𝕋𝕨's gonna
this.
opt for the medkit play
It's gonna be a
instead. Hope they
𝕋𝕨
get
and
that
Thomas
last bucket
win.
in the process. But
Wow.
again, at the end of the day, he's
This
just
is
staring
so
down
cool to
𝕋𝕨 and
see.
Thomas on height.
They're starting
Let's
to look
go.
down here. They're starting to put some tags in. They see what's going on. It's just a matter of moments. 8 eliminations
got
for 𝕋𝕨 and
seconds?
Thomas.
Yeah.
They look up. Who's trying to land on us? And of course, it's the one and only coming out the storm, Baka there.
He's so dead,
who just
bro.
went with a desperate
He's so
play. Meanwhile,
dead.
𝕋𝕨's down low. If he starts
What?
to focus in here, he falls so
Wait.
fast. And Baka has high
Wait.
ground now.
Oh.
Scary, but the
Wow,
tag is so
𝕋𝕨.
good for 𝕋𝕨.
Wow.
And the incredible part
Wow,
is
what a
still
shot.
at the end. 𝕋𝕨 already has
Let's
the
go.
record for most victory royales in FNCS finals, but he extends that from 25
Let's
to
go,
now
W.
26 with this last victory royale.
Hey, 𝕋𝕨 the
Incredible
GOAT, bro.
stuff. I want to hear more for what Ada has to say.
That's right, yeah. Would you please give it up for Thomas HD and 𝕋𝕨?
Let's go.
Pop up for me, fellas. Everyone wants to see those faces. Let me see those faces. You know, 8 eliminations, a great start to proceedings there. 𝕋𝕨, I mean, what is it like playing with someone like Thomas? He's got the eye of the tiger. He sees things that no one else sees.
I don't have to worry about Surge. I literally did like 200 damage that game, and we were 600 above or something, so it's pretty easy.
I mean, Thomas,
Wow.
you've been there. You've got almost every
Wow.
single T-shirt, but the
2
FNCS Global
EU-wins?
Championships.
Yeah,
That
looks
would
like
be
it.
the icing on the cake. Game 2, it's now yours. What have you felt out there so far? What do you feel in the lobby and players around you that are kind of causing you a bit of concern?
I mean, it's like really nice to play on the stage again. Like, we only have like 2 lands a year, so yeah. I'm just happy we won a game, like, and we can prove ourselves finally.
I'm seeing as well, 𝕋𝕨. I mean, there's a lot of fans out here cheering you guys
W
names all the
Tom.
time.
W Thomas, bro, for real.
𝕋𝕨 and Thomas HD, let them hear you. Come on.
𝕋𝕨.
Compete as well in front of an audience like this as
Yeah.
well. Obviously, there's 10 games left, but
I suppose
are you
it is.
embracing every second of this alongside your partner?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I got some important people in the audience that told me that I should go height and not die, and that's what I did. And we won the game.
Oh. Okay.
To see it. And one more time, would you please give it up for game 2?
Okay, Julie. Get. Oh hell no! Oh hell no! Chitty, oh hell no! Bro.
You guys have
What?
been amazing. You guys at home as well have been fantastic. A
Bruh.
quick break from us again here on the main show, but do not go anywhere. There's loads more coming away. 4 more games today.
What?
Don't
Somebody
go
see.
anywhere.
Cypher uploaded at the worst time for comp players though. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Shelly, you good? See you in Legends landing. What? Oh wait. Are they saying we can watch this in Fortnite? Two minutes. Whoa! Should I watch the next game in Fortnite? I could watch it in Fortnite. That would be fire. No. Okay. 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 My bad. I guess that's a bad idea. My bad. My bad. I was like, oh, I have an idea. It's like, nope. Nuh-uh. No. No, you don't. Bro, this is so hype. I actually love this, bro. I'm sad they don't do more. No, Cal, I was asking for your guys' opinion, so it's good that you told me. No. War's also right. The quality is probably gonna be bad. Oh, wait. Shelly's having fun watching Fortnite comp. Oh, okay. Where's Speed at on the 20? I don't know. It didn't look like they did good. I didn't see him in the first game. In the second game.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Evetech Global Championship.
Oh, I think my brain's
just wrapped
fried.
up game
I'm
number
chilling.
2. 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕥𝕔𝕙 get themselves the victory royale, and on top of
Hell
that,
yeah.
10
It's a vibe,
eliminations.
Hey, let's
they
go.
are looking for that global
Let's go.
championship title. We interviewed
Forward
them.
that
You
forward.
saw the confidence. They're here to play.
Well, Zeke, you went ahead and said on top of that. What about being on top
But you know
of
what?
the lobby, Levin?
It's never over until it's over. Like, and why I say that is because day 2 is double points. So
The entirety of the year to play these metas from 8th zone, maintain
Day 2 is
the
always
high ground
double
throughout
points.
The entirety of the end game, but they did it.
I mean, look, you say typical, but if you've been watching the U this year, it's not been typical of 𝕋𝕨, right? This year, we've had to suffer and watch 𝕋𝕨 do this whole... I'm willing to see him up on high.
The guy's tall.
I think everybody expected
Hey,
to see them
Chili.
sort of be playing on all sorts of layers today, but seeing them up there, right? They look.
You're also tall.
They look like they're in the element. All throughout this game, 𝕃𝕚𝕥𝕙, another level when it came to shots he was able to hit, and you saw them just wiping out people below in this
11
game.
is huge.
A top,
Yeah, no,
top game
11
from
is
𝕋𝕨
big.
and Thomas.
Just wild to consider, right? Like the fact that they took height around like 8th zone and they just held it, and no one thinks about contesting them. They head on over to Rift Island, flying above. They're like, hey, we don't even have to build. And if anything happens, we've got launch pads out if something were to go crazy.
let's go.
Them getting this
that
victory out is
reaction.
very, very scary,
See,
right? Because
that reaction is what I'm looking for. Okay. Flixie won the previous one, right? Am I tripping? Well, whoever won the previous game, they were just like, Yeah, let's go, bro. Yeah, nice. GG's, bro. Let's go. Let's go. Thomas is like, yeah. That's what I want to see, bro. That's what I want to see. Chapatini, that's right. And it's like, yeah, bro. Let's go. GG's. On to the next one. Thomas like, yeah.
Landing at that base, are they really going to be able to cook, especially with far zones, right? This zone pulled all the way across the map, and we saw that they were able to play out of that spot with relative ease, causing problems in the mid game. Really nice surge base positioning as well.
Oh yeah, no, he's huge. Wow,
that seems to be working, Zeke.
Wow, he's tall.
And we actually have a listen.
Wow, he's tall.
Height. So let's take a look at this.
Spring. You don't have a dash? Yeah, I have one. Okay. 1 or 2. 74.
Damn.
Goes far. I'm single layering. We're gonna have to dash and fight though. Top 3. 2 duos. Maybe we fizz and drop down right now. We fizz and drop down right now for sure. I have armored still. Bring that up. Yeah. I'm dropping late, okay? Yeah. Down late. I have no ammo. Can we drop it open or what? Yeah. Okay. Well, we can fizz. Okay. Yeah. Fight this guy. Yeah.
Wow.
Last one. Yeah. Get high, don't die!
Get high, don't
die!
Damn.
Come on, man. It's too easy. It's too easy.
Wooga's throwing. It's too easy.
Get hyped, don't die. That's all their concerns. Just 2 things. We got to do this game. And man, just to see and like get to hear those comms is really special because we kind of get a little sneak peek into how they're choosing to operate. So calm.
Yo,
right?
seeing the comms is so
like, hey,
cool. I love seeing
don't
that.
Freak out, don't panic. Just like, hey,
we've never seen that before.
Top 2, let's drop. Let's do this.
I love how they've
It was
added
a great example
that.
of just the dynamics of that team, right?
Get high,
with
don't
very
die.
Clear communication,
GG's, bro.
that strong leadership. That's why he's considered one of the best IGLs this game's ever seen.
Really?
But still having the trust in Thomas. When Thomas made a call and said, I want to do this, let's do this, following that and sticking to that, committing to that, great teamwork.
Resource management, planning out the rest of the game before it even happens. But
Oh, it's Ryzen second. What?
Thomas, he was editing out the floor so that way the tarps above them actually would fall, right? They would break away. So that way Baka had nothing to kind of land on that
Rapping
was
a Batman
actually
Blue on
inside
chance?
of the zone. Took away every single advantage possible from the competitors.
Those
Yeah,
little
well,
things,
you're right.
Those little nuanced decision makings. So
Yeah,
incredible.
actually,
We
for
saw
real.
there in the first place.
It's kinda funny.
Trulix and Chicho in first place by a
Whoa.
massive margin there. And the thing in
Whoa.
this, they picked up 8 eliminations, right? So remember, we don't always need the victory royale. That helps, but if we're placing top 3 with 8 elims, y'all better look out.
Listen, me and Levin, we were sitting down in the practice area yesterday. Shout out to Reed. Was having a little bit of a conversation, and he was like, Trulix and Chicho, they're just so annoying. They just build ramps up. They get all of the storm surge in the world. It's just so random. And to see them make it into the end game is really no surprise when you kind of take that sort of strategy into account.
I think the big surprise here for anyone that's familiar with Trulix and Chicho is they're not the type of team you want to see or expect to see having 9 eliminations, right? There's a low elimination players. They play out their mats really well. They play out their med kits like we saw them do there, right? Had the free med kits. Once they ran out of the mats in the end game, you play your med kits, clutch up some extra plays.
Bro, the way these people hold their mouse actually scares my brain.
Off and getting high elimination games,
I don't know if it's the same
we
for you
could see them
guys,
repeat the
but
success they had
bro
last year with the
holds his mouse like
That's
this.
so crazy. And a final thing here to
When
call
he
out.
moves it
Think
like
about once
this.
again in a situation.
Like he holds in like an angle like this. It's so weird, bro. It's like he tilts his wrist like this, bro. He's getting carpal tunnel when he grows up, bro.
He's left as a solo.
You
This
can't
game,
tell
though,
me he
was
isn't.
a little bit different from them. They were kind of in shambles there, which is a little bit uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I think still kind of finding the necessary amount of surge. I think towards the later part of the game,
Yo.
I know we tuned in with them
What's
towards
up?
the earlier zones, like 3rd and 4th. And
Trulix
their
and
storm surge
Chicho
seemed very, very fun. But as you can see right there, a little
are
bit of
in
struggles
first.
led to some material deficiency right there, and just a fight going for that. Pollo goes down, and yeah, again, Peterbot kind of left as a solo, but we've kind of seen those performances throughout the year with Peterbot, and these are the type of games that Peterbot pulls out the enough points to kind of hang on
The
to
keyboard
duo.
thing?
Exactly.
The keyboard thing is not that bad.
The worst it
Oh,
gets.
at 90 degrees.
Right. Exactly. Love to
Okay,
see it.
damn.
Guys,
Yeah,
we want to
I
talk
don't
more,
know.
but we're getting right back
Imagine
into the action. There's
vaping.
more Battle Bus
Yeah,
action to go. So this is game number 3. Casters, up to you.
Thank you guys so much. And yeah, NVF, we are approaching the halfway point here in day one. But what's even crazier to consider is still, sure, it's match 3, but tomorrow, 6 more games to work with and a 1.5 times point multiplier.
Yeah, that's right. And that's where teams start to hit the drawing board. I mean, Vino has expressed this before to us in his interviews. Day 2 is always the hardest, especially for players like him that focus so heavily into that day 1 prep. So this foundation that has to get built here and now is extremely important. Let's jump on the battle bus one more time.
Wow. Yeah, maybe.
Just like that, match number 3 is upon us. The battle bus is departing one more time here today, and I think also one thing we're really going to get a chance to see is how the micro adjustments continue to unfold, because at this stage,
whose idea was it to pan a camera over Grand Glacier like it's a freaking movie, bro? Let's be real. Whose idea was that? Whose idea was that? Oh.
The second, this one now is all up to Cal right here. Cal finds the first tag and no duo in sight yet. Kind of runs off to a safe spot.
Like Grand Glacier will
Very
place
smart
you, bro.
position to put him in. Meanwhile, Nathan has more time to go ahead and start healing up, but no material. We all know Fortnite's a game of builds and attrition, and if you have the mats, you usually have the fight in the bag. Cal Gamer comes on.
I muted. I didn't pause. What? Oh, hell no. Carl, you're done. You're done. Carl's done.
in terms of that leaderboard.
Let's go.
But again, they're not the only ones with that vision in mind. 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚𝕚, Restored Reels one more time. Oshi, Worthy, and Alex. I love seeing them lurking on the horizon, but the way that they've chosen to split that POI is pretty interesting.
I want to see more Worthy perspective in Alex there, but we have to see what's happening here between Oshi and Middle East here. This is a really big fight for FKS and Adapter, whom are winning at the moment. Tinka goes down, Daneth is down as well, and FKS and Adapter collapse from both angles so perfectly.
Yeah, that didn't bump
Look at it from Adapter's perspective, just catches him in the nest there, in the danger web.
What was the plan there,
before
bro?
they can even put down a
surely?
build.
Have to love that supportive fire coming in as well. Perfect timing. Phaser and King, though. Slight world of hurt here. Phaser trying to do what he can, but at the same time, we'll have to just check back in with him, see how he manages as a solo for the time being.
I think they just locked in.
Action.
No.
Here at Restored Reels, so many medkits were tossed out, but 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚𝕚 and 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚𝕚 manage to take this one over yet again. 2 eliminations in the bag, plenty of heals to work with as well, so they'll be able to recuperate nicely.
Take a look from 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚𝕚's perspective there. He lands a great tag onto Worthy so fast. Then 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 finishes off Alex, who's a little weak there. Almost finishes 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 even with the HP disadvantage, proving that he definitely had the better shot.
Yeah, Clicks can still, Clicks and Vino can still bring it back.
Threats and Trashy have gone
They're
up
still
against
there.
Peterbot and Boy, and you can see the results of that. Not very good for Trashy at the moment, but Man City Threats.
I think
It's
Peter's
one
sick.
thing that we know is that he's a veteran of North America. He's going to stick around and try to put down some numbers here.
And a lot of players, definitely big fans of that thermal scope as well, but it's going to take more than 1 or 2 nice shots for Threats to work his way out of this position. Keep in mind, he's still possibly going to get sandwiched here if he's not careful. 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 still close enough that they could continue to play spoiler there for Threats. The Yapko and Swizzy also on the wraparound here. They're going to choose to just try and work their way through Charon's Crossing. Not really interested in sticking around.
shoot beer.
Garrison Shari, center zone right now, chasing down Phaser. Phaser gets inside the tunnel. We've seen some very fun plays go down here, but this dynamic not so exciting. And I mean, it's just simple math, right? There's only so many places you could be. Kiros takes down Shari. They already took down King, and that's going to be quick wraps for that duo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Queasy and Thomas HD right now, very much situated, coming off of the victory royale. No one, just like no one in sight either, right? Very, very comfortable comfortable as far as the spacing is concerned right now.
Hey, we already heard what the comm sounded like for 𝕋𝕨 and Thomas and what their intention is as far as the matches here today. Just get height, don't get eliminated. It's as simple as that, or at least it sounds like it on paper, but taking height in the first place is the real challenge.
It's so easy, right? Just do it, basically, is what 𝕋𝕨's trying to say here. Keep the mentality locked in, and they do just that. And honestly, I think the more important insight, how much he depends and relies on Thomas HD, knowing that, hey, Surge, we got it covered. I have one of the best duelists, right? Like in the game right here, in the world. Thomas HD, no stranger.
Okay,
hitting those shots when they matter. Meanwhile, 𝕋𝕨 and Vico, they have to make up for that shortcoming in game number 2, falling in the mid game.
Yeah, and it's all gonna pop off here yet.
Oh, let's go,
again by
Michael,
the
bro.
Forecast tower.
Come on, bro.
One that's situated in between.
Put in the work.
Reckless Railways, Mount Olympus.
Put in the work, bro.
And
Oh,
realistically,
no.
Bryce Bolts, you have to keep in mind.
Oh,
in
no.
their backyard, and that's exactly what they're after. They find John.
Bro's not ripping the
trying
Michael's roll.
to sneak around the low ground, but it's not going to work this time as Bolts and Bryce find their first elimination. It's a nice amount of surge damage as well, so they can afford now to stay engaged in this fight for the forecast tower in comparison to maybe Vico, 𝕋𝕨, depending on what their surge tags might look like.
Yeah, and you know, Job and Michael had that strategy. They were to come in with this surprise contest, and it just seems like things are a little difficult for them. But 𝕋𝕨 and Jocko, right, talking about coming over insurmountable.
Yo, I saw that guy on the drop
𝕋𝕨
map.
finding his footing here. He's gonna take down Ping and Walks. Just one of the two for now, but still, elimination starting to fall.
Wait, Michael
their
didn't
way.
die.
These are
Michael didn't die.
points now for the tournament standings. On the other side, 𝕋𝕨 and Vino make it out of the drop.
Michael ran away like I would.
Okay. The north
He escaped.
side of the zone here.
He did what needed to be done.
Cold. So dangerous on the outskirts here.
Cold, making sure.
𝕋𝕨 would def top 10 with Banyak. Yeah, definitely. It's so unlucky that 𝕋𝕨 had to get a replacement.
More than aware of just how much attention the forecast tower is bound to draw towards them and their initial rotates, but it seems as if Eno and 𝕋𝕨 were a little bit more fixated on trying to deal with Shari, Giras, but now having to look back because of the tags that came into play from Fold and Acorn, and Sherry probably a little bit happy about having some of that pressure alleviated temporarily.
Right back there.
I saw Vino saying, wait, is that a solo rotating back here? So he's a little bit more keen now to rotate towards that duo. Nice find on the cactus here. This map awareness from 𝕋𝕨 and Vino, given that this is their natural terrain, is flexing right now. But Giras and Shari, they let up the pedal a little bit, and all of a sudden now they're perched up above them.
I don't know why the audio bugs sometimes.
So 𝕋𝕨 and Vico here do not want to give this one up here, though. They have chased Michael into the storm, who Michael just wants to save his teammate Job, but no. He's pushed the wrong way. First through Bryce and Bolts, now through Vico and 𝕋𝕨, and just like that, it's over.
One of the beauties of LAN, I wish you guys could have witnessed it. Vico's mom getting a chance to see him in action, just shouting the moment they find those eliminations. Love to see that kind of cheer forward. As Reet and Ritual, they're going to depend on each other.
Let's go,
here,
Vico's mom.
W
mom.
Oh
no, Ritual. Wait, Ritual and Reed have no pins.
But what he needs is for Reed to continue to buy him time. So much pressure.
Oh no, I think it's just a visual bug.
Choosing to take the same angle, at least for right now.
Definitely visual bug, yeah. It's just for this game.
Here for Reed and Ritual to get a wraparound effect.
Really get to lock in right now. Asia has had quite the appearance so far. So I'm looking at those standings on the side, but things are starting to get updated here.
Okay,
I'm
bro.
seeing teams fall, players and teams get eliminated.
Vigo's a chill
As things
guy.
continue to develop here, and talk about Asian teams in the distance. You have Zagu up close. You have Bobby getting closer.
Yeah, Maz went to club, yeah.
So it's almost like
I think they top 20.
getting surrounded by this entire region here.
And it's not just Asia either, if I'm not mistaken.
Someone top 20.
Like Luga and Aviv are also kind of moseying their way over towards this action taking place by the weapon.
Nice read.
Shredding through Mipoli's shield. Not enough to crack him just yet, but still.
How did he get the mythic shorty? Damn.
It's clear that Reet and Ritual just
Miles
want
carries
box
every-
control,
the 16th?
take
Yeah.
over the space overlying that bunker so they can make sure that they defend it with their own builds.
Oh, Kyoto and Mapoli trying to situate themselves for the first stab at the bunker. Bobby and Larpex trying to do the same there as they lurk nearby. On the other side, though, high ground here for center zone, looking for any teams off in the distance.
You're back. Let's go.
Chicho and Trulix. The surprise
Look at that.
pop
Look at that.
in that end game last
Pookie in
round,
third, bro.
really
Let's
showing
go.
up for themselves there. Team Falcon and Valiant.
If he hits
proud of that one.
If he hits someone from right there, man.
Ooh.
Okay, Chicho, we understand.
Oh,
The Monarch pistol clearly one
wait,
of your
you heard that?
preferences for
Oh,
a
bad.
reason, but still, I don't expect Chicho and Trulix to leave this position anytime soon. This is their bread and butter. Surge base
Wait.
up, take
Whoa,
control
whoa,
of
whoa, whoa,
teams
whoa.
anytime
How many days
soon.
up is this?
This is their
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 layers up. 8. They built 8 brick boxes up. 8. Oh?
bread and butter. Surge base up, take control of teams that are going to be forcibly rotating from those outskirt positions.
This is their bread. Oh, Rise just got Pokeball, bro. Rise became a Pokemon. Oh, he literally became Pikachu, bro. Oh, no.
Rise and Yuma now down and out. Once again, opening things
got
up for a
Pokeball,
second
bro.
there, but so far, that Asian team has put up quite the performance, right? Representing for their region. That's really the best part about this. We play all year to get the best players from every region globally together in one space to compete against each other. What a flagship event here, but on the other side, Vico and Flixie continuing the story here. They have the bunker now.
Probably rather content as well, knowing that they could take their time, but there is another team starting to approach their position, but it might just be a duo that's gliding overhead. Doesn't seem like they're gonna bother stopping or recognizing the fact even that there's a duo still lingering inside of this weapons bunker. Chapentini, on the other hand, dealing with the likes of Baka and Pars, outskirts of restored reels, and this could be a rather
totally
dangerous
necessary.
position, 'cause keep in mind,
Totally.
Trulex, Chicho, they've got a surge base nearby as well. They could look for prime third-party opportunities, get some good tags in here.
Chapentini now on the run here from Baka and Pars. Smart disengage, given that low ground terrain is going to be a lot more difficult to play from. Baka and Pars, honestly, not in such a strong position themselves. 28 builds is nothing for a player like Baka, especially in this type of lobby. He really has to start to, piecemeal something together, or their end game is it's gonna crumble. It's gonna crumble.
Part of the problem for Baka and Pars, though, is that landing by the ship at station, their intent is to try and make a play for one of the forecast towers. We've seen them throughout the majors in the regular seasons, right? And they've tried to consistently make plays for forecast, but they've got to deal with the likes of Peterbot and Poyo, who are also making rotates, and it can be difficult for Baka and Pars as well to just maintain their map position, because they have so many teams kind of surrounding them, looking to cut them off at every position.
Although it's only game 3, I do want to hit
108
the
right now?
and see what's going on with Batman, Booga, and Rapid there, as they haven't quite really popped off up to the expectations. But hold up, Rift Island now officially secured by Baka and Pars. This is
not looking good.
honestly a very, very good pickup here if they, of course, can get the bubble, but an elimination would be even better. Teeny gets hurt in the process here. Chap secures the high position here in defense for his teammate. Singles out Baka. Baka down to just wood builds. They need to get some of the outskirts here. And already Chapentini secure the center.
Okay, Teeny's back. Back to good health.
What will be the cachet, right? All the loot that's going to go ahead and spawn out of that.
The capture point could be a really big advantage here for Chapentini as well. Baka Pars recognize more than anything else.
Why did that sound so weird?
Try and rebuild their material count. Granted, Rift Island can definitely provide, at the very least, ample amounts of brick, but that's only if they're not disturbed in the process. And it seemed as if there are a couple more duos
240 below.
make their way towards top of the
Oh,
Rift Island.
no.
Flix also still hanging out inside the
no.
storm. Comes as no surprise, though, really.
They're
when you
gonna
consider
die.
The fact they like to stick in the storm a little bit longer than some of these other teams. They're usually pretty consistent about getting those surge tech damages, but they can also be very dependent on the vending machine to accrue the heals to make sure that they can afford this time inside.
Am I not
zone.
real?
Vending
I'm
machine
not
makes
real.
a
Sorry.
massive
I don't know why I
difference.
saw below.
Bunkers make a massive
They're
difference
above.
as
Yeah,
well
you're right.
as far
Sorry.
as having the heals to string together a strategy like this. Cammy and
How much do you
Seti
think they're
clearly
paying?
have a
10K a month?
stronghold on their
Damn.
area. They're playing
Bro,
deep into
I'm
the
not
storm,
falling
and this
asleep,
is
bro. Oh, hell
again
no.
a team that is no stranger to staying in the storm.
But it was
on these invitationals, on these LAN events, right? Like we've seen it happen every single time.
It was below.
They almost welcome the storm, right, to stay away from the other opponents there.
Cammy and Seti, they were probably cheesing the moment that they found out the hover jets wouldn't be an option for players, because everyone knows, historically speaking, they perform incredibly well, if not possibly
Who's
the
in
best
first?
during these no mobility or
Chicho
low mobility
and
metas.
Trulix.
So comes as no surprise, really. They were able to find their surge damage a little bit to work with at least. That's our
Nice.
expectations, but
Nice, Malibuka.
𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚, jam-packed action potentially here at Restored Reels. Finding some decent shots, but
Chicho.
more important aspect still is that Casper and Prism
The
are
name
under some
is
heavy
spelled
pressure.
Chico, but
Those storm
you
surge
pronounce it
tags trickling
Chicho
in now
and
by costing all
Trulix.
their splashes.
82 below. Pressure starting to rise here. Giannis gets pushed in. Just letting the storm surge kind of do its thing here for now. But Casper doesn't stop the Exxon solo here into the wall of Pixie and John.
You don't know them?
We've seen what happened to duos before.
They're really good. They're really good
Only
EU
doesn't
players.
end well. 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 and 𝕋𝕚𝕚 also lurking nearby, hearing what's
You be back?
happening here.
Oh, good, bro.
And again, you can technically out-sustain the damage that's dealt, but
Oh no, they're dead.
not to mention the other teams taking notes, shooting at you as well. Shield
Bro, this
crack
storm is
has
gonna eat
gone
at them.
out.
I think they did.
That might be the go sign here for Giannis and Pixie. They recognize the fact, though, this duo looking a little bit too desperate for
Oh,
him.
nice, nice catch.
Instead, gonna strike from behind.
Nice,
Casper,
Mustache.
Prism, they were so fixated on Giannis.
This is their game. This is their game.
Directly behind them.
Yeah, now 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚 and 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚 have nothing to worry about. They have so much damage. The refresh is there. They're going to be fully focused in on
There's
likely
so
getting
much
to the new
damage.
line of the storm here shortly. And they saw, like, you know, this team was fighting another team, so clearly they're very much aware. But wait a second, Pixie knocks on the wrong door. This is a full duo. Little did he know, he was likely thinking this is what was left of the other team that was just there. And Giannis falls for being out of position now. 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚 and 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 really racking up the eliminations this game.
Devious work there by 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚 and 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚.
Bro, it's so
the
annoying
way
that the
they
audio
were able
bugs.
to
Sorry,
separate
guys. I don't know why
Giannis
it's doing
and Pixie
that.
in that moment. Keep in mind, Pixie definitely still trying to do what he can, but yeah, that is just some very tactical play coming out of 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚 and 𝕋𝕚𝕚. Their chemistry definitely aligned. Pixie still trying to do what
That's
he can,
fine.
but 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚 and 𝕋𝕚𝕚, they know it's a solo.
As long as it doesn't last for a long time.
The rubble of these pre-existing builds.
Oh, that guy got
Pixie
cracked. They know.
Trying to hope that he can maintain a little bit better
Nice.
position, but
Nice.
he's just getting shredded. The builds are not going to withstand
Nice.
all the
5
shots coming
elims,
in.
that's
𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚
huge.
𝕋𝕚𝕚 with yet another elimination.
Huge.
807 damage above as well. They can take their sweet time now on the rotates.
And you see it from 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚's perspective onto Casper. Say,
Wow.
huge shot there in the replay. Very
Yo.
well executed. Well,
I hope they have a good game.
Up for success.
I hope
they
they have a good
nothing to
game.
worry about other than
They
get to
deserve to
storm
pop
now.
off in
For
this
Vino
land.
and Clicks, a little bit of a different story here. Still a successful game nonetheless. 2 elims, plenty of material to work with, especially in Clicks' reservoir here.
120 below.
However, the damage
Lol.
will
I'm
start
joking.
to become
I'm
a
joking.
problem soon. But talk about problems here. 𝕋𝕚𝕚's got a big one. He's got XS Trashy
Oh,
on the
no.
other side of the wall. And no teammate, Cooper, who is the returning champion from last year, paired up with 𝕋𝕚𝕚 right now, is now found himself watching 𝕋𝕚𝕚 having to root from the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, the ship at station has just been fully skeletonized at this point. All the walls practically torn down. Other player builds replacing them, but 𝕋𝕚𝕚 has done a decent job, at least, at forcing Trashy back. And in fact, Trashy so low, 𝕋𝕚𝕚 not going to be able to get outright elimination just yet, but he's hunting it down. Trashy just hoping that he can buy himself a little bit more time, and 𝕋𝕚𝕚's got to be careful, because 𝕋𝕚𝕚 and Thomas, they're also nearby.
We already know q1zy and Thomas have the
He does need that
confidence coming
Elam
off that
though.
last game. Big
He really
rotate coming out
does.
on the other side, though.
Wait, did he get it?
Agers and Ryzen
Canada got it.
move
Okay,
right
nice.
now.
Nice,
Ryzen's
Canada.
going to be the first to fall in this exchange here to the hands of Bolt. It seems Bolts and Bryce to get the elimination
Canada.
credit here. And Bolt and Bryce are holding on just barely. And Bryce willing to stay in the storm. He needs these materials, trying to pick up what he can here to go and get himself a foundation to work with. And this is a congested side
he
of the
isn't,
storm. Look at how many teams, how many players are sitting around this general area.
This is a lot of our northeast-based teams as well. And Bryce, at least with that refresh on the material count, he's going to be able to at least dictate which direction he wants to head next. Might be able to protect himself.
Bro,
on the
every
missing gauge
time
as
they
well.
transition
Agers,
to another player,
might
it goes
not find
blurry
himself
for
in a
like
similar
a
fashion.
few seconds.
Still,
It's
the
kind of
armored
annoying.
wall will at least prompt a forcible disengage for the time being. Everyone recognizing the fact they've got
Yeah,
to
he's still
scale
consistent,
over
yeah.
this hillside as they approach the raft.
Yo, it's difficult to be
Make a
consistent,
decision.
bro.
Agers goes for the
Oh no, Aegis.
And now he's in the
Oh.
storm, but a tag is going to set him off here. The clock is ticking here. Just a couple moments left, and he jumps onto Muzz and Epic Whale. Tries to go for the axe through
Big
the wall,
axe.
but instead delivers the
Wow.
loot
The pickaxe is
to the hands of
insane.
Muzz and Epic Whale, who really needed that, but the storm ends up doing the rest there on this back edge. And it's just one problem after
Oh
another now.
no.
Since match one for Epic Whale and Muzz here. It's going to be difficult to
Oh,
ask
oh.
Epic to do much more at this point, given the situation.
Oh, he's dead.
Epic just
Yeah.
hoping that he can survive, but that dream is shut down instantaneously. Just down from a distance, and not much left to do
Rip.
except sit
Rip.
and wait for match number 4 to begin. Trulex, on the other hand, though, no Chicho again. Some of our teams that are just trying to lead, unfortunately finding themselves in these compromised positions. If Trulex goes down now, MDF, that's going to be a heavy hit to placement points.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely will set them back.
I like
given
it that
they
it's
set
not the same
themselves up
people
with
doing
such
well
a
every game though.
strong
I do like it.
position now
That
after
there's
that
like
first game, obviously coming in with a little bit
that
of
is
a
playing
lead,
out
but
that way.
How long can that lead
Makes
last?
it
when you
interesting.
have people like PRO-VDH and Poyo
Which
putting
is nice to
sights
see.
on you. And looking at that update there,
Oh no, Cold went
Cole and
down.
Acorn are down. Yuma and Rise are also down. This match 3,
Ooh.
almost a defining moment for some teams here that had a real chance to break away, but as all things balance here, it's almost like we're brought down to reality. So Trulex, really the only player now in the lobby that has a 30-point gap, but for how much longer?
Yeah.
He's just trying to stay as concealed as possible and hopefully connect.
An
Unfortunately,
elimination,
it's
really?
yet again.
Wow.
Dukes now forced to play
Rip.
this one out as a
Oh,
solo.
no.
This box gonna get
Blixie.
collapsed upon. Hiko, though,
No.
loses Blixie. Another one of our teams in the top 5 wiped out.
Let's go, Reek.
That is
Oh, let's go.
actually
I
gonna
see a
be
V.
very, very
I
important
see a
for
V in the
everyone
kill
who's on the
feed.
bubble now, looking to jump up
Book and
into
a
that
Viva
top 5
alive.
spot.
Let's go.
And even better for the likes of PRO-VDH and Poyo, who are
Let's
very
go.
much there. Thomas, HD, and q1zy, who have been running their way up the standings here. Look at this late rotate, allowing them to have this much visual. Not even need to build walls on the side is a sign of confidence on its own.
Look at this Thomas now. He was just taking shots at the lobby leader. He's still got his sights set onto Trulex. Might have even identified him as a solo, but they're going to find themselves chopped. Malabuka, 𝕵𝕬𝕬 now trying to make their approach
Free
towards
space?
q1zy
Oh, that's
and
fine.
Thomas. Meanwhile,
I don't really care
Poyo,
about sprays.
they're currently sitting inside of top 3, 3rd place to be specific, and they're going to instantaneously take over the hill. Prime position, also catching shots.
Oh
tags,
yeah. This is looking like a Peter win.
onto q1zy.
This is looking like a Peter win.
Height is the real W here.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to call it early, but it is not looking good for the lobby if you're rooting against PRO-VDH
Yeah.
and Poyo right now, as they've got themselves the natural elevation, the material count in.
Yeah,
the
it looks like they're
base
gonna be
already set
taking
up.
height this
Meanwhile,
game.
q1zy finds himself in a bad rotate there, taken down. No Elims earned this
No,
game.
Tom.
No chance that
Tommy,
Thomas
no.
can survive there if he doesn't fight his way up. He doesn't even have mats here, the shield bubble. The
No,
saving
Tommy.
grace, but also the flare to the lobby. Hey, I'm over here.
There's only so much that
Oh,
Thomas
we
can
need
do from
some
this current
milk.
position. And first, he's got to break through Yapko and
Oh,
q1zy.
W
throws out the
Zerbles.
shield bubble.
W
This is
Zerbles.
his last hope at this point, hoping that there isn't a duo underneath him. But unfortunately,
No.
he won't even get a chance to reconsider where he wants to go next.
Yeah.
PRO-VDH and Poyo
Oh,
more than
wow.
content to take the shutdown.
And they're the team up top, looking down on the rest of the lobby here. Other NA players still here, Reet and Ritual.
They're about to go into first.
Huddy on the front side with Kovacs there. Peterbot looking down, putting tact onto the
yeah,
of
no.
these builds. Huddy and Kovacs
you give any team height, they're gonna win. Any team with height's gonna win.
They're in that conversation of top 5 here, though, as they've managed to nearly fight their way into a top
Yeah.
position.
If it pulls to a
now.
mountain, the team's close to a mountain, they get
down.
high.
Everyone really thinking about what the next move's going to be, what's best for their situation here in the tournament. 𝕵𝕬𝕬 Malibuca look up, they say no. Peterbot and Boyo are still there.
Huddy and Kovacs, they're actually going to opt to play from inside Storm. Now they're going to make their move, but they're so late on this rotate. Peterbot and Boyo are bound to catch wind.
Bro, he's gonna die. He's dead. Bro, he's 2 builds. Why is he not building?
There's too much pressure.
Oh no, he's dead.
Too accurate as well.
It was a top 5 for them, so that one would have pushed them up a bit.
You have to play height, probably.
Yeah, but these teams know how to play height. Once they have it, they have it.
By Reet and Ritual much longer. Malibuca 𝕵𝕬 here to play.
These teams practice so much, they know how to play height.
Top 5, right? Look at how slow things have gone here because everyone wants placement.
Yeah, I know
points,
what you mean.
The problem is now you're giving Peterbot and Boyo so much more time to decide about how they
Ritual.
basically want to win this game here.
Yeah, I know. It's a win for Peter. There's no AO ammo though. Oh. No AO.
But they are looking primed to take over here in match 3.
Hey, Luke. Hey,
have something to say about it. Currently contesting
Yo.
Swizzy.
Oh, imagine 𝕵𝕬𝕬 and 𝕵𝕬𝕬 pull this off.
Swizzy and Yapko, 8 elims. What a monstrous.
Oh, Swizzy. Let's go.
Breaking his way through the build here. He still has a lot of gas in the tank here to work with, but Malibuca and 𝕵𝕬𝕬 put up such a strong defense.
Isn't Yapko
there.
from Maurice?
Tag onto 𝕵𝕬𝕬 to go and set things up.
Oh, am I tripping?
He steps in now. It's time to throw it all down.
I might be
It's
tripping.
all or nothing. Right hand peek here for 𝕵𝕬𝕬.
Oh, wow. No, 𝕵𝕬𝕬. No. No. Bro, listen to that crowd. Damn. No, they win. They win. 100%. Wait, Boyo's weak. Oh, no, they win, yeah.
Tracking him down. Swizzy staring just a layer above.
Oh, imagine. It's Swizzy. Oh, one shot with all his legs. Oh, my Damn. Oh, my gosh. Yo. Sorry.
They clutched it up. They pulled through.
Have to
Damn.
put a little bit more respect onto Swizzy's
Damn.
name here. Keep in mind, he's a powerhouse.
How do you throw that hard?
Out of EU, but Adam close on sight.
Peter threw so hard, bro.
Give it up for your game 3 winners!
Let's go, bro.
That was that one-on-one. Peterbot there, right at the very end. You managed to start that perfectly, but walk us through the final stages, how that all went down.
I don't know, like it was.
How did they throw that hard?
Not as hard.
Not as hard.
Damn.
Not as hard. Peterbot and PRO have been very strong throughout the competition so far, but Yapka, you guys are looking very good too.
Bro,
walk
please say
us through
something
the
about.
first 3 games.
Please
of this
say
competition.
something
How
about
has it felt
Peter.
for you
Yeah,
two
bro.
as a duo? Is everything panning out as you expected?
Yeah, we just adapted very good, I think, and we're just playing our game. I think it's pretty good. I'm pretty confident we can play good.
Okay, no, yeah.
Obviously, we've got a bit of a halftime break now. What do you guys do behind the scenes? Do you kind of go over tactics, strategy? How do things go now? Or do you just rest and relax for a second?
Yeah, we're just gonna take some break, like relax and think about the next 3 games.
And I'm going to ask you as well, watching that at the end there, you watched Swizzy in that one-on-one. Are you feeding anything through on the comms then, or are you just keeping quiet and just letting him do his thing?
I mean, I'm just calling behind him, you know? I'm just telling him everything. Because I was still alive, so I could see everything on my screen.
Love to see that. One more time, give it up for Swizzy and Yapko, everyone! Thank you very much, guys. Now, obviously, you know that I've got a voice of an angel, okay? No one booked me for the halftime show. I can't believe it. I'm devastated. I don't hold grudges, but I actually blame Zeke. I could have done a repertoire of my Fortnite Festival Classics, and I couldn't do it. Zeke, I blame you. It's over to you, buddy.
This guy's such a good
That's okay,
commentator
Adam.
or
You can
like
blame me.
interview
Most
person.
people do. My gosh, Swizzy here. You could tell in the moment that like Swizzy's in like almost like a state of shock. Like he was literally shaking.
Yeah, he's
and
shaking.
it's because he 1v2s Peterbot and Pollo. How many people in that exact situation?
1v2
you're literally just like, it's that's it. These are the guys that I don't want to be fighting. This is it, the final moments of the game, and he answers the 1v2.
Oh my gosh, bro! I can't believe
games
this.
that you go ahead and you're like, yeah, this one's over.
We all thought
Peterbot and Pollo, yeah, they got it right up on the higher ground, and then it comes down to the 1v2, and it's like,
Yeah, they
got it. And yeah, I don't know, Swizzy just hitting incredible shots from the low ground. Peterbot just not having everything reloaded right there at the end makes all the difference.
We are in the Swizzy era, man. I can't believe it's taken us
so
so
good,
long
bro.
to see
He's
this
so
player
good.
on the big stage.
Yo,
And
he's
if
good.
this is what we've been missing out on, oh my goodness, I can't wait to see what we have in store. This guy has been performing at the highest level of Fortnite for about a year now.
Yo,
Like,
he's
we
so
saw
good,
towards
bro.
the end of last year in Chapter 4 just how impressive he was when he won FNCS with Putrick. We wanted to see him at Globals. Unfortunately, we couldn't. Even this year, they qualified. They've been dominating EU. We couldn't see him with Vanya, and we thought, oh my goodness. I mean, cool, we get to see him, but it's not going to be the full power duo we thought we would. But Swizzy and Yapko been looking good, man, and Swizzy in particular, shining as always.
Yeah, no, it's so good, bro.
I just cannot believe that 10 eliminations onto that duo. And again, on the flip side, right, we still have to give props to Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah, right.
They just absolutely dominated that game for so long. And those final few moments, right, when there's 3 duos remaining, you just wait. You're like, okay, when they start to fight at the bottom, we look to strike. Unfortunately, though, Swizzy was on the other side.
Yeah, this was actually one of those games that Peterbot and Pollo pretty much secured second place, or it, could have been that victory royale way earlier than that. It was actually the 6th to 7th zone pool where everybody was actually northeast of Grimgate, but then the zone pulled southwest. It pulled all over that green river that gave everybody the dashes. But the difference there was that Peterbot and Pollo, they actually saved those dashes for 9th zone. Once they were able to rotate in the 9th zone, they used those dashes. They got ahead of Queasy and Thomas. They built up on the hill, and they had higher ground for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and like you said, from there you just expect it to be easy street. And for the most part, it was. Unfortunately, those final moments, we know just how tough they can be. But it's such a great sign for Peterbot and Pollo. Right? We just talked the game before this about how, look, those games we saw earlier are probably some of the worst games we'll see them have. And yet they were still racking in big points. It only gets better from here.
We got to take this to a listen from those few moments because that was just a crazy run from Peterbot and Pollo. Let's take a look.
You know what's funny is that in Faxi's video, when he was going around interviewing Peter and all this stuff, Peter was like, Yapko, you're so ass in the background. And he was like pointing to him and saying, Yapko, you're so ass. Like, what are you doing? And now Yapko is just one. Like,
look here, no builds, no builds.
Yeah,
what?
We're good. 13 alive, by the way. Everyone's stacked. I think everyone's stacked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just look at the team's frame.
Yeah, I'm looking. Duo. They drop.
This team right here. This 60, no builds.
361.
Oh, are they cutting out?
Get me coin.
Yeah.
Coin.
Right here. Are they cutting out because they're swearing?
He's reloading. Guys?
Are they cutting out because he's swearing?
Always great to actually listen into the comms 11. We were actually having a conversation about Peterbot's comms. You were listening to them over at EWC compared to
I think they're cutting it out because they're swearing.
I mean, at times, right, in some of those games, you maybe was getting a bit quiet. I remember some of his teammates on the key, they were complaining, you got to talk a bit more to us, Peter, but the communication, much more in his element here on this big stage.
Nice. I love to see there in those final few moments as well. In that situation where they made that beautiful little rotate up the hill, right? At that point, second place through, they're gone. And now they're thinking, okay, we have an opportunity here. We can really look to pull away. And again, just kind of telling the lobby, we are on height. You're not going to get to play the game. But when we're ready, we'll go ahead and pick you all up at the bottom.
19 brain cells.
I mean, they're in first place, no surprises.
48, looking a little bit better, but
even with their success, if we're going to be critical here, I think we're seeing the effects of the whole Raft situation where they're not getting that whole POI to themselves. It feels like in some of the NA FNCSs this year, they would have gotten a POI like that all to themselves.
They're quite ahead.
Have cap loot. But the lack of loot, you'd argue, means, again, he doesn't have as much ammo, he can't spray as much towards that back end. When he runs out of shotgun ammo, he can't switch to his AUG, right, and use that.
Okay,
Small,
Colin
margins,
to an 8.
But it's, you know, causing a difference here. But if they're going to stay in first place, I mean, he's not going to be too bothered at the end of the day.
I mean, I'm happy you actually brought up the point of the wrap, because that game we actually saw something a little bit different. For first 2 games, it was very, very passive. No elims were kind of happening over there. But this game, Peterbot actually picked up Trashy very, very early on. Yeah. So that could be the adaptation that they're kind of looking for to make sure they just get that extra little bit of an edge coming out of the raft.
And Cammy, right? They also find another impact over on Cammy to just disrupt them and their plan. So just crazy. 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 as well, 3rd in that last game. Dude, I don't know. Like, think back to game 1. 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 just had this horrible game.
Oh, I didn't even see them, bro.
They're going down in zone. They're picking each other up. And now they come out swinging 3rd place with just an unbelievable performance.
Well, 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚, that game number 3 right there. They actually took it to Alex and They elammed them very, very early on. But they didn't leave their PY. They did not leave.
How do you do so many brain cells so fast, bro?
Remained in the zone.
Yeah, I mean, it happens to me all the time, but like, I wouldn't expect that from you, bro.
Picking up stragglers, picking up rotators. So awesome to see that they're very, very familiar around that PY, so much so that they can find elims even later on in the game.
I mean, when you look at Comp Fortnite this year, Vivid, it's been a matter of surge basing here and there.
Yeah.
That is not 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 and Mustache's game, right? They want to go into places where people are going to rotate into them, and they want to fight people, and they did that so expertly here. And it felt like a vintage game for them, even towards the end game, right? Just causing havoc on lower layers is what they were always known for doing. And so it's great to see them in their element.
Whoa! I've never seen anyone get 100. What? Chili, I mean, fair play. Chili is that guy, though. Chili is that guy, okay? Chili is that guy. I'm not gonna leak, but like, Chili gets those types of marks, you know? You know, he's that guy. He's the guy you can ask for, like, anything. You can ask a favor. Like, everyone knows a guy that you can ask a favor about anything, and bro will just know, like, the answer to it. Chili's that guy. Chili's that guy. You know? You know? He... Oh, Luke. Put the fries in the bag, bro. Put the fries in the bag, bro.
Spot, right? At one point they wanted to go reckless and they were going to go towards the underworld. And it's funny, I spoke to 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 and Cooper a couple days ago, and they were like, for sure, those guys are going to go Nitro Drone. They knew, they were like, 100% those guys aren't committing to whatever they're saying they're going to commit to. They're going to land on us. And I guess they were very prepared for it. But even then, man, Trapattini is the kind of thing you expected them to do, right? Have some sort of switch up in game plan.
I love that the casters going into that game called out micro adjustments, right? Game to game, we're just thinking, these little nuanced things.
I got 17, bro.
I mean, it makes sense, though. These duos. And of course,
that was the wall.
Now being the halfway point, it is more important than ever to do so.
Hey, 69. That you actually brought up that halfway point, right? 69. And quote-unquote adaptations, because now that we are actually in that halfway mark, the players are off the stage. Right. They're actually behind the scenes right now, and right now they have the opportunity to not only talk amongst themselves, right, kind of get refreshed, kind of reboot back up into the competition.
That's why they call them, that's why they sound rizzy with it.
I'm rizzy with it. That they are not.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to some of the coaches that are here, right? We were talking to Sven and Razari, right? Those guys coach a bunch of the players here, a bunch of the top teams here. And there are some top teams, I think, who have maybe had a quiet first 3 games. So there's going to be plenty to talk about behind the scenes.
That's right. Well, you heard it here. The players are currently on a halfway point break. So what we're going to do is we're going to step away. When we return, though, game number 4 from the FNCS Global Championship.
My chat, or like my Streamlabs chat, just does not like you, bro. you know. Alright, I'm just going to the bathroom real quick. You know how it is. You know how it is. Also, I can't be so loud, otherwise I'm gonna wake my mom up. So yeah, we can't get so loud, unfortunately. You know, I like getting louder. Oh, damn, Luke, damn. All right, I'll be back.
in the Creator Lounge, where I am just surrounded by so many incredible people, and two of my favorite people are going to be joining me right now. Panda, Jacob PR. I feel like we're bringing it back all the way to NA West on the FNCS. It is so good to be talking with you guys. How you doing, Panda?
Hey, listen, it's the Global Championship, so you better believe we're loving it. What's going on, Texas?
It is so exciting, so electric, and I know that so many people here are excited for Game 4, but we do have a little bit of a break, Jacob. But when that break comes back, I'm ready for Game 4. What about you?
Oh, I'm definitely ready for it. Even though there's like a little bit of a slow start and some hiccups, including that last way the game ended. Peterbot and Pollo. Oh my God, this is a legacy.
What am I seeing?
Making, and there's 9 more games throughout.
Yeah, it goes to 100.
I couldn't be more stoked.
But man, I thought that was going to be Peterbot and Pollo's game. Everything worked out so well from them on high ground, where we've seen them time and time again. But who was waiting for them on the low ground? Swizzy. Is that something you could have expected, that 1v1 going out that way?
Honestly, yeah, I can't lie.
Yeah, that's why I was so shocked,
that was
actually.
gonna happen. No, I'm just kidding, guys. But no, honestly, really,
No one's ever
the
gotten
nerves,
100, bro.
right? That's the biggest moment that Peterbot's had of the
No
day.
one's ever gotten 100.
He came down, he tried to take the
No
fight,
one.
and unfortunately, it just didn't go his
And,
way.
and
But
that was
that's
the
how it
first
happens
time doing it,
sometimes.
actually. That's why it's so
But
funny.
even without the victory royale, Peterbot and Pollo are currently sitting in first place, and I think that's something a lot of us kind of expected today. Do you think they're going to keep going?
I 100% think they do. Consistency is key, and in a lot of their big wins throughout the course to get here, it's been their consistency. And Pollo, I think, has been a huge backbone for this roster that doesn't get enough credit. So just a big shout out to Pollo.
Well, speaking giving credit, Swizzy, absolutely incredible. Not even playing with his main duo of Yapko
Bro's got
and
this.
still taking the victory royale. What an incredible performance.
Yeah, honestly, listen, you can't count out Swizzy. He is a phenomenal player playing with Yapko. Obviously, shout out Vanyak for not being here. But honestly, this duo is special. They still have a very, very good shot at taking that top spot. So just because Peterbot and Pollo are there now does not mean they've secured it. I'm telling you, there is still a lot of games to play.
Guys, I am so grateful for you to chat for me real quick. And before I let you go and go back to the desk, where can people find you? What do you have planned for the rest of the weekend?
Oh, listen, we got a ton of great stuff going on this weekend. Make sure to check out Life with Panda, Life W Panda on all socials. Jacob and I are hosting
I'm copying Jacob, bro.
Global Championship live stream. So make sure you tune in.
Bro, send
I
us
can't
this.
wait. And of course, the lovely Kelly Link. I'll let you send it off.
Oh my goodness, thank you. But real quick, Jacob, where can people find you? I know as far as watch party goes, you are
So funny,
constantly
bro. I don't
streaming
know why you're standing like
FNCS
that.
watch parties. Where can people find you?
On Twitter and Twitch,
Zero.
you can go to Jacob MVP.
Bro's talented for the wrong
Puerto Rican in
reasons.
this place.
Thank you guys so much, and let's head back to the desk.
No, Jacob. What?
Yeah. That's Jacob.
Dude, I love Jacob PR, bro. I'm honestly thankful he's not here, because if he was, he'd be so tall. Anyway, thank you so much for Life with Panda, Jacob PR. We love you guys. And I like that Panda kind of called out one thing specifically. There's still like a lot of games left to go. Keep in mind, we still have 3 today.
Wait, did he just
6
call
tomorrow, but under that
11
1.5
short?
times multiplier. We're already seeing games go crazy. Things kind of unfold. Maybe not in ways we expected. What have you guys been seeing and that maybe excites you about the last 3 games?
Why don't we go ahead and start with the early game here, Levin, right? There's big questions around, well, pretty much almost every single spot on the map. Yeah. But I think Brutal Beachhead was a big question mark. How was Acorn and Colden and the 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚 going to go? And right now, you know, game number 1 is a little bit passive. Games 2 and 3, though, Acorn and Cold have come out with 2 eliminations each one of those games.
Yeah, and that's huge, man. I mean, Acorn and Cold, if they weren't uncontested, would have been a favorite to win, right? So seeing how they did there was going to be crucial.
That's right. I actually just got word. We have an interview lined up.
Oh, an interview?
Savage is standing by with our duo in the first place. Adam, what you got for us?
Well, I've currently got with me
I thought bro just said Adam Sandler, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, bro does not like Fortnite, my guy. Who's gonna tell him?
Peter, what, 23 eliminations, looking, 23, I think so. Both you guys so far, yeah. Leading, he was like, just me? 23, so, but he expects that. He expects 23 straight up off the bat.
What's that? I gotta have 17. My AR aim right now is looking crazy.
Oh,
17.
Oh.
Okay. Well, I mean, whatever happens, it's looking strong, and you're very much in the lead here. Poyo, walk us through the first kind of like couple of exchanges on the forecast towers first and foremost. You guys got it one time so far.
I'm just posting a story on Instagram. I forgot to.
Is that a real issue, or are you guys just kind of like heading through whatever happens regardless?
No, I think the first game, like, we were getting held by a team, Baka Pars, they were sitting in like a bush. But after that, like after we were able to get to the forecast, we were fine. No one contested or anything. The next 2 games we weren't able to get it because they didn't spawn.
Ginger's brother.
Well, we saw as well like the zone shifting left, right, and center for you guys. How's it felt in those first 3 games, adapting as well? I mean, we saw that you're going to be a lot of players going to challenge you guys. You saw an elimination feed clicks in that first game as well. That must have felt real good too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it felt good. It was just like I was like, so he got eliminated, and basically I just got like 5 eliminations in one zone, and then like the win, like
I didn't cut out.
Win. And yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Talk me through that exchange as well. There was Swizzy right at the very end of that last game there. Does those kind of moments get under your skin at all? Do you kind of feel those? Or you just going to move on to the next thing?
No, we got a 12 elimination second, so it really doesn't matter to me. We're in first by 40 points or something.
You look, looking good. Poyo, I've got to ask you as well. We heard the
Why is
crowd as
bro
well
looking
going
at the
wild,
camera
obviously,
like?
Peterbot gets I think home court advantage to a degree. How does it feel for you as well? We're playing alongside Peterbot when you kind of hear the hype around
Bro, it's like,
from the fans.
I don't
here
know.
at the stadium and at home too.
He goes from having like
it's amazing. It brings
absolutely
me up as well, like,
negative
fans,
aura
I mean, it affects me
to
too.
like having a billion aura, and then somehow he ends up with negative aura again. I don't know how to explain it, bro.
For now, it's back to the desk. These guys getting back to their seats. Game 4 is imminent.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
I think one of my favorite things about Peterbot, I'm going to say something and let me get the whole thought out, okay? I love that, obviously they're amazing. They play so well. And I love that Peterbot talks so much because Poyo is like an amazing player. And he's just like, yeah, Peterbot, you just talk for the team. I'm just going to sit way over here, talk for the team. Yeah, things are great, and they're amazing. I'm good. Okay, bye. That's one of my favorite things about them. Is that crazy? Am I crazy?
No, I mean, but I think it really works.
Yeah,
for them,
he
right?
does.
And
Well, he does.
That's what you kind of need when it comes down to duo dynamic, right? Somebody's a little bit more vocal. Maybe that's how it kind of goes in game as well.
I mean, yeah, I think when you look at the dynamic of that team, anybody that plays with Peterbot is going to have to put their ego to the side. I mean, that guy's got enough ego for all 3 of us on the desk.
Yeah.
He could talk for days, that young lad. But I mean, look, he's a top player and he backs up his talk with performances in game. And it was interesting there, how Adam sort of asked him, like,
Evan's so funny, man.
Losing that 2v1 affects you. And I think it's good that it doesn't, right? And he talks about how it doesn't matter, we're still at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I think it's that sort of mentality to just keep going, even when things don't quite go right,
fair.
is the key to why they're so successful.
Yeah, I mean, saying, look, 12 elimination, Victor Royale, or second place. It isn't the Victor Royale. Now, if tomorrow, 1.5 times, you definitely want that Victor Royale. Those points are going to matter. But, bro, 12 eliminations in a second place, that's still a ton of points. Right. And as he called out, he eliminates the second through 15s. At that point, you're like, cool. I'm just creating a gap for me and Poyo.
Yeah, instantly looking towards the positives of the situations, not necessarily the negatives, which is really good. Now, we were kind of talking about something.
Yeah, he did look a little
now
deflated.
To go ahead and converse amongst
You
themselves,
cannot
with coaches, everything like that. What can we kind of expect going into game number 4 to maybe change, if anything?
You cannot not be upset.
I mean, one thing I think I noticed throughout the first couple games already was
about a loss, Like, you're definitely gonna, that's gonna hit.
Seen a bunch of different people in
Right.
areas of the map in early games.
Bro's just gotta keep going.
Like King and FaZe were
If he wants to do well.
Southeast of the map, I think Michael and Job were somewhere there as well. At one point, we're like, I thought you guys were landing all the way on the other side. So clearly, there's been big switch ups already, and I think we'll probably see a couple more.
Absolutely. You guys have kind of started talking about Acorn and Cold. I kind of wanted to circle back to that conversation. The duo, how are they performing? Are they performing the way, I guess, you kind of, in your mind, envision they would on LAN?
Yeah, no, I think Acorn and Cold definitely are going to find themselves within the top 10. I actually predicted that they were going to be in first place at the end of day number 1. Right now, after 3 games, Peterbot's got quite a lead, so I don't know if that's going to happen, but I think they're performing very well, handling the all-spawn situation perfectly.
Yeah, clearly. I
My boy
mean,
Duke, yeah, I know.
I think
I'm
most
super,
people know me know I'm a big
super
Cold
proud.
fan, and I'm a massive Acorn fan as well, and I really do back these guys to do well in every given situation. I think we know with 1.5x points, we saw them in Major 3 and NA not having the best day 1, but with the 1.5x, the comeback that they had to place as well as they did, they're always going to be in the competition. No matter how far down the leaderboard these guys are, until we get to maybe game 11 tomorrow, right? They're going to be in this competition. And when you have that ability, that's a real big strength.
Yeah.
That's right. We've seen their off-spawn situation. We actually have a listen from this last one. So we'll see how this goes.
They're ahead of us, but are they? I see their squad.
Should we swerve? We swerve?
I mean, yeah, but I can go far.
Swerving.
They're down in this middle here.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, bro.
I'm like lurking around, okay?
Like, he doesn't just look sexy, he sounds sexy as well, bro. You can't tell me he doesn't.
61 or 61.
Oh.
Just take our time, take a minute.
Bro.
Right here. 34.
Don't be tough to that.
Bro.
You got 3 builds, he has no mess.
Back them.
He has no mess left. I'm on his own. 81. Oh, let's
You're
go,
him.
baby.
My God, let's go, bro.
Bro, he's actually him, like, what?
You are the best, bro. Good work.
Bro, he's him. He's him.
We love getting those listens in, right? Really getting to hone in on how are
No,
these
no,
duos
no, Luke,
communicating,
it's not
what are
like
they
that,
kind of
bro.
calling out. And I just love these like little
Like, sometimes you just gotta
really
compliment a man, you know?
utilizing those third angles.
And it's
to
just
kind of
one of
sit
those times,
underneath
bro.
that little stare and go, yeah, I'm lurking, come around the corner. You're like, oh, it's just one person. Just kidding. Acorn's right over here. I just get shotgunned. I'm down. You're on your own.
Yeah, sounds like there was actually an adaptation. I mean, they're right. Should we swerve? And actually, they went ahead and did it. So there was actually a different idea going into that game. But still, even though they had to go ahead and adapt, they still executed on whatever they have planned for when something goes wrong on the drop. And I mean, you saw the situation in terms of Luke. Cold had almost nothing, no shield, and Alex and Tato were all geared up, ready to go. Still won.
Right, that was one of the things I actually spoke to Sven about, right? Their coach. He talked about the prep they've been putting into off-spawn situations. I think they got a really bad reputation for off-spawns after what we saw in Season 2 of this year, where they got bossed at Grimgate by Peter Bottom.
Yeah.
We'll sweep that under the rag, right? Pretend that never happened. Right. And I think they've come into the Global Championships much more prepared, better ideas, different options, right? And they feel comfortable regardless of which option they have to take.
That's right. Our players are making their way back onto the stage right now. We are preparing to kick off game number 4 of the competition. As we continue to kind of talk about this micro adjustments, Levin, you called out something before we went to break here recently. The fact that Chapentini, they kind of, the single decision they made sent ripples throughout the game. I'm really interested to kind of tap into that and kind of discuss how one decision could kind of change a whole game. Can you talk me through that?
Absolutely. I think you see instantly as we kick off
Yeah,
game 1,
last place gets 3K. Wow.
Ryzen Ages, right?
Crazy.
They get taken out, wiped out by Chapentini of Spawn. They're a team where you look at their game plan, things were so set in stone, so clear for them. That would have been a big shock for them. Again, that ruins their momentum in the start of the competition. Yeah. You look at Chapentini, they're a team that wants to have good loot. They're a hungry team. What they're going to do, they're going to play for that bunker towards the windmill south of Nitrodrome. Who else in the lobby likes to play for that bunker? 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚, right? So they went there in, I think it was game 2, and Chapentini are sitting on it, right? Again, now that affects their game plan. They go into the end game with a bit less loot than they probably would have had Chapentini not switch things up. So all the teams around them that don't even land at Nitrodrome are affected by the fact that Chapentini have chosen to land there.
Yeah, and sometimes those are kind of like the instant effects, right? The loot, the bunker, those type of positions. But these zones so far have actually been pulling up
100%.
slightly to the north. And whenever that happens, teams like 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚, they actually spend so much time out in the storm. And that strategy is actually used by a bunch of teams here. But when you add in that extra team, right, that is kind of adding like a
That guy's addicted to his vape, bro.
For some of those rotations, it can really throw all of those team strategies off, because when you are actually sitting in the storm, taking all of that damage, sometimes those rotations are actually down to perfection, and those little adjustments, like new teams landing in the area, can make all the difference.
And I think, too, when we kind of remind ourselves
Also,
of previous
Luka?
majors, I feel like in those
Or is
situations,
he?
a lot of the duos are kind of have like a big ego, right? It's like, I'm losing the situation, I've got to commit, and then we're eliminated, and now we're waiting a game. I think all the way back to even Vika, right? The fact that his duo goes down, he's got card in hand, and his options are, I go for forecast, I just run away with the card, or I drop it. And that's not even something I would have even thought of, but he does it. And so those little decisions, once again, really rippling through the game, so interesting to me.
I don't think Click's face, bro.
That keeps happening consistently, right? Vika,
I don't think he
Flixie
does.
versus Bryce
No.
and Bolts, so much so that now it's a
No, I remember seeing clips that.
like, whoa, this
I mean,
is happening over
he
here.
could
Let's
be
get
now,
involved.
but
I mean, the big
I remember
difference
seeing
there,
clips
right?
of him
You know, for Vika
not
and Flixie
saying like
here
he doesn't
versus
like.
On the E, they would have just rolled the teams who were landing. Right? That's what happened when you... point where, you know,
Where's the
Major
drop map
3,
in front of
teams
him?
weren't even landing on the forecast. They were just getting it for free. Here, Bryson Bolts aren't going to be pushed over. They've dealt with Reet and Ritual. They've dealt with top teams there before. They are going to fight, and they will be successful at times. So how do Vico and Flixie adjust to that in their game plan?
Is it just like such an easy decision, right? Like, because you're saying on EU, we look at Vico Flixie, we go, just that's fine. Forecast is yours, but everyone here on this land, they're just like, nah, we're gonna let you have it.
It's just a combination of two regions, right? Like you mentioned, I really like that point actually, as both of these teams have experience fighting teams over at the forecast tower, right? And typically, if you're on your own region, you're just kind of fighting one team, you're winning. But now it's two players or two teams that are kind of used to winning, used to fighting, meeting on the international stage.
Ooh, the breakdown, crazy, but
yeah,
it is that time once again. We are ready for more action.
True call.
Game number 4 is upon us. Casters, take it away.
We're a quarter of the way into this 2-day competition. Let's not forget, this is just the start now.
Yeah, and I mean, with the way that things have been going, it is just absurd to think, MDF, that Vivid Shirt is still holding strong, at least for the time being, because Peterbot and Pollo have technically put NA on top.
And they're doing it. They're putting up the performance. It's a pretty EU-heavy top 10. We always expect that, though, right? More teams, more chances. But let's see it for match number 4. Game number 4, the pivotal moment, the critical moment.
Let's go.
Your tournament day for the first day.
Bro, these
of the
visuals are
MNCS
so.
Globals. And you might be asking, why is that?
I'm sorry. I'm actually dead. Wait, hold up, bro. You got them trying to be slick and like, oh, we're gonna get these goated visuals, these goated cinematics. And you just got a drone flying in the back. You just have a drone flying in the background, bro. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
NCS Globals, and you might be
You just
asking,
have a
why
loot
is
drone
that?
in the background,
Because
bro.
after the last 3 games, after you get this halfway break, you get to reevaluate your situation, possibly talk with your coach, possibly look at something in the background, right? Try to figure out, what have I been doing wrong? How can I adjust?
Possibly reconsidering whether or not you want to go for the 50-50 contest.
How
And
can
as
judge
far
what
as
he
Honey
wants.
is concerned, he's already out of the conversation.
No, it's
Sky
just
and
funny,
Squirrel,
bro.
though,
Like, why?
a little bit
Why
beat
are
up,
you-
but they might be able
why are you making
to still
cinematics?
close this one out. Kovacs, though, understanding the dire
We don't care.
situation, the consequences if he's not able to pull through. He's trying to do what he can to scramble, make sure that he keeps his duo with a realistic opportunity for the revive. And he's done just enough to push back Sky and Scroll, even for a moment.
Now Kovacs and Huddy are in 4th place, but it's not looking good as they get taken
Rip.
out. The first team to fall now
It's funny, though.
to Scroll in Sky.
Maybe I'm a
and
bit
it has
cooked.
to be a crushing loss there as Huddy and Scroll went head-to-head.
Unlucky.
And Huddy just didn't have a weapon before them, and they don't want to just throw it all to the wind because they're being contested. They're willing to play a little bit smarter. And we actually love that because we've seen very different engagements go down when a team's contested. Sometimes they want to headbang right into one another and see what happens. So the results of this drop spot have actually worked out relatively favorable, even for Damo and Resigns there.
Yeah, but at the same time, how much better still would it be if Klex and Veno had it all to themselves by Sandy Steps? Cold, Acorn, on the other hand, we saw the differences during the halftime preview of Andalek Sato's success in comparison to Acorn and Cold's. And Cold, alongside Acorn, they are looking to keep the streak
70
going
match.
strong here at Brutal Beachhead. Andalek and Sato, they need to come up massive if they don't want
Back in, let's go, let's go.
with a huge
Welcome back,
win
welcome back.
differential for day 2. Even with that 1.5 times point multiplier, it's still a big ways to climb.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the stats. It's a pretty significant
Oh,
gap
lol.
between
Because him swinging his big
Andalex's
axe.
capabilities
That's funny.
and Sato's versus what Acorn and Cold have managed to do in this game. And this is why you're seeing them push up with such confidence. However, we do know these
It's
are
no
all
math.
players that are very much qualified to be here, quite literally and figuratively. So you cannot let your guard down. One mistake and it'll be the end of your game, that's for sure. Even now, Cold and Acorn say, hey, you know what? You have the high ground. You defended well. We're going to back off.
Sato and Andalex are definitely hoping that they'll be able to turn things around here in match 4, but
yeah, double goal
at least
shotties
they
is
do know
crazy.
that they'll still have that opportunity for VOD review, maybe reconsider exactly what their plan of attack might be, but Flixie and Vico already making sure to tear apart everything that resides at the bottom. They know that they're gonna have to deal with some other teams soon, but they like their position of control right now.
No, he
Gotta
wasn't.
get that medal one way or
No, he
another.
wasn't.
For Thomas HD and 𝕋𝕨, they do the same, scrapping every opportunity up here. And, you know, Thomas HD and 𝕋𝕨, we kind of talk about their drop spot being so desolate, right? There's no teams nearby. It really is such a
He came quite early into the stream.
significant difference, I would say, between, you know, how their tournament is going down here versus the likes of really any other team. Another team that had a similar position was Booga and Aviv, but we haven't even been able to see what they can do. Because if we were to look north, they have a similar situation, really no one nearby, but what is it that's missing there, right?
Yeah, it was worth watching that rugby, bro.
Engagements,
it was worth.
Essentially, and hope that teams are willing to even.
That rugby was so good, bro. And I love watching the like when they interview the captains and the player of the match. I love watching that as well.
And that has definitely resulted in some teams struggling with their
You're
surge,
grinding?
but
Hey, let's go. Can we grind now?
Reveal medallion as well. Plenty of ammunition.
I respect it, bro.
500.
500 AR already. How?
See what happened there, though? They
Wow.
stepped to that forecast tower. Vino and Clicks like, oh, time to go. So we saw in the interview, Peterbot was willing to call out Clicks and Vino and say, I dare you to come meet me, but we all know it's probably not a good idea. Ryzen 𝕋𝕚, however, from second place, they fall down 5 placements after last game because of an early game fight. This time, after weighing even what happened there, they feel like it was worth it. And they're coming back into another pretty...
Pix just does not want to fight Peter.
But for 𝕋𝕚 and Ryze, already running relatively thin as far as their material count is concerned. And it seems like 𝕋𝕚 would at least prefer to disengage for the time being, but a shot from overhead, 𝕋𝕨 in the distance, but I think it walks still behind.
Would Peter and Clicks be a good duo? They said that they might duo next year. Would that actually cook? I feel like that could cook.
Hope for some safety net to come into play.
Because if Peter was IGLing,
the shield refresh, now they're hoping to maybe take that fight because at the very
I think
least
that would
they
cook.
need the siphon materials.
Yeah, they'll need to get the damage. They'll need to get active here. Muzz and Epic Whale on the move right now. What we've noticed about this team is those mid games. Really, really, really tough positions to be in as they found themselves in just a jam. It really feels like from time to time, but they can overcome that. See what they did right in game 1 and mirror that performance. We'll see them jumping right back up into the conversation in no time.
And something else that's important to know, you have to keep in mind, Muzz and Epic Whale, they're kind of landing at that same drop as Reet and Ritual over by Doomstot, except Reet and Ritual, they are fully in control of the Mysterio, and they like to collect that mythic Sovereign shotgun. That's the most important aspect for those two by Doomstot. So for Muzz and Epic Whale, I think at times they may have considered, do we want to challenge for that Mysterio bot and take over the goods that Reet and Ritual have essentially
The
been
goods.
hoarding all to themselves,
What?
but at the same time,
What have I just heard? The goods. Oh, hell
It
no.
seems as though Reet and Ritual got the advantage there.
The grand tickets. No, Mustache.
Chop is here, and they take
No.
down 𝕚𝕚𝕚 and 𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚, but not before Chop gets finished there. And it seems
Oh,
like there was
yeah,
another team.
it wasn't worth fighting.
Is that Ryzen 𝕋𝕚 that just stepped up out of nowhere?
Oh,
No, it's
and
DT
Cooper.
Ryze and Cooper, the A players.
What?
Andrews and Ryze obviously playing with one another. Cooper and 𝕋𝕚, they're in the
Oh man,
distance, side by side.
his cat match. So, Ryze is chilling.
This could be a big moment, though, for Ryzen Agers. They've been trying to claw their way up the leaderboard, essentially, and the same could be said for Cooper and 𝕋𝕚. And Restored Real is bound to draw a little bit more attention. Look at Teeny just trying to squeeze his way out of there, fully understanding it is not worth sticking around at this point. Too much
How did Teeny get out of that, bro?
having been drawn.
Take a look at this. The open edit 𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 𝕚𝕚𝕚 falls. So Teeny still earns a little something here. It's not for nothing, but losing his teammate in the process. We're not even sure if he gets the reboot card. So
wow.
We'll see how that develops in the coming moments. But first, Reet and Rich will have a big task in front of them, and that's currently escaping the grips of Asia's Yoda and 𝕚𝕚𝕚, who's hunting them down right now. All in efforts to fight for the bunker. These bunker fights have been not going in the favor of Reet and Ritual. I think they're realizing, like, this is a little bit more difficult to do on the global stage than it is on just the NA region. Come qualifications and armored walls to secure
Reet!
Forcing them into a bad camera angle. Reet has to think twice about doing that again.
Reet.
Reet just trying to make sure that
That's so dumb.
actually escape.
Why are you double pickaxing on a wall, bro? That's like rule number one not to do.
Seemingly in control of the weapons bunker for the time being. Zagu already at the bottom of it. He's going to make his way over to that weapons mod bench as well. Make sure to prioritize exactly all the little goodies he would prefer, but Reet, Ritual, they've had an opportunity to recuperate. Feeling healthier. They're ready to re-engage with 𝕋𝕐 and Zagu, but they have to be careful. Reet fully understanding he can't just recklessly spin corners.
Ritual looking for an angle here. Armor wall's gonna put a full-on stop to that and force to the outskirts here. Another wall comes down. Zagu and
Reet
are really tempting them now, baiting them into these terrible peaks.
Reet is not playing well today.
Every single trade here. The one downside though is that they're running halfway now on armored walls as they've used half of the reservoir, but they own the bunker. Who cares at this point, right? This is a full-on refresh opportunity now.
Slightly better situation, at least for 𝕋𝕐 and Zagu and Reet and Ritual. They've spotted out our material count. It's entirely too low. We weren't able to capitalize on finding an elimination or two, so now they have to fixate on just rebuilding their material count in the first place, and that as well is bound to cause a little bit of, trickle effect damage toward Reet and Ritual's game plan long term, because they're missing out on surge tag damage time.
Speaking about Aviv and Bugha, they've taken now Ryzen, now looking to see if they can claim Vadil here.
Rip.
Just aside the Doom's courtyard. It's a big rotate in. Vadil left by himself. Everyone decides to back off. Very interesting that two duos shown up, and the two duos are like, wait, there's someone else here. So very unaware of what's happening at the moment. For that reason, they give the respect. And I'm sure Vadil's trying to wrap his head around, where did everyone go?
That's a different level of paranoia altogether. I mean, no one, at least inside of those boxes,
𝕋𝕐's dead.
Vadil still crouching around, still trying to stay as tucked away as possible. Can't really fault him, though, when you factor in the caliber of player that all of these teams are essentially stacked up against. Yeah, there's good reason to be concerned about which wall you face next, but Vico, 𝕋𝕚𝕚, back into the thick of it. Seems like they've got a slight overhead advantage. Right side peak, though, not going to be there just yet for Vico. 𝕋𝕚𝕚 instead.
They're in 9.
Different approach altogether.
Oh, Clix and Vino in 10th.
As Ed and Persa, just putting immediate
that's not bad.
Onto the walls in front.
Any team that can pop off today and finish inside the top 10 will have a real fighter's chance to run away with things tomorrow. Tomorrow's a 1.5x day, so setting up your foundation is so critical to your success. Vico gets just punished by Persa's shot there. Little reset now as Ed tries to get the heals here. They're fully back up into the swing of things.
Definitely a bit of a sucker punch as well for Vico when you really think about it, because the way that he was charging in there, it seemed like he had zero concern that anybody was going to be able to piece him up in that moment. Nearly met his own downfall for it, but Persa, they're actually finding the smallest angle, tearing up the toes there from Vico and 𝕋𝕚𝕚.
Very important tags. That's going to set them up with a very solid damage lead now. Off they go. Meanwhile, Reet looks like he's continuing to get active, but look, 4th place is out, 5th place is out. The standings now starting to gap away. Thomas HD and company, Trulix and company are the closest.
Wow.
Our 1st place lead, 𝕚𝕚𝕚 and Pollo here.
Rip. King can't really do much.
They continue to fight for it. It's like you see it spawn and you know, all right, who's gonna be there? It's this team right here.
Nah, for me, it's the fact that 𝕚𝕚𝕚 just lit King up, trying to rip by the side of Rift Island there. And Peterbot, we heard it direct when he was doing that interview with Adam Savage. My aim is on another level right now, and that might be the most perfect example imaginable. He's definitely looking like a bit of a menace there now, with the height leverage as well from the top of Rift Island. Other teams have really got to be wary of exactly how they're choosing to rotate, and I think that this is a prime opportunity as well for Peterbot and Pollo to essentially control the flow of the lobby.
Yeah, and it's good that he gets to show it off as well, but talk about controlling the flow of lobby. Re is keying right now, on the move, on the hunt here. Re and Ritual continue to find teams to fight. This time, even with the health at disadvantage, they have the height advantage.
I mean, they're so above. 630 above.
Yeah, but he could get full HP whenever he wanted to. He's gonna go ahead and split a Mekid off with Ritual as well, and they'll take this moment to pause the action, make sure that they are as healthy as possible.
Why are they looking at Re and Ritual healing?
To hear direct how that elimination
Hello?
went down just now for Re.
Giving the commentators not much to speak about. Okay, there we go.
140, 140!
Nice, I'm getting in.
I'm jumping in. I'm in.
Full box.
On me.
100 dead.
Nice, bro. Chill now. Chill now.
At the body.
The tone set up though. He's like, all right.
Yeah,
chill now,
that's
chill
good.
now.
That's good.
Like, let's relax.
It's like it's too crazy.
Yeah, we got it. Really showing us the emotion that happens when a team clashes. Things really peak up.
It's crazy. There's still that was a left side peek through the window edit, and Reed, the fact that he's able to come out on top for that one.
Yeah.
I think that's a problem he's got. We've seen him actually get
he loves that.
punished for that. Jumping to a Jonathan Pixie though. South side here, zone's pulling far north. They notice that they have to move sooner than later.
Nice aim from
Strategy really comes into play
Koopa.
here.
See that drop in the damage threshold though? 515 above, immediately chopped to 189.
Yo.
It's evident that everyone's kind of picking up the pace here. Janice, Pixie, fully aware of the fact
Come
that
on,
they now have a
boys.
duo
Come on.
right
Our one
next to them.
Kanata and Koopa to do
Sato
decent.
even, and
Oh!
he knows
Giannis got jumped in on and he didn't expect that.
Oh! But Andalex immediately 180'd upon Pixie.
Rip.
Gonna be there for the supportive cover. Now it's all up to Sato.
Oh, Giannis is dead.
to keep his duo
No!
and Sato calls through.
Wow.
Good tag there, and honestly, it was a combination of the damage Andalex put down.
Oh,
Sato
Koopa's
coming in
here.
to finish the fight, but someone else has arrived. It's another solo. Just looking, it's the
Oh,
reigning
Koopa, why?
champion Cooper, who's here to
Why
fight.
did you do
He's got a
this?
huge disadvantage on the
Why did
HP,
you do this,
but he's
Koopa?
still looking to tag, but no.
Koopa.
Sato finding his stride in the late
What was
half
that?
of the tournament after
You both
being,
are dead.
Again, contested fully
Rip.
up against Acorn and
That wasn't very smart by
come out of
Koopa.
that, overcome that drop spot, and now find themselves 3 eliminations in super quick succession.
But even though it's a brief moment,
I really
of relief
wasn't that
for
smart, bro.
Sato, the fact that he
I don't know why he
managed
did
to
that.
survive this whole
I
exchange,
suppose he couldn't really do much
unfortunately,
else.
Still, it's all
Nice.
uphill battle. Sure, you've got 3 eliminations, but you
Chillin'.
are solo now.
Oh,
Trying to make
solo.
your way out of the storm, not sure
Okay.
how that's
If
gonna
Peter
pan out
dies,
for him,
it's
but this
it
is
gives
massive right now. Peterbot Pollo, sure,
other
they
people
might have a
time
little bit
to
of a
get it
gap
ahead.
between themselves and everybody else on the leaderboard.
To get up
56
to
points to
Wilson.
be exact, but at the same time, Peterbot, he's already a solo in the 6th zone.
Peterbot may have his community on his back, but the rest of this lobby, the rest of the world is hoping he does not perform well. Acorn is going to be the resulting
Oh,
team.
nice.
The reason Pollo is down and out. And this is good for everyone else. Obviously not so good for Peterbot, right? He's got such a strong lead, he could break away with it and nearly solidify a first place to close the day. However, this gives everyone else a realistic chance now that they can take down basically the kings of NA.
And that looked more so like Acorn and Cole delivering a much-needed paycheck to Peterbot and Pollo.
Yes.
Kind of just
Yes.
reminding them,
Humble
you
them.
might be first right now, but if you're not careful,
We're gonna
we'll
get
still
it
look
from
to
them.
take over.
Oh, yes.
Granted, Acorn Cole currently sitting outside of the top 5 even.
Oh, yes.
They know that they also
Acorn
need some
and
very
Cold
valuable
are my
eliminations,
kings right
placement
now.
points. They want to make
Come
up
on.
the difference at this stage,
Come on.
but Rise
Bro,
still operating
bro.
as a solo. doing
If
what he
they
can.
actually win
There's
day
just
2,
so
I'ma lose my
stand
shit, bro.
between him and
Yo,
his next movement.
I'll be
it's
so
not looking too
hyped.
good
I'll
right
be
now,
so
and
hyped if they win, bro.
All things
Yo,
considering, with 100 damage below, he's got
the
to
storyline
do
would be
something big
insane.
here. Now teams are going to start moving, so maybe it's not wise of
If
him
they
to
win
push
because of
this yet,
Acorn
but
getting that
gotta
kill.
hit these tags when the opportunities open up here.
Oh, Rise, no.
First one's a miss.
Oh, it's
No
not looking
second
good.
reveals itself, so now he has to push his way in. He sees Crisp here. Crisp comes in. This is one of his
No.
chances, and he finds the tag there. Meanwhile, what's happening on the other side? Clicks also similar pressures, but they find the Asian chance of Bobby on the backside of the zone there in Larpex and take them down.
And that was a nice moment as well for Clicks and Venom, because as you can see, they are just barely managing to stay above water at this point. 27 above on the damage threshold, be exact. And Venom already taking note, some teams that might be elevated a little bit higher than their current position, but Yuma has absolutely no idea where these shots are pulling in from. It looks like he's getting lit up from 2 different directions, and Batman Booga actually going to be the one credited for that takedown, but Venom, Clicks just chopping directly through the center. They've done a decent job as well of making sure to go unnoticed.
Clicks out of ammunition for his rifle. This is the worst we have seen this
Oh,
duel.
yeah.
And arguably the most important game right now, so all they have is each other at this point, and this is why they continue to remain
This is
below
game
the
4,
surge, just
yeah.
because they don't really have the rifle ammo to find the tags. These shotgun pelts, I mean, they're not much. They're not going to do much. You have to take one of these wall-to-wall exchanges here. Mulberry Fizz comes
Ooh,
out.
nice,
Great
Vino.
catch here. It's Rapid who falls. And I think, again, they lose the elimination credit. However, the damage, though, is theirs.
And the body loot as well.
Very
Venom just practically refreshed the max mats. But most importantly of all, MDF, they've got the relief that they needed as far
Nice.
as that
That was
surge
good.
damage is concerned. Venom clicks on
Unlucky
Fox
that I was
momentarily, but
rapid.
Thomas HD from above.
Oh.
The Monarch pistol just continuing to pose such a massive problem
Wow.
for everybody.
Why is Thomas
else
so good
to
with that
rotate
pistol, bro?
inwards.
What?
The power of knowing where the zones are going. It almost feels like they just have it all locked in. Thomas HD and Queasy here continue to do these wonderful
Yo,
rotates.
oh,
At
if
first
Tom
to
wins
take
this
a
game,
stab
bro.
at some of this positioning, and it's starting to show off.
They've got half of their game plan already.
Are you going to call in
formulated
6
live
again?
Action. They took height for the time being. Now they just need to not get eliminated. Peter
Almost top
as
5
well,
again, I mean.
fighting his way through this lobby, refusing to budge. You would think that he's still a fully intact duo with the way that he plays. So much swagger inside
Yo,
his own
Vino's weak.
gameplay. Veno also barely managing to cling on life, but 5 eliminations as well for Clicks and Veno at this stage.
I was going to say barely holding on, but Venom was there still.
I think Clicks goes, not Clicks, Peter Boy goes out, yeah.
The refreshes now.
Yeah.
Things are starting to come together. Peter Bot's
Yo.
got his eyes on the prize here, though. This is the villain arc for Peter Bot right now, unfolding before our eyes here.
Oh, no.
Swing his way through this.
Oh, he's just dead. Oh, no. Do not give that to him. Oh, no. Peter. This is everyone cheering. Oh, that's so funny.
Clicks on the other hand. He's gonna get credit for
That's
Gadu.
beautiful. Everyone just cheering.
Might still be kicking somewhere, but at least for right now, Clicks.
Oh,
Veno,
that's so funny.
They're managing to find the refreshes when they need them most. Plixie and Vika, though, they've taken note of the team across the way for their current position. They're looking to try and get the chop from secondary height. Plixie, in fact, even hoping that he continues to pull off. He's trying
Oh,
to
Queasy, what was that?
falling straight to the ground.
Queasy.
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 Unfortunately, now Vico and Flixie have a
Yo.
real opportunity here to take high ground, secure it.
Queasy, that was
solidify their
not the
stride
greatest play,
to
man.
the end game. Meanwhile, noticeable names like Booga, Aviv, Quanti, and Gone still standing edges
Man, say
in this lobby. Acorn
Cold?
and Cold are still
4th.
alive.
Nice. That's so good.
Save from Thomas HD onto Queasy, though, was definitely not something I saw coming.
Acorn and Cold now. They're going to opt to layer swap through the low ground, making their way, crossing over.
Batman Booga is so weak,
All this
and he's still alive somehow.
by Castle Castle Doom, but again, the high ground, it belongs to Vico and 𝕋𝕨𝕚. They are seeking out full control of this fourth lobby here. And everyone is folding underneath them. 𝕋𝕨𝕚 down to his final 2 HP. Will he have a moment? Finally gets an opportunity to pop a small shield potion, but again, just scrambling, doing everything in his power to survive. He's got players funneling in all from every direction, and it's not going to be enough. 𝕋𝕨𝕚 has been taken out.
He did find Bugha there, though. A big elimination for him. Look at this. Trulix
Batman
and
Bugha.
Chicho once again in the end game.
Batman
Just going for the
Bugha.
heal off, looking for a top 10
Not
solidified
Bugha.
spot. But it's not going to be easy. This Castle Doom is very hard to navigate across. Remember, these walls are extremely high HP, but look who's back in action.
𝕋𝕨𝕚 back.
Thomas
Nice.
HD is almost figuratively and literally putting 𝕋𝕨𝕚 on his back this game right now, and 𝕋𝕨𝕚 gave him the credit last round, and rightfully so.
No.
Falls now.
No.
Bugha, Aviv, still alive here. We couldn't have found a better time to talk about them, because they've managed to rat their way through the castle here, and now finding Max to stay alive and get back. Meanwhile, 𝕋𝕨𝕚 and Vico jumping their way back up into this top 5.
𝕋𝕨𝕚 and Vico from the rooftops now by Castle Doom. Bugha and Aviv functioning out of the attics exclusively, but Thomas has lost 𝕋𝕨𝕚 yet again. This time, no opportunity for the revive. In fact,
That's fine.
out for the count as well. Scroll
That's a
doing
good comeback.
everything he can to just try and make it back into zone, but it's all up to Vico and 𝕋𝕨𝕚 to hold their ground. They're going to cut Scroll off in the process. Vico nearly gets credit for
This is
the
close.
knock, but instead, we'll have
Would I want to
watch that
win?
one slip away.
I want Cold and Acorn to win.
Vico finds that extra elimination, though. They are slowly cutting
But
down the poles here.
with the way they play that, it doesn't look like they're going to.
Give a look at it. 7 elims for 𝕋𝕨𝕚 and Vico. Bugha and Aviv not looking to jump up into the flames that are Vico and 𝕋𝕨𝕚. Give it a second, though. No Max. They have to
Bugha and
continue to farm
Aviv.
here. And like we talked about, this building, very, very interesting to try to navigate through. Armored wall
Smart.
comes in. At the very least, Bugha's trying to, you know, make this a war.
Nice.
Elimination. Another big one here. More points here. Vico and 𝕋𝕚𝕚 are coming down. They had enough of the weight. They find Aviv on the backside there. Vico losing a lot of HP to the storm, though.
Vico
Oh,
nearly
no.
getting trapped in the process
Bugha's
there,
dead.
but unfortunately,
They're gonna die.
Bugha, they're gonna get caught inside the structures. They're trying to work
Yeah.
their way through. Aviv
That's fine.
has it, but Vico and 𝕋𝕚𝕚 just a little bit more HP.
That was so good. Nice.
And it's almost like they just keep
Nice.
doing it now.
Nice,
Vico
Vico.
and 𝕋𝕚𝕚, a very, very clearly strong duo here, showing up in spades, putting up the performance, and you can see the look on their faces. It's
Nice.
an expression of pure excitement. They're ready to.
Too easy.
Alrighty, would you please put your hands together for your game 4 winners? It's Vico and 𝕋𝕚𝕚!
Bro, they viewed it because he was swearing. Oh, it's funny.
Come on, enjoy the moment, enjoy the moment. Unbelievable there. You guys are always so smiley, so happy, and you must be very happy.
You can already know the people at Epic were like, quick, we have to be fast, quick.
𝕋𝕚𝕚 goes down, courtesy of beaming out the sky, your partner in crime here. That was the goat right there. That was a big moment, right? Capturing that high ground really made that game yours.
Yeah, exactly. We just decided to key like forecast this game because we said if we get forecast, we just guarantee win, you know, because we needed like a win to get comeback. So we just decided to play hide on that, and then yeah, they just counter sprayed, and Felix just said the spray, and yeah.
It was pretty special.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. I mean, talk us. You came very close. I think it was game 2. You guys came second place as well. You had a really kind of like really tight go at things there.
Yeah, it is so
eliminations
close.
are working well. Standings too. You guys are really flying up the leaderboard again now. 𝕋𝕚𝕚, what's it been like first 4 games into global championships for you?
It's feeling really good, and yeah.
How have you been navigating these last zones as well for you guys? How are you kind of working together to make sure you always get into that end game?
Well, we always look at the zone each other, and then we just like talk about it, how we're gonna rotate, if we're gonna early or late rotate. Like we just look at the zone, and then from the zone on, we just decide what we're gonna do, and we talk about each other. You know, we're not doing single decisions.
Obviously, this being day 1 of 2 as well. 2 games left today. What is the aim, the end goal for today? What would you be happy with finishing up? Is it absolutely top of the leaderboard, or there or thereabouts kind of? What do you guys want to do in these next 2 games?
I see that bro waving over there.
You can easily win because it's 1.5 point, but I want to be first after first day.
Okay, and I've got to ask you, Vico. I know you like being out in front of a crowd here, you and Flixie. How does it feel to be out here in Fort Worth enjoying? In fact, make some noise for Vico and Flixie, everyone, please. How does that feel when you're the crowd behind you as well?
It feels great. I couldn't like be more happy about it. It's just like I feel the need to perform better, you know.
You just got a victory royale.
Exactly, but
this guy.
Better. I can always do better, you know.
This is it. They can always do better. They're striving for the very top. One more time, please give it up for Vico Flixie.
Sick.
Game 4.
That's not terrible.
We're going to take a very short break. 2 games left today on this day 1 of FNCS Global Championships. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in just a second's time.
Just a second's time. Bro be lying. He be lying. Yeah. Yeah. It's been really good so far, bro. Holy, this has been good. Damn. Yo. Damn. What? What am I looking at? Rocket racing? Hey, the editing is sick. I'll give it to them. Yo, I just want to watch more and more and more, bro. It's so entertaining. I love it. Like, it's so stressful to watch. I love it, bro. It's literally like watching any sports game, bro. It's literally exactly the same feeling, bro. Like you're cheering for your teams and stuff, you know? Like, it's the same. I don't know. Yeah, like mid-game. It's stressful, bro. No, it ain't cap, Kyle. It ain't cap. Okay. Yeah, okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not quite as much. But, you know, it's up there. It's up there. But it's still really good. Like, yo. It's stressful, bro. Yeah, I saw. Bro went through an insane transformation.
Welcome back to the FNCS live from Dickey.
It's impressive, bro.
Every time we get that countdown, everyone in here starts to count down.
It's impressive.
We know it's like, oh, time to focus back up. We are back in it now after game number 4.
It's quite an interesting thing that he did, though.
Flixie pick up a victory royale.
The people were like fat shaming and stuff.
That was a crazy game that for like a moment I really believed was
To make them all feel horrible now.
And then they just said, nah,
It's a good idea. Okay.
Exactly that, right? Me and Levin were like, oh yeah, this 8th zone position from 𝕋𝕨 and Thomas. They had the entirety of that hill/mountain kind of covered. It was like, wow, they have so much terrain covered, and that's going to grant you free high ground for the rest of the game. Flixie, though, gets ahead of the moving zone. 𝕋𝕨 jumps just a little
It's inspiring.
with that Flowberry Fizz activated, stuck in
For other
no man's
people.
lane all the way up there in the sky, and what a great bit of shots from Flixie to kind of secure the high ground for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, probably not the best there from 𝕋𝕨, right? Obviously, they start getting sprayed, so you know there's a team applying pressure on you. You fizz just in case you get chopped, but then you ain't got to jump, man. You jump and they instantly beam you, punished right there.
is it one of those things where that last game where they had the higher ground, right? They didn't really get pressed for it. This game, they are getting pressed for it, right? Did they kind of like forget that that can kind of happen?
I'm not sure if they forget. I think it was one of those ones where you maybe just slip up in the moment, right? It's a very minor mistake. Unfortunate to get caught out by it. But from there, right, when Vico and Flixie went on to take the game,
sorry,
the crowd in here, they were rooting for one team and one team only to win that one, right? Everybody wanted Booga to win. You could feel everybody was getting amped up every time Booga was on the screen. But Vico and Flixie ruined that party, and you know, they've been
how many points is
Booga
in the V1 now?
These guys have been setting the lobbies on fire that they've been in, and it's good to see them get a win here.
Crazy as well, they call out that forecast, right? Just allowing them to kind of have knowledge of where we're going next. That's just one less thing.
I did want Booga to win.
Now all we have to do, ruin your game plan, Booga. Nice try, man. I know where you're going. I'm going to make sure you get boxed out. And then, of course, on the other side, right, you're looking at Booga, and it's like, I have to navigate this building. I'm running on fumes, and these guys are just sitting up there waiting for me to come around this corner.
Yeah, the castle was playing a big part of that. But yeah, me and Levin were like, wait, they're at a forecast tower, and it's not the one over by the railway.
Right,
so some adaptation, right? Maybe that's what we kind of can see from that halftime.
Interesting.
Coach cooking something up.
I mean, yeah, that was a big shock to me. We've all been discussing where they're going to fight Brights and Bolts for the forecast near record.
Acorn and Cold moved up 3 spots. That's good. That's good. They're top 5. That's good. That's good. I mean, they can still make it.
They took down, I think, Malibu and Masashi in that game, right, which is a team that's been fighting for that a lot as well. They really made waves in that game.
As long as Cold just stays top 5, they stay top 5, they're chilling.
Those teams are going to have to really struggle to get a grip on the game.
And we see, because of that game, now 1 point behind Peterbot and Pollo, right? And just think on the flip side, for a moment at the very beginning of the game, we tuned into Peterbot, and you called out something specific. Wow, 600 above Surge. Yeah. This is kind of crazy. But then it all falls apart for Pollo, right? And then Peterbot's put in that situation. He has to solo clutch. And he does put on points, and he's kind of keeping them just at bay. But now these guys are neck and neck.
I mean, what a crazy thing, right? That game was going so well. They were just max. The storms.
That was such a bad play from Peterbot. I don't know why he did that.
Where Acorn and Cold came from. The decision.
But there wasn't much you could do.
On a duo right there is an incredible one by Acorn and Cold. Worked out for them. They picked up Pollo right there, and 5th place for that duo, actually.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I mean, I'm looking at those two teams at the top, and the parallels, my mind instantly goes to the sort of narrative people were building earlier this year. Peterbot and Pollo dominated. You know, everybody was looking at, is this the new formula to have two amazing fraggers with each other? When Vico and Flixie joined forces, everyone said, are they trying to replicate that dynamic? Are they the EU, you know, Peterbot and Pollo? Even, you know, Vico's acknowledged those comparisons himself. He said, hey, look, we still got a bit more to do to get to that level. But right now at the Global Championships here, 1 point between them, they're clearly at that level, it seems.
Just a crazy situation to look at. And of course, I wanted to highlight Booga taking it there to placement, right? They only did manage to pick up the 2 eliminations, but they take it to that 2nd place. That's a bunch of placement points.
Something about Booga, right? And this usually happens on a seasonal basis where it's like the start of a new season is usually kind of slow for him when it comes down to tournaments and everything like that. But then whenever it comes down to the actual FNCS, which of course happens towards the end of the season, he always picks it up, I swear. And I would love to kind of see that trend over the course of these 12 games. Have that happen at the Global Championships. A slow start so far. Let's pick it up.
I mean, again, really unlucky at the end there, right? With the way the zones pulled through Castle Doom. I think my biggest critique of Booga over the last sort of year or so has been, he's really great at just being able to get his team into the top 10 consistently, right? But when it comes to win condition, putting his team in a position to actually win the games, sometimes it's felt a bit lackluster. In that game, though, it was excellent, right? The way they claimed low. And again, if it wasn't for a bit of unlucky zone pulling, they might have a chance to actually really win that game from Vico and Flixie. So really impressive from Booga.
Absolutely. Guys, I want to talk so much more, but we got to get back into the action. Game number 5 is upon us. So,
let's go.
Taco, take it away.
Let's go.
I gotta say, I think that went totally different than what I expected. Obviously, given that Peterbot and Pollo fell early, now we have 4 teams in the race that are really close.
What really got me, though, Monster, was hearing the way that the Dickies Arena just erupted the moment that Peterbot actually went down and Peterbot and Pollo were full-on eliminated. It's crazy to think that they're actually trying to battle against all the odds here.
Yeah, like I said before, it's everyone against everyone here. Match 5 is great.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready, 4-9. Put it on a show for us.
Number 5 is kicking off here and now, and the standings couldn't be more closer. A couple of teams that are trying their stride. Their top 10 ever evolving.
Bro, show a different POI. We already saw cinematics of this POI.
really solidifying
What you
themselves
doing?
in somewhat of a healthy position. Even if all things end now, the amount of points that teams like Acorn and Colt and above have earned is looking pretty good.
A little bit more respect here coming out of Huddy and Kovacs, though. Sky Scroll, they're actually going to take over the second floor here at the mansion at Rebel's Roost. And the biggest advantage right now for Sky is the fact that he's managed to find Sovereign Shotgun, but at the same time, there's a hammer pump here for Kovacs, and both of these duos, I think, acknowledging the fact that
Malibu down.
if they take a little bit more time to loot, it could go slightly better. But this could be disastrous. 𝕚𝕚𝕚, Malabuka, they already started to get a little bit more caught up than they would have liked. They dropped 3 placements after the results of that last lobby and find themselves currently situated in 8th. And Alex Worthy, they're trying to make them sure that they're the first team to fall even.
Yeah, Alex has a lot of HP here, but Worthy's
No,
one of the worst for wears.
Worthy.
Falls, and we've already seen one 1v2 today. Let's not make it another. Power Alex is already pushing the agenda here. Well played for Australia's Alex and Worthy from Team Power.
Dude, the problem is they never fight together. They always fight separately. That's the problem.
They'll see themselves in a good standing, but you can see it's not easy by any means to get the first drop in the first weapon. And talk about tough fights that could have went any way. Acorn and Cold seem to have had things slightly favor them this time around.
Yeah, but at the same time, Cold losing Acorn and 𝕋𝕚𝕚 may have done just enough damage.
No.
Fortunately for Cold, he is looking relatively undisturbed here at Brutal Beachhead, but if any of those other teams lingering around that southern zone in the desert area happen to catch wind of the fact that Cold is a solo and the reboot ban might be the biggest heads-up opportunity there. Could be disastrous, but Alex, Worthy, the Power fellas, they don't even get to rejoice in their celebration of coming out on top because Agers and Rise have arrived to the party.
So have Batman, Puga, and Rapid coming from the high ground there, finding tags onto Rise, almost saving the day at this point for Team Power.
Rip.
Agers, DT,
Okay, they're still
Rise
alive.
now
That's good.
have to back off, unaware of what all happened here. Meanwhile, Alex saves his trusty teammate here.
He's got the Stairway to Heaven up there, though, man. That's kind of insane. Restored Reels certainly getting relatively active, but Alex Worthy probably just happy about the fact that they're going to have an opportunity to keep this one going. Stronger in numbers for sure. Vico and 𝕋𝕚𝕚, though, they seem like they've really been heating up.
Vico,
Shadow hoping
rip.
that he can cool them off, but
Not the best
Vico at the
damage.
same time, you know,
Nice
so
Shadow.
much damage has been
Rip
done, but
Vico.
he's going to find himself on the receiving end this go-round. It's all down to 𝕋𝕚𝕚.
Why
to
are we
punch up.
double pickaxing? Why is this a
Which is
thing?
very good, but going against Shadow here, I do think Shadow is an extremely strong box fighter. The edits come in though. Look how fast 𝕋𝕚𝕚 manages to respond, but still Shadow with the better shots overall. And now a time to heal here. 𝕋𝕚𝕚 has to respect this duo now, and I think he knows that. Tries to go up to find and secure his elimination. Can he track it back here is the question. Seems like he knows where it is, more or less.
At the very least, I think 𝕋𝕚𝕚 wants to ensure that whether or not he wins this exchange between himself and Shadow. In fact, Virgo had all the goodies that 𝕋𝕚𝕚 could have possibly wanted. It was a med kit that came out of the body loot. So pressure is on now for Shadow. Very high likelihood that Virgo was able to communicate. He got my med kit. And so that means that Shadow has got to act fast if he wants to prevent 𝕋𝕚𝕚 from reaching 200 HP again.
He also gets the material, right, which Shadow only has 2 mats of now. So what was once a very promising situation for Shadow is not looking like that anymore. 2AM Shadow gets the first tag put on him. It's not looking good anymore. The jump shot is no good, and 𝕋𝕚𝕚 clutches
Nice,
up.
𝕋𝕚𝕚.
And there's not a duo in
Nice.
sight at the moment, so he should be able to save Vico. I know we put the focus on Vico and his potential, but now you can see he is equally met with a very strong partner.
But you know that every single one of these players has got their eyes set on that elimination feed as well. So for Peterbot and Pollo, they might have at least some slight indication that there's been trouble, at least in match number 5 here for Vico and 𝕋𝕚𝕚. They could look to try and circumvent this route that Vico and 𝕋𝕚𝕚 traditionally like to go after and potentially cut them off. maybe even look to ensure that they can maintain that first place position if you take out second.
This update right now that we're getting onto Clicks and Vino, who's on the move here, just north of the Sandy Steps.
All right.
They're seeing the double back. Something wasn't right up there. They're backing on off now. A lot of material to make up for here, so bit of a scrappy start. No eliminations tell us that the Australian team of Damo and Resigns escaped the drop. Meanwhile, Victor V and Paper possibly in a fight against Chapentini here shortly.
Wow. Talk about Medkit Nation, though.
Wow.
Victor V, Chapentini are going to have their work cut out for them if they want to take up an exchange here between Paper and Victor V. But most importantly still, Paper and Victor V, they have amassed so many boxes surrounding this forecast tower. Chapentini were looking to try and take down for the forecast keycard first, but immediately Paper,
Nice
Victor V,
Paper.
look at the collapse. Chap fully cracked. Victor V, Paper, no.
Yes!
Got the advantage.
Yes! Yes, Victor V! Victor V! Go, my boy! Go, my boy! Go!
Almost put through a full edit course right there. Victor V at 3 eliminations
Insane!
right now.
Victor's
Flexing
crazy,
how
bro.
good of a player he really
Victor's
is.
insane.
Don't let his
Damn.
face fool you. He has experience under his belt. Chat, clearly better on the standings at the moment, but not by much. It's a point separating them now, as these 3 eliminations have really jumped them up. And look, it's all for everything, right? They have the card that they need.
Nice.
For the rest
That's
of the
so
squads
good
here.
for them. Oh, look.
Chat has to just back
Have
off
even
at this
Booger
point.
snuck up on the
Otherwise,
leaderboard now?
He'll start to lose his tournament opportunity here. Game 5 being very late
picked with
into the
Victor
day.
V.
These are
12.
the last
Okay.
chances to set yourselves up for points
Nice.
here. So you got to put your ego aside.
Love to see them doing
Might
good.
need to back up, but with the way that Ryzen Ages are closing in, Paper, sure, he's going to confirm that forecast for himself and Victor V. But at the same time, if they're not careful on the disembark from the forecast tower, Flaming Boost Tube could pose some issues. It seems like
No, they're
Ryzen
crazy for that,
Ages
I'm not
were
gonna lie.
setting up in a position to try and protect it, try and maybe get a knock-on elimination for any teams looking to take it.
Now, all things considering, the point
Wait.
gap between 6 to top 20 is very, very close.
Okay, so
They start to jump up
Vico
towards the
and
top 5, so even a team like
Flexi
Paper
are
and
ahead
Victor V
of
have
first
a
now.
lot of opportunity
That's
here
very
to
interesting.
really ramp up. Meanwhile, Thomas HD just giving us a show, showing us what he can do with that
Wow,
Monarch
so
pistol.
good.
He does it without the scope this time around, so all the more impressive.
Ooh, visuals.
That makes me sick to my stomach watching Thomas HD use any sort of sniper-esque weapon, you know? Even though it's the Monarch pistol at the same time.
Ooh, nice
It's
damage.
just so
Yo, Batman
pinpoint
Booger is so
accurate.
good, bro.
It's ridiculous, but
He's
Batman
so good.
Booger,
What?
Rapid,
Yo, he's good.
they're trying to get a little
And he,
bit
and he
of an
normally
uprisal
doesn't play
here.
on Zerping as well.
He's got visuals in his sights. Beautiful right side peek. Perfect moment to open up. But visuals immediately looking to retreat.
Oh no, I think he just
And he's
moved
gonna
to
go side by
Zerping, so he
side,
does
hit
play
to
on it
hit
now.
one more time with his
Do
duo.
do 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 do.
Great tag there for Rapid to set them up a big 108, but Visuals climbs his way back into a fighting stance here. Clearly, they're not content for fighting for this
They got beamed.
position here of the bunker. They back
Wait,
off. Booga and
where
Naveed.
do?
We get the early
All right,
update
they
with them
land
for the first
there.
time to really see what is unfolding.
Read and
for
rituals, moving up the leaderboard as well.
No shotgun.
I like to see it.
Oh wait, yeah, he does. Got a little loadout going on here. Aviv as well on the move right now.
Yo, the loadout's looking
It's a
fire.
nice rotation so far off the launch pad from the peak of that mountain, but the main difference that I've noticed in Booga and Aviv's game in comparison to what we saw, for example, coming from NA Major 3, typically they like to be aggressive towards the team that is landing on Piney Lane, but that has not been an option for them this game because Toyota and Mifali, they're just not willing to take that exchange. They're bailing, they're getting their loot and immediately looking to rotate out, so it's not really leaving Booga and Aviv anyone left nearby. They're having to forcibly create these storm surge situations, and it's not easy to acquire those tags by any means. You miss one shot, that could be the difference between above or below that damage threshold.
That is true. And speaking about big differences, Peterbot and Boyo just got their hands in on that bunker. Let's not forget the bunker will give you access to that modification bench to change your weapons, right? To get yourself nice and comfortable. And now that they have that, they'll likely be looking for the Rift Island to go ahead and take a fight. Meanwhile, 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕥𝕔𝕙 and Ovation Vico back in the game, as healthy as ever when things were almost fading away for a moment there here in game number 5. But they're in first place, they're in the lead, and they're looking pretty situated now.
And they're going straight back to home base. Little do they know, though, King Phaser could be a very problematic circumstance, depending on the approach there for Vico and 𝕋𝕨𝕚, but still inside the storm.
Wait, where's Muzz and Epic on the leaderboard? I haven't seen them.
Decent amount of material count, though, but
oh, they're far
it
down.
looks like Muzz is going to have to lose at least one of these medkits along the
so
way.
is Vidil.
Fully intending
and
to
Ryzen.
just locate what he can inside of the bunker, maybe even make use of that weapon mods bench.
Back on over to the other draw spot, though, with Vico and 𝕋𝕨𝕚 here. It's the landing home. Let's see it, though. King and Phaser playing the low ground right now instead of opting for a little bit of a stronger position. So I'm almost calling bait here, but given his stance,
I don't know.
all of a
King
sudden,
can win
things switch
this
around
anytime.
Really quickly here. King looking for an
Oh, never
opportunity,
mind.
but no, drop, trying to run
What's
here.
going
Phaser
on?
must have called back off, and it's not working well. Not right now for them. Vico and 𝕋𝕨𝕚 still on the pulse here. Phaser barely gets up to that next layer.
28. Yeah, so.
Every shot that Vico lands, it's almost like he's directly telling whoever he's up against, scram. But at the same time, where can King and Phaser actually run to? They are trapped. Vico and 𝕋𝕨𝕚 know Reckless Railways like the back of their hands. And sure, I'm aware that King and Phaser, they're bound to have good knowledge as well of the POI, but to the same extent as 𝕋𝕨𝕚 and Vico, one of the main takeaways that I got from last night listening to Vico in the player room was him saying, nobody plays Reckless Railways right. We are the only ones that understand this POI, and when somebody is that confident in their knowledge, that's a serious threat.
Yeah, you saw he had every angle. He knew where to cut them off, basically within the building, the structure, and they knew better than to push into the railway itself, given all the cover that's there. So happy with the damage. Meanwhile, Clix and Vino, though, on the move here. Again, no strangers to the storm here. We saw them double back after going north to try to find some tags. Now they're looping their way, again, south and then into the new zone. Everything's starting to piece together.
Nice.
Meanwhile,
They're 6th as well, which is nice to see.
10 teams are down. Just for that update there, 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕥𝕔𝕙 and 𝕿𝕨𝕚 is that team.
Oh.
𝕿𝕨𝕚, Jacko.
Oh,
from
nice.
a dub into
Nice,
a
Jacko.
fight here, landing on visuals and braids now. Looking for the big
They're
shot.
9.
Didn't quite
Okay.
get the maximum
Ooh,
damage, but
700
still gets the finish
above.
off visuals there.
700
And
above is
all that
insane.
material, they are right back
Wow.
into it.
The most important part as well for 𝕿𝕨𝕚 and Yapko is that time to elimination was so fast. It's not going to give a real opportunity for, say, somebody like Yuma in the distance to actually have a chance to play catch-up, look to third-party opportunity, because it appears as though Yuma might even be in that solo situation.
Oh, no,
and
𝕿𝕨.
when that's the case, you're always hoping
𝕿𝕨.
that you can kind of just stumble upon
𝕿𝕨, Izzy, what's going on here?
place, maybe get some shots in that might allow you an opportunity to go for a little bit of siphon materials, a knock, an elimination, points, placements is really what everybody is after right now.
𝕿𝕨𝕚 and 𝕿𝕨 damage numbers looking phenomenal right now. I don't think there's anyone beating them in the game here at this given moment. Moving around though. This is the Mount Olympus, right? Home of Quanti and Gone. Should very likely be up top somewhere.
Wow.
Look at this. You got Janice here. You have 𝕋𝕨𝕚. A lot of the Brazilian teams there. Persa and Ed.
A little bit of a giggle because if the one surge base wasn't enough, Trulex and Chicho have evolved yet again into maintaining two separate surge bases even. Meanwhile, Booga tangled up a little bit here right now with 𝕿𝕨𝕚, but we've seen 𝕿𝕨𝕚 perform already once today.
Come on, Booga, come on.
In a 1 versus 2, and this time he still got his duo with them, but most importantly still, Booga, they're trying to do what they can to break through some of these builds, but they're just going to find themselves cut off. They're not able to actually cross the gap just yet because Buga also needed ample opportunity to make sure that he could regenerate his shields off of what heals they have left, but that's going to be more than enough room for Yapko and Swizzy to just full on disengage.
Buga and Aviv don't chase either. They just let them go. So it's telling. It shows us that they want another one of those end games. They need another one of those end games, and they can't toss it away. It's a chance for them to go ahead and do just that. But they do need more damage. But talk about that. It seems like Swizzy rotates right into Bryson Bolt. So not too much longer do they fall. But Peterbot and Pollo, the Rift Island, we already know. They hit the mod bench, they're set up, and then straight to the Rift Island every single time here. And now Shari is so low. Storm Surge going to be giving them a big problem here in the coming moments.
The worst part is knowing that it's Peterbot and Pollo. Every time that reveal medallion goes off, it's every 50 seconds, by the way. And again, teams are marked, players are marked for 15 seconds after the fact. That is so much information in the hands of somebody like Peterbot and Pollo. It can be devastating for the rest of the lobby, but Cherry, he's managed to find an isolation moment. Worthy trying to do what he can, but the Storm might take him out as is. Instead, Cherry diverts his attention to another Oshi player.
Bro, grab the make it.
He is going to find Damo in the mix. Couple of knocks, couple of eliminations. Couldn't have come at a more perfect time.
Nice.
So the setup from Aviv and Buga.
Nice. Good aim.
So Swizzy was knocked, picked up, and then ultimately falls back to the hands of Aviv here. You can see, yes, 2 eliminations. So starting to really heat up now. Buga and Aviv come to the late half of the tournament. Wait a second, though. Storm Surge is active now. Damage is starting to add up here. Even with that elimination there, they will need a single tag. These are the chances, and when you miss them, it does end up catching up to you. Down goes Buga to the Surge. The next tag will take down Aviv, and they know it's over.
It's a tough
break. Just beating my sister. Yo, that was so good.
One potentially, but at the same time, the mental bounce back, the mental fortitude that players like Aviv and Buga are sure to compose themselves with.
Oh wait, did they just die?
See how they bounce back in the final match of day 1 here today, but more importantly still, all these other
I missed that. No, they died.
Main monster, Scroll, Sky.
Reef just died.
Scale their way
to
down,
game.
but crossing bodies of water, knowing that there's teams already set up on elevation, shots just pouring in from multiple directions, and you're still trying to maintain focus.
Oh, he's just dead, bro.
Scroll can't even take any sort of chance to heal. He knows that if he pauses one moment too long, that's where he'll be taken down.
It's just,
Build count just not where it needs to be. Handful of armored walls remain now for Sky. He's still trying to see if he can get one more shot in. Any sort of a break at this point, but essentially MDF, it looks like they're about to fall just outside placement point zone.
Yeah, he's got Batman Buga coming right at him as well. Doesn't
he's just
find
dead.
A chance to find the tag there. Someone else signs the elimination there too, and all focus starts to aim towards him, but 46 above here doesn't hold on long, and he just gets melted right out of the game.
Oh, you gotta feel bad for him in that situation.
Batman Buga don't survive the rotate, as you saw there. And
nice, Muz.
so much of the immediate competition, our bubble teams are falling. That's going to make for a very interesting last game of day number 1, given how close it's going to be point-wise. So we're going to see a lot of changes come that last round, but Vino and Clicks holding on by a sliver here.
Yo.
This is too close for comfort, though. Clicks and Vano have practically no space to work with. They've got 2 separate teams underneath them. Their only saving grace being the fact that Peterbot Pollo nearby, getting those mark indications from that reveal medallion. That's going to be enough for them to emphasize focus onto Reason's box. But again, Acorn, Cold, directly underneath where Clicks and Vano are currently at.
Come on, boys, please.
They are looking to
please
be
do
in
something.
a much more
please.
situated position here.
You guys got
this. Is tough stuff.
But look who's got high ground again. Flixie and Vico take the chance here while everyone's playing passive.
No, why are you using your AR there?
Snipe up a strong spot, and they already have the
I mean, maybe it was smart.
Another high ground spot. And you could tell they're playing for wins here. This is all win conditions.
They don't have a
setups.
mats. They need a
Meanwhile,
refresh.
Struggling here below the surge, need damage, they need health.
Can't be missing that,
And
you know.
it's a very healthy Vico and Flixie above them, so not an easy duo by any means, but they don't have that information.
Veno knows that they don't really have much of a choice at this point. They've got to jump into just about anyone's box if they want to keep this Game 5 run going strong, because a refresh is a necessity at this point. The material count entirely too low. They need heals as well. And they're not going to find it unless they eliminate somebody else. But overhead, Vico catches a glimpse of Clicks.
They Clicks and them were dead. They're dead, yeah. They're dead.
Actually does wind up falling, and Veno meets a similar fate. Just no escape
Rip.
from the top end of the leaderboard.
And they just play so smart. Vico and Flixie use those armored walls perfectly to bait them around, and then right when you think they're not interested in fighting, they get at the top on the Veno and Clicks there.
So smart.
And, you know, it's just excellent defense, and clearly they're
Wow,
playing
that's
so
so
well. It's
Cole
hard
got
to
3
compete
kills
against that and
already.
talk about
Nice.
that. Peterbot and Boyo continue to find eliminations. Take a look at the replay here. While all of that was unfolding, they find threats with the finish there. Now that's 3 elims, another end game, inching its way towards them now, as we're almost to zone number 9. Big moves here for Peterbot. They're going to give up the high ground a little bit here to play the low
Yeah,
front
Booger
side.
sold. I'm not gonna
Very
lie.
interesting
I didn't
strategy,
see
given
them,
that
but they
had
died.
mats to
Yeah.
work with, but too many teams are alive for their
It's
liking,
unlucky.
it seems.
Also, the natural elevation possibly working against their favor.
Canada and Cooper also haven't been doing great.
Normally, much of a similar fashion.
I don't
the
know.
way they've been
It's just like a
catching
land
other
thing.
teams
Cooper
off notice, but
definitely has experience with the
dominating
land, but I don't
Queasy.
know.
They can see all these teams sliding down the mountain face. Tramsu and Clone doing what they can
Aw,
to survive.
so annoying.
Similar circumstance there for Cooper as Peterbot and Boyo continue to pressure against his walls. But just behind, Peterbot saw Victor V and Paper as well.
Okay, Kovacs, let's
Big
go.
fights taking place
Nice.
Let's not forget Kovacs and Huddy were taken out in the drop last game. They were in 4th coming into that round before slipping down his standings now, showing us just how consistent they really are, coming right back into things. Meanwhile, Queasy pushing their way through. Down goes Cooper, looking for the finish. He'll get it.
Nice.
Kanata forced to run up to another layer here. And they might not be in a spot to win the game just yet, but they are racking up a lot of points now once again.
Oh,
Coming
Chicho was
into the
below.
final rounds here for day number 1.
They still went
Chicho
4th.
another
Chicho
end game for
stayed
them as
up
well.
there, man.
Teams just showing their stride. It's very clear who's had good performances here today. Acorn and Cole get chopped out by Flixie and
No.
Vico. They are just the talk of the town right now.
Oh.
Vico, Flixie, Peterbot, Poyo, they just seemingly operate at a different level altogether currently, and everybody else just trying to play catch-up. Chicho, Trulex, they caught wind of Epic Well, but
They
Epic Well doing what he
so,
can. It's an even exchange, down to just Trulex versus Muzz, but the question is, will he even manage to find that? Instead, Kovacs
Cold sold,
to
bro.
play the medkit. It's all down to just placement opportunity at this point.
And then you have Boyo and Peterbot still alive right now.
Gold
still
sold, bro.
kicking here. This is the only competition besides
Oh, hello.
who can obviously rack up enough points to give everyone a run for their money. Bryce and Bolts are setting up for the high ground win while Boyo, Peterbot, Vico, Flixie are fighting for eliminations closer to the low ground now. And they might just clash here
I am,
in the moments
bro.
to come as they're standing on opposite ends of the low ground position here.
Bro, what is going on?
Pressuring everyone nearby.
I can't focus on all these people, bro. Bro, what is going on?
To the hands.
I think I'm gonna get off after this game because I need to be up tomorrow morning.
Just so content, but now they're looking for high ground.
But the real winners of that
And then
exchange,
I'll have a video out
Queasy,
tomorrow.
Thomas, Vico, Flixie, they all eliminate each other. So now
I'll have a
it's
video
just
out
up
tomorrow,
to
and then
Boyo
I'll
and
stream this
Peterbot
later.
to see what they
Tomorrow
can
night.
do. Bolt and Bryce, though,
When day 2
firm
goes live.
grasp of the high ground, doing what they can to just try and shred through the players underneath. Dukes scrambling, barely managing to throw up some wood.
I know there's
on
a
his
more
head,
after, but I need
for the
to
time
sleep.
being. But at the same time,
So I need to wake up at like 8 or like over 7.
on this low ground currently.
So Peterbot has to get an elimination here and then go for high ground if he wants to do something, but These teams are not making it easy. Meanwhile, Watson pings are getting active for the low ground, though the shots are coming in. PRO and Pollo find the first few, and there's still points to be earned here, and Pollo wants them all. It's going to make a huge, huge difference here.
Are they going to win?
Secures the material count as well. That's going to set Peterbot up for just enough. Bolts and Bryce have been here before. Bryce specifically has won games in person on land. I called it before. This is the team that you have to look out for. They are so talented. However, Peterbot and Pollo just, I mean, they've been ahead of the pack so far.
But Peterbot and Pollo, they got the most recent refreshes.
Pollo's
Granted,
going up.
everyone's building.
Oh, wow.
Pollo strikes first. Bryce is going to fall. Peterbot understands.
That was good. That was good.
Down to Bolts to try and clutch this one up, but it's Peterbot and Pollo after all.
Bolts has been here, though. He knows what to do. Don't give him a chance to heal. You have to fight back. Armored walls come out. They have a little bit more map, but Peterbot has too much to work with.
Imagine they saw.
Bolts has an angle.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Nice. Nice. I actually love Pollo so much. Not so much Peterbot, but Pollo is so cool. I saw like a video of Pollo's dad, and it was so wholesome.
That is the real difference maker here today, MDF. We can see our big winners on the screen right now, and Adam's there.
Would you please, Fort Worth, make some noise again for Peterbot and Pollo!
You know what? I will stream last game.
I love those. I love those moments.
I'll stream last game.
The crowd wanted that to happen. Pollo, the Flowbury push there. You guys were low ground. You pushed on through. Talk us through the moment there and when you make that call and how that happens between you guys.
Yeah, I think it was the zone pulled back, so we had like all builds to use to go up, and I was able to get like a good angle to kill one.
Elimination-wise as well, you guys are consistent there. Standings as well. Peterbot, how would exactly? I'm sure there's so many aspiring Fortnite players here as well. It's just constant for you guys. Major wins. What is the magic, the secret sauce that is really making you guys, ensuring you get to these top spots right now?
I'm not gonna lie, we have the Mythic every season, you know what I'm saying? And me with the Mythic,
you know what I'm
I'm so unstoppable, you know what I'm saying? I get
W
so
voice
many,
crack.
eliminations and stuff, so yeah.
Dangerous out there.
W voice crack
well, I
live.
want to talk about that being this experience right now because you guys have been consistent. We're going to see, I'm sure, a lot more over the course of this weekend. Pollo, what's it been like for you as well? You feel the crowd there. One more time, Fort Worth. Let them hear you guys. It's for you, buddy. They're amazing, by the way. And I mean, this must be a lot of wind in your sails as well. How does it feel to be performing in front of this crowd here at Global Championships?
It feels amazing, especially getting a win. It's like hype, and then like on the walkout, everyone is cheering for us. Yeah, it feels great.
Okay, and I want you one more time. Anything you want to say to people, to the crowd right now, to get them even more hype than they are already?
Hey, I appreciate you guys, and yeah, we're winning this right now.
There you go. Give it up for Peterbot and Pollo!
Hey, let's go.
GG's, fellas. Again, lots more to get excited about here. These guys
Someone's
crushed it. I'm
going
sure they'll
through.
continue to do so. Lots more games to go, though. One more left today. After the break, it's coming your way. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom quickly. I'll do last game, and then I'm hopping off straight after that. Yeah, 50-point lead's kind of crazy. Come on, Acorn and Cold have to pull through this game, man. Please. Finish top 5, please, please. It'll help them so much, because Acorn and Cold are always good on day 2. They're always good on day 2, so they just... Bro, they just need to stay like top 6, please, please, please.
Kelly, Link, and 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕚. Game number 5 goes to Peterbot and Pollo. My goodness, just so much went right for the duo in this last game, from the Rift Islands to the bunkers to just being stacked in its zone. And now, somehow, we've given them a victory out. Who let that happen?
I mean, we kind of saw it happening a little bit in Game 3. We all thought that that game was going to go their way.
Yep.
Getting second place with double-digit eliminations was only the start for this duo. Peterbot and Pollo showcasing once again why they are the demons of North America. Chopping out Acorn and Cold right there. Being able to chop out Height and then not even claim it as their own. I thought that was going to be the follow-up, but instead, staying on the low ground and then finding so much loot there, giving them the advantage in the final moments.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This is actually their 10th victory royale this entire chapter. The only duo to get double-digit victory royales this entire chapter. The way they went about it was really, really impressive. All of those refreshes, as you talked about, Kelly, was so vital. Using those armored walls to protect themselves, and even just keeping themselves using that Flowberry Fizz, ensuring that they keep that mobility, and that was crucial to this moment right here for Pollo. Popping that Flowberry Fizz to give him that little bit of extra mobility and jump high just allows them to close out the fight really well. I mean, they were on low ground. I thought, Bryson Bolt surely should close this one out here, but Peterbot and Pollo. Pollo in particular there, what a clutch.
I mean, typically when we see these low ground teams, they try and stay there as long as possible, and it's usually the high ground teams that have to drop down low to face them if they don't have the heal off potential. But not when it's Peterbot and Pollo. No, they're going to go up and they're going to fight and they're going to win.
That's right, and we can see those highlights presented by NASCAR. My gosh, I love too the fact that when Adam goes into the interview, he's like, hey, Pollo, talk to me about what you
Holy shit, man.
Pollo had just these
I'm gonna say that from now on.
angles on these duos, and a lot of those circumstances, you're not thinking there's like a duo like
Kind of hits hard though.
Here's my shotgun. I want a victory.
Shit, man. Shit.
My gosh, just so well done. And the fact that they also had the heals. If something crazy goes on, they're like, we got a couple med kits if we have to push it to that point. We also have a listen in from that last game. Take a listen.
Holy fit, man.
Solo, we're just going left of him. Come. Come up. Low ground. Come.
I'm with you.
We're good to do it. Let me go back to our tarp then. Go back to our tarp.
Nice.
We're staying on each other.
I can go up.
Throw all the way out.
They don't know.
Get on me. Chill.
I have no growth.
Chill.
Look up.
100.
He's dropping.
We're good. Chill. Stop. Yeah, take my kit.
He's dropping. 20, he took 24.
Let's go! We're the best, baby!
That's like what,
Come
13?
On. Bro, we're the best, bro! Oh my god! Let's go!
10. It's fine. 10
Good job, bro! We're crazy, bro!
Yeah, I mean, they're super funny. I love too in that moment. He's like, dude, 15, like, to him in that moment, he's just eliminating everyone, right? Like, it's all happening so fast. Just so well, expertly played from the duo. And again, to see them playing from low ground just so well, like, if you said, yeah, they're a low ground, he might be like, yeah, but that's kind of not what they're about.
The thing is, they're an everything team, regardless of the situation, regardless of if they have the mats for high ground, or if they're going to stick to the low ground, they are going to come out on top. And look at that distance. We saw after game number 4 that it was Vico and Flixie in first place by just a few points. Now the lead stretching to 50 points for Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah, Vico and Flixie were looking really good there as well going into that game. That end game was really solid for them, and just up until they went down there at that point. And of course, that just gave Peterbot and Pollo the green light to make sure they can make the most of that game. Even in that listening right there, they were saying, how many eliminations? Oh, 10? Yeah, it's okay. Most teams are like, we're just going to 10 elimination victory. Oh, let's go crazy. But these guys,
that's hilarious,
just another
actually.
day at the office for them. Something else I'm noticing about this as well. Look at that, Bolt and Bryce moving up 19 places up there into 8th place. Huge performance from these guys. The way they held height was really good as well, using these armored walls to ensure that people couldn't chop them down as easily. And it's just this constant pressure. Look at Bolt's inventory. He's used pretty much everything. Only one big pot left to make sure they hold on to that height and maintain it. Really well played from these guys.
And we also saw them on Rift Island as well with Peterbot and Pollo, but
They
choosing not to
11
engage in that. Instead,
globals
just using it as a little bit of an advantage, seeing where the rest of the lobby is
insane.
landing,
Yeah,
making
it is
sure that
insane.
they're able to be put into an advantageous position, and that is
Crazy,
what allows
bro.
them to grab this high ground. 8 eliminations before Bryce went down. Bolt's, though, doing his best to try and fight him out, but when it's Peterbot and Pollo that you have to 1v2 against, there's not much you can do.
And it's nice to see them making these end games as well at
the beginning of the show, we were talking about this sort of contestation with Vico and Flixie on that side. How's things going to go there? What's going to happen? Are they going to be, is it going to be one of those teams making it to endgame and the other one maybe not? It seems like they both sort of found a way to play their own game. And of course, Vico and Flixie making that more north rotation, finding some other forecast towers if they need them. And then Bryce and Bolts were able to make these endgames consistently as well. So it seems to be kind of working out for both duos right now. And if Bryce and Bolts can continue to do that, I expect them to finish in the top 10 towards the end.
Fantastic stuff. And I love, too, kind of what you called out, the fact that we're Rift Island, they kind of go up to fight Peterbot and Poyo, and then they go, whoa, Peterbot and Poyo, my bad. Peterbot and Poyo then just like, they just blaze a trail, and they're like, hey, well, they've already done all the work. Cool, let's just follow them, right? And then they end in second place.
I mean, even if you aren't able to claim Rift Island, just by getting the material, there is also that weapon mod bench that's in there. And also you get the great rotations from the static launch pads there, or the rifts from around you. Also, a lot of other teams are going to be using the rifts. So if you do need a few tags, well, guess what? A lot of players are going to be rifting around you, and you're going to be able to get those tags. Speaking of a great performance, Acorn and Cold just going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, this is really, really nice to see from these guys. A little bit of a better performance than we have seen in some of the games, but it's one of those where they tried to take that high ground, got chopped out. We saw Acorn going down right there, but it's all about Cold. I think Cold can clutch up in those situations. Didn't quite make it happen right there, but this is a team that won't let that affect them. It seems like Osborne right now is being so much more of a breeze than we anticipated going into the show, so they're able to make these end games consistently. They're going into it decent loot as well. Even playing for height there, didn't quite work out in the end, but this is a duo that I expect to see in more of these end games, even in day number 2.
Absolutely. I'm getting word. The last game of the day. I don't want it to be over, but we are prepared. It is time. After this game, we go into tomorrow's 6 and a 1.5 times multiplier. These duos need to do everything they can to solidify today. One last ride. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke, and that's right. They have to secure the lead now and or jump up, right, and have a chance for tomorrow.
Yeah, you always want to make sure that you finish strong on day 1, heading into that 1.5 times multiplier for day 2 MDF. But at the same time, you still know that you have 6 more games to work with, so it's not the end of the world by any means, just in case day 1 was a little bit more of a bust.
That's right, and there are teams now getting close to those back-to-backs on land. Talk about Peterbot and Poyo. Let's see it for the last game.
And just like that, we are back in it. Game number 6, day number 1. And Monster, we have seen some pretty crazy 50-50 off the drop. But again, taking a step back now, looking at a team like Pixie and Giannis landing at Redline Rig, and currently just fixated exclusively on trying to maintain the most optimal loot path possible.
You know, what I'm really excited about, or what I'm happy about watching play out today, is that all the rumors were true. Everyone who said I'm landing on this team, I'm taking that fight, they meant it. And they're showing up just like
𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕥𝕔𝕙
and Worthy here, who take down 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕥𝕔𝕙 for his 2nd game now, back-to-back, and 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕥𝕔𝕙 left in the courtyard here to run for himself. Worthy doesn't want to peek as he's got low HP.
No,
so
Alex.
𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕥𝕔𝕙. Alex
never mind.
I'm going for it. Finds one tag. Can
Nice.
he get a second? Of course, he can.
Nice,
and he
Alex.
secures the dub there. Back-to-back now on the drop.
Better late than never, after all. And as far as the Power Boys are concerned, Alex and Worthy have finally woken up when they needed to most MDF, because first few matches of the day, certainly not going their way, but to close out here, winning it out over the likes of 𝕋𝕨𝕚𝕥𝕔𝕙 and 𝕋𝕨𝕗 of all teams, that's a huge confidence swing.
Very, very well played there, but hold up. I'm holding my breath for a second as Kovacs and Huddy have almost not learned any
commentating this
lesson
must be so much fun. There's so much action going on. Yo,
it seems
it'll
like
be
when
so
they
much
get
fun.
the drop and they have the high
Wow.
ground, they are all action and no fear here. Last game they survived the drop. They made something good out of it once again, making it.
Yo, I would
into the
love
end
to
game.
be a
It's very
caster,
clear
bro.
that if Huddy
That'd be so much
and
fun.
Kovacs perform the same tomorrow.
Like half the
they're gonna
time I
be
wouldn't know
up
what to
inside
say.
that
I would just be like,
top 10
oh
with a very
my gosh, that angle was insane. Oh, that shot Yo, now this guy's going insane. Bro, this guy full clipped him. Oh my gosh, he did that live. Yo, do you know how embarrassing that would be? Nah, I wouldn't actually say that, but like, yo, it would just be insane. It would be like, oh my god, this guy's insane. Yo, look at this guy. Oh my gosh, going from beefing online into the game. Who will take the dub? Oh my gosh, bro. That'd be fire.
They have full-on trapped 𝕋𝕚𝕚 and Resigns inside of the tunnel now. Here next to Sandy steps, Resigns trying to do it again, but Veno is relentless with the pressure.
Click's getting absolutely beamed by the OCE players. Oh, the OCE players gonna destroy.
There is no other option.
Damn.
They cannot afford to fall here. They are still maintaining a position within the top 10, but the fact that they've managed to fluctuate outside of top 5, that's a position.
Oh, he does have a
that
golden
can be
pump though.
Really difficult to come back from, especially when you remember.
Oh, no.
Yeah, very scary now as time come in from the distance as well here. 𝕋𝕚𝕚 and Resigns are starting to surge with confidence as they push off Clicks clearly, but Veno is there to defend. Now, Resigns.
Oh, Worthy just went down. Oh no.
Sneaking up behind them. You'd be right to assume so, can't let his guard down just yet. There is danger lurking everywhere, and it looks like it's about to go down there for 𝕋𝕚𝕚 and Resigns at the hill, but give it a second here.
The other issue, though, that Veno and Clicks have now encountered, though, is that
Epic
this exchange is
down.
drawn out for far too long. The launch pad positioning that Veno and Clicks like to try and set up for height elevation, try and look for some surge tags, it's going to be cut short. It's going to be stretched out for far too long. And other teams are now having the opportunity to make their approach instead. PRO already trying to convert.
That's very, very interesting. So Colden,
potentially, but Aspect, Kazi,
Acorn are still in 6.
Lingering around Snooty Station.
That's good.
They
That's
don't
good.
want to get caught off guard, and sure enough, Peterbot, Poyo.
I didn't realize that all other teams are so far behind.
They're on the high ground right now. If they just peek over, they'll see that there's a lot of opportunity below them. Starting to develop.
Oh, they still fit.
Peterbot's got his attention on this far eastern team here. Glances over in Veno's direction, takes some tags, doesn't quite find them just yet. It's GeForce and Sherry, though, who's building up the high base
they have
here.
to go.
There are roughly 6 teams in this area, all with sight
They have a mountain to climb. They have a mountain to climb.
Considering that it's the forecast tower that everybody was hoping to potentially get their paws on, but instead, we'll have to sit back and wait to see what happens next here as Clicks, Veno, again, they were just prevented from getting optimal positioning to set up for the forecast tower and launchpad plays, and now they've lost that position entirely to the likes of Peterbot and Poyo, and they know it as well. So at this stage, the only option left is for Clicks and Veno to confirm these 2 eliminations now onto 𝕋𝕚𝕚 and Resigns.
Yeah, they're starting to push here pretty aggressively. Clicks doing much better job now as he's side by side his teammate Veno. The opponents, 𝕋𝕚𝕚 on the run now. Built out to the side there. Click still curious to the fact that he owns some of the territory here.
Big
That's going to be
solos,
a small victory for them in the time being.
Honest, mid, the high diff.
Up and over they go.
This is where they had initially trapped Resigns and 𝕋𝕚𝕚, but at the same time, 𝕋𝕚𝕚 managing to sneak around out back, but it's only
Resigns died to
because of
someone
the fact
else.
that GeForce, Sherry, they have moved in to the vicinity, and now Veno Clicks fully aware of the fact that there is just too many numbers surrounding them.
Yeah.
It's too close for comfort. They've got to find another way to escape, and the other thing that could potentially be threatened at this point for Clicks and Veno is the vending machine. It's going to be, I don't want to say impossible for them to make their way to those resources, but at the same time, how do you break through all these duos already surrounding you?
Yeah, and again, more points lost as well. It's not just, of course, the game starting to slow down for them. It's the points that they're not accruing because GeForce and Sherry have effectively taken those eliminations now.
Yeah.
Even Aspect and
True.
Cass are just off in the distance. They're listening to what's happening.
Your Epic died, so it's.
Coming on over to
So it's just
other
Muzz.
very familiar teams here. XX Ritual, Re as well. Kind of inside the Doom stat, but you have Muzz here waiting.
Oh, Muzz is just dead, bro.
Up. slips out the side there. He's very fast.
Maz is dead, bro. Yeah, he's dead.
Out the wall he goes, but it's a 2v1. What can you do? Reek takes him down without a sweat.
I know it's really interesting to actually see Reet and Ritual clashing this early on with Epicwell and Muzz. A passing comment that Reet made in the player room last night was, you know, we missed out on a Cash Cup, most recent one. Epicwell and Muzz, they were able to get Mysterio uncontested and all the little goodies that he has to offer, and so have to wonder now, you get a taste of that kind of power and you want to keep going back for it. So Epicwell and Muzz, that might be a fight that they find themselves caught up in for more than just today.
Yeah, that makes sense too, right? You get that false sense of security, like, oh, Cash Cup went great. Let's
well, it was uncontested, right?
do that again.
You're feeling good. And then Reed and Ritual, though, there to remind them, no, this is still our territory. But again, it could be a clash of the Titans for sure.
Well, Chicho and Trulux have continued to show us that they have what it takes to
Yeah,
find
they're
their
still
way
in
up the
fourth.
standings here. They've really fought their way up the rankings almost unprecedentedly. No one saw it coming here. But when they make it into the end game, they're just an unstoppable force. You don't really know what to expect from them. You'll find them in the mid ground, sometimes on the height. And all of a sudden now, they are just there.
Trulux and Chicho just have a way of kind of just going unexamined, essentially. Like, it almost seems like they have a very seamless transition from their early to mid to late game, and a big part of the reason for that is that they are just a team that is notorious. They go for the surge bases, they go for the reliable surge tag damage as well. They are just excellent at bottlenecking teams into a certain flow on the map, because wherever the surge base at, you know it's going to be an optimal position that's going to prevent everyone else from participating.
And we did notice that they have the storm information as well, just given to us from that update there. So they know exactly where they need to be.
Oh,
Where the next
Vico.
zones are going to be.
Vico's fighting them now.
Pushing in on Virgo. Not looking to let them have this for free, but there's armored wall there, and oh, he's serious about it. You know he's serious, and he's willing to break this one down.
Might be here for a minute. Depends. Imagine another one goes up right after the fact, and sure enough,
Oh
just in case you
my
thought they were
word.
done, Vico and Flixie, they're gonna
Oh no,
be
and
catching for a
Shilom.
hot
They're
minute to
oh,
get
never
into
mind.
this bunker. Virgo and Shadow know that they are functioning with limited time here, and every second just means one more opportunity for Shadow and Virgo to continue to strip the weapon bunker of all its valuable resources, but this is about to be an all-out brawl.
Oh no.
here for Vico and
Oh
Flixie.
no.
Not looking good for Flixie. Shadow and Virgo were ready for the fight there. And another armored wall
Oh,
comes
wow.
down. So those armored walls are instantaneously put at maximum HP. They clearly have 3 or 4x the health of a metal wall. So a good way to slow a team down, especially the second place one. But let your guard down, and now look. Team is flying in very, very fast here. We'll get their names shortly. Flixie and Vico is in a world of trouble here potentially now.
I'd say even they're lucky that it seems as though Virgo and Shadow were just out of audio range to hear those shields getting cracked.
Well, they gotta get past their own armored wall,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
It's a two-way street there.
It is a two-way street for sure, but at the same time, I definitely respect the decision there from Vico and Flixie, because that
You know he's not great with that
back
pistol.
that we saw from Shadow and Virgo defending their position inside of the bunker, despite the fact that it was Vico and Flixie, they did not care in the slightest. And I love that out of Shadow and Virgo, because they're a team that's coming in here, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily have many expectations for them, but the confidence that they compose themselves with, even on socials, they are here to try and actually shock the world.
Yeah.
They really have matured
Shalom.
as players, but look at this. Vico and Flixie now find Sharom and Zagu above them. You know, you take us back to the invitational window where Zagu really put up a performance and won over the hearts of the NA region and honestly the global fan base of Fortnite. Bring him here. He's got a lot of work to do coming into tomorrow alongside Sharom there, but the VODs will tell the story. The practice will show. Vico and Flixie's preparation clearly coming out in spades
I'm back.
here.
Let's go. Let's go. This is the last game.
We all know they're
I'm tired. I'm tired.
But at the same time, you have such a strong day one performance. You got to be careful that you don't let that confidence transition into overconfidence. And Vico Flixie, I don't want to call it an overinvestment just yet, but they got a whole lot of nothing after investing a decent bit. I mean, they were practically max mats before leaving that weapons bunker position. They were trying to see if they could wait out Shadow and Virgo, but those two were not willing to budge the slightest. And now Vico
Peterbot and Boyle are so far
they didn't
ahead.
have any other options but to leave
Ugh.
in a totally separate
Disgusting to even look
after
at.
acquiring
Man.
nothing out of it as well. I mean, I get it. You're feeling good, especially after the performance they've had today, but moments like that could be disastrous in day two.
Yeah, definitely. And like you mentioned, it's surely confidence, right? Pushing in like that, but give it a minute here. Acorn and Cold now pushing Zagu, or sorry, Ryzen and Yuma actually. Ryzen and Yuma who started off so hot
Acorn
today.
and Cold, I swear if you die, I'm going to be so mad with yourself. I'm going to be so mad.
For 3 games in a row now, and it is really weighing in on the standings. They're going to have to hit the drawing board big time now, as they have went from 2nd place all the way down to 14th now, and that just shows you how good of a couple of games they did have, given that they're still inside a very respectable position on the standings. So everyone who falls now, everyone you see getting dropped here, that's going to be the end of their day ones.
Poor Bolts, man. He's just trying to break through the armored walls that 𝕋𝕚𝕚 and Clone keep throwing his way. And not only that, but he's got to make sure that he keeps tabs on the team that's also faced up on a hill behind him. Bolts, Bryce, they're not trying to get greedy by any means here. Pixie and Janice are definitely posing enough of a threat that they are trying to be tactical in the approach here. They just want the immediate fight up against 𝕋𝕚𝕚 and Clone instead, but 𝕋𝕚𝕚, Clone, at least for the time being, they've got the health advantage.
Flixie, though, finds himself below the surge. It's all making sense now as to why they realize they have to push a team. Going in Quanti at the railways.
Oh no.
Meeting the team that is
Flixie,
the king
come on.
of the railways
Come on, bro.
at this point. This is the 2nd time now, right? Almost deja vu here. But this time,
They double
Flixie
pickaxe
and
swing
Vico
so
need the
much.
damage and the elims
Like why?
to go
Look,
with it.
he was about to do it
Flixie gets
again.
shot first, go, puts up a great tag there. But the
Wow.
edit comes through and Vico is down.
It's so
at the
risky,
bottom
double
to
pickaxe
catch him
swing.
there. Fox running out though here. Can the make it come in time? Sure can. So Flixie and Vico have a moment here
Nice.
to breathe.
Good stuff though.
But again, this
The
all
chemistry
kind
is
of
really
stems
good
back to
together
that bunker
though.
fight for me,
Nice.
NVF, because they spent so much time that now they are scrambling to try and make up for what was lost in the midst of it. Because they did not get the surge damage that they would have hoped for. They lost a decent amount of their resources, and now they're just praying that they can come out with even more refreshes after the fact, but they've got a long ways to trek through some of that storm as
What's
well.
happening? What's happening with these guys?
All the while, teams like Queasy, Thomas, a little box fight of their own up against the likes of Analex and Sato.
And that really shows you the significant difference of having a strong early game start versus a slow one. When the surge turns on, it is really, really evident how far behind you can be. For Queasy and Thomas HD, they're kind of on that line as well. They survived the first hurdle, but this next one that they know is looming nearby, they will have to stomp past. Analex and Sato here
This is crazy.
have had a very difficult day one up against Acorn and Cold, only surviving the drop 3 of the 6 times so far, this being one of them. And now they're met with this almost brick wall, this force that is Queasy and Thomas HD. Meanwhile, Quanti ultimately does end up falling here, but not before claiming Vico and earning some points.
Vico!
And sure, there might be a chance for the reboot ban play to come into effect, but it's likely still going to leave Flixie and Vico sitting just underneath that storm damage threshold.
No.
If not even more so piling up against them.
Gold,
All the
Gold, I
while,
swear if you die. I swear if you die.
continuing to
I
claim
swear.
as many eliminations as
Don't
possible
you even
throughout the course
think about
of the
dying.
day. These guys have been leading the charge here. Peterbot goes for another
I'm just
one.
looking at
It
it.
just
Kill
doesn't
feeds.
seem like
You.
Analex was prepared in the slightest.
I can just hear the reaction through the headphones of what's going on here in the arena. Clearly the crowd is starting to rally with Peterbot now.
Wow.
Just take a look at that.
Absolutely
the first
destroyed.
emote of the day as well. So confidence surging, right? That we've seen.
Damn.
Flixie trying to stock up as best he can.
That guy got absolutely dookied on and Alex.
A couple of med kits still might not be enough to deal with this 2-tick zone. He's doing everything he can to make his way across. Bolts in a similar situation, but in fact, it's actually Veno and Clicks on the receiving end.
No, Paper
They're the
and
ones under
Victory
the most
out.
duress here. Veno, he's got a little bit of shield, but underneath that damage threshold, their final lobby of the
Rip.
day is not going to pan out the way they were
Rip.
hoping. Ninth place team in trouble.
Kind of crazy.
Hi,
Clicks and
Veno.
Veno's fall. Bryce and Bolts jumped
Unlucky.
up above them, and they were neck and neck on the leaderboards on the standing. So a very, very
Hey, these guys are
critical
looking so
set
scuffed.
of eliminations for Bryce and Bolts, and now Veno and Clicks are set back. Home basically having to think about today and figuring out how to patch up their gameplay to close out in top 10 performance for tomorrow. But Bolts and Bryce heating up in the back half of the day here. They almost had that victory royale last game, dropping the ball there, which again, to me, I didn't expect it. I really thought
Michael,
Bryce
let's
and Bolts
go.
had that
Let's go,
in
King.
the bag, had it secured, but Boyo was just
Oh no, they're fighting.
incredible with the
Okay,
angle finding.
Cold's back to good HP.
up.
Good to see.
Acorn and Cold now find Hiras and Shiri.
Do not get sprayed in
They've
the back.
almost fouled each other from the south side of the zone somehow, swinging
Good.
all the way here to the north side.
At the same time, though, they
Nice.
need to find some closure on some of these box
Do not
fights.
make any dumb edits.
Sphinx,
I swear
Dukes,
if you do, I'm gonna
Skull.
cry.
Couple boxes away.
Sure.
I thought they were a little bit closer. It's actually going to be Batman Booga and Rapid who are directly
Nice.
next to them. Seared and Caddy, though, they don't waste
Oh.
any time. They immediately aggress into Rapid's box. They're going to find one elimination there already. Batman Booga struggling with the surge as well, trying to do what he can to play for the med kit, but
Gold.
won't get
Hits.
the chance. Taken down
Hits.
by the last surge tick.
The
Good
Elin
shit,
credit is gonna go to
bro.
Bolt,
Good
given that he
shit.
did the last bit of damage there,
Yes.
but in the end, now there's a lot to worry about here.
Okay, guys, chill, chill, chill. You're
You're
so
they need a little bit of damage
you
as
have
well.
such
Tatum's
good
gonna fall there,
surge. Just
Snew's
chill.
gonna fall as well. This is
Chill.
in the hands now of
You don't need to
Dukes
do this.
and Sphinx. Where did they come from? Duke's showing up here to jump into the fight
Okay.
out of nowhere.
Nice.
It's
Good shit.
incredible how quickly they were able to close the gap between themselves.
Nice,
They
Gold.
overheard the box fight commotion, and they knew
So
this was
good.
their prime opportunity to strike. Bolts
Nice.
as well.
Wait, that was
Finding
Flixie?
Flixie, the
Oh, no.
dominoes effect. They started off so strong here with the forecast availability as well, and yet
No.
find themselves
So unlucky.
eliminated way outside of where they'd hoped to be. And Thomas and Queasy, this could be a huge moment. I'd say
Yeah,
everybody
it's
inside
looking
the
like
top five,
Peter's
you know,
gonna
looking at
win.
Trulex and Chicho, Cold and Acorn. But
Hey, if
again,
Cole comes second,
all eyes on
I'm
the Queasy and
I'm
Thomas and
gonna
Steve
be
currently.
happy.
They've been doing a fantastic job skirting their way through these seeds.
All I can think about is that Peter and Boy are starting to run away now, having a chance here to really take the lead on the scoreboard. Second place is down and out. Queasy and Thomas HD have to stay in the running now to keep this one close. Meanwhile, look who's running their way on up. Sphinx and Dukes from the back of the line, starting to skip and hop their way to the front here somehow. Bolt still
Nice.
getting active.
Nice.
Nicely done. Finds Zagu. A big elimination for him there. Armored Wall comes out to protect his flank there.
The problem, though, is that Bolts has likely been recognized as a solo. That reveal medallion definitely in range for Peterbot and Pollo, and they're the ones that were shooting from behind.
Michael's still alive.
alongside
Let's go,
Cooper
bro.
and Kanata. Bolts, he was already
Nice.
running
Nice to
full
see
on
him
his material
doing
count,
decent.
even transitioning to this point, and now his final
Oh.
10 builds, hoping that he can scramble into something, anything. Finds a couple more just laying on the ground, but he's been marked yet again. The pressure
Oh,
just
no.
continues to bubble in to his builds.
That's the best part about it, is he just keeps getting marked every time he finds a new spot.
That's so depressing.
And everyone's like, oh, a solo. It's Bolts just trying to work his way
Oh, he's
through. Lots
back.
of armor walls he gets, though. Very nice here. And it's obviously Peterbot and Pollo. Like, they are just almost toying with him at this point.
Oh,
They could've
no.
pushed at any given time if they wanted.
Look at the duality of the loot that they are functioning
No,
with. Queasy as well.
bro.
He's actually got no builds.
No build.
Queasy is just running it at this point. These walls
No.
might not even belong to him. Thomas HD in a similar position. trying to climb up over. See if you can find any kind of elimination. At this point, a refresh is the only option.
Gonna go down.
He picks up the Elim, gets a little bit of mats there, splits it with his teammate, but the shots are coming in from the front side now. Has to burn what little bit that he picked up just to stay alive right now, and they are nearing the top 15, the next threshold there. Down he goes, all up to Thomas HD now.
Just looking rough.
To keep the dream alive, to earn as many points as possible here. But what is humanly possible when you barely have anything to work with?
Just going ahead, bro. They're just gonna do it again.
Just break into the top 10. I think Queasy and
All the
Thomas
top
HD
5 teams are just
very happy
dying,
with
bro.
closure on their day one performance.
This is not good.
Even more so still though, Thomas HD, he keeps looking every direction, every second. It's so difficult to maintain this level of composure, but even as a solo, Thomas HD might be able to make some magic happen.
Fair play.
Up above though, the scanner is still coming out from
Gotta give it to him.
Pollo. They have all the information in the world.
Tommy.
Top 15 now, 28 below.
Cook, Tommy, cook.
Those could be mats, but no, he needs more than that. He needs to drop teams for placement at the very least, if nothing else.
Wow.
Honey falls there. That'll be full credits, I think, for him, but even if it's max there, some builds too. Gets up on the second layer, shots come in from everywhere, gets a couple more placement points, and it's something.
So Peter Bottom Bird is always
Kanata
together,
Cooper
bro.
in the end game, Trulex and Chicho once again here, alive and healthy.
Even more importantly still, they're applying a little bit of pressure here onto Pollo and Peterbot. They are actually forced to just try and punch their way through the mid-ground. You can tell Pollo, Peterbot, they want to maybe take a jab at the height, but Azers and Rise currently in full control and continuing to ramp upwards.
Let's go.
Armored walls expended as well, just to ensure
Nice to see them doing good now. Nice.
Pollo, Peterbot, across the way, spotting out Kanata and Cooper. The reveal medallion just doing so much as far as helping them to establish exactly which teams, which players they want to aggress.
They are strategically choosing who to target, given that they have all the information that they need. Meanwhile, Geras and Shari are saying, oh, we have a chance to win if we can get out high ground. And they look up. Peterbot spots out Kanata inside the zone, gets a little bit of damage, figures the zone will do the rest. Now focus comes in on the low ground, and it's so smart for them to be down here. They're just earning so many points now that they are jumping towards the 400-point threshold here.
Just in the eliminations alone, they've got 7 between the two of them. Geras as a solo, bound to be marked any second here if he hasn't been already. Pollo, not even gonna bother, instantly goes with the
Wow, man.
Gets all the credit.
Wow.
That Geras elimination.
So, it's
and now
insane, man.
2 versus 2 up against the likes of Azers and Rise.
Peterbot and Pollo went from second to first, and now, at minimal, a second place, but Pollo is always the first to kick off the fight, and he does it.
Pollo is insane, man. Oh, Peterbot. Aegis.
Steps up to the plate. Aegis is hurt. One edit, it's all it's going to take here to put him down, but Overall comes through to get his teammate the full reset here. He says, hey, let's not rush it. And then they jump down, focusing up the high ground here shortly. Give it a moment now. Peterbot and Pollo side
Don't have too many mats.
And Aegis starting to fill it off. Pressure coming
So it's
in
one
from the low
more.
ground.
Nice.
Materials.
Oh, they still have
done.
quite a few.
They're depleted.
Still decent amount of space for Peterbot and Pollo to work with.
Oh, they are max HP, man.
Has those 4 armored walls, but as far as the health bar is concerned,
Max
Peterbot,
HP.
Pollo, they are fully in the driver's seat. But that doesn't mean that Ryzen Agers couldn't turn this one in their favor. They also need a massive game here to finish strong on the leaderboard.
Definitely, this is going to be a significant moment now. How do you close out day number 1? Second and first, very impactful differences here. Peterbot and Pollo start to swing their way up. They get
Above
the
you,
angle that
Pollo.
they're looking for. Pollo once again doesn't quite
Peterbot
find
getting
it.
low.
Peterbot's hurt though. It's a low ground attack.
Peterbot goes down.
Pollo
by himself.
here.
Oh, it's a 1v1.
From Peterbot up top. He has done what he needed to.
Wow. 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 Let's go, Pollo. Let's go, Pollo.
Next to me, and Peterbot could say the same fashion. As long as he's got his duo Pollo, these two
Ew.
always try to reestablish control.
Wow.
And they took this last game by force.
Damn. No, they're winning, bro.
Back-to-back victory royales. Give it up for Peanut and Poyo!
They are winning, bro.
Fellas,
damn.
I seem to chat to you a lot on this day one of this competition, and I'm loving it because what we're seeing out there, doesn't matter if it's high ground, low ground, mid, you guys are in control, Poyo. Walk us through the last part of that game there. I mean, it just seemed that, you know, even though you were on the low, you managed to control things perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it was like last game too. We waited for old builds, and then we went up. We were able to like crack them. Peter got a kill, and then the other one just 50.
I mean, we celebrate. Glad there's people are really screaming your name over that. Someone literally shouted Peter, the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life. And rightly so, by the way. Obviously, Poyo as well. Let's get the credit where it's due. A teammate like Poyo, what's it been like competing this year in this competition? Give him his props. How great is this as a duo teammate?
I mean, he's the best teammate possible. I mean, he gets eliminations. He's like a good like IGL when I need it. You know, like we're kind of like we both make calls, and you know, like we're like the best team.
We're looking ahead to tomorrow now. Today, I mean, you guys have cemented yourselves top of that leaderboard. It is looking mighty fine indeed. What do you do tonight? How do you guys?
Bro, he keeps eyeing the camera, and it makes you uncomfortable. What, bro?
Exactly the same way. How do things happen tonight?
Bro,
what happens
come
tomorrow?
on, calm down, bro.
There's always room for improvement. We're gonna look like games tonight, and then see what we can do tomorrow.
And Peter Bot, you are steps away. Tomorrow, someone's gonna lift that trophy. How do you think it's going to be, you guys? How close do you think it'll come to it?
That'll be us. It won't be close. I mean, we're ahead by a lot, and tomorrow we're going to come out winning.
Fort Worth, do you think Peter Bot and Poyo could go all the way? Could they go all the way? I think they think that you could. Look, congratulations again. Fantastic way. One
This
more
guy's
time.
done, bro.
Game 6
Oh, it's 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚. It's 𝕋𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚. He's so done, bro.
What a way to wrap things up here on the main
He's so
stage
done.
today. Back-to-back dubs.
Everyone's just so done after hearing Peter Bot's name, bro. It's like, okay, come on.
Day one.
Game 6. Peter Bot, Poyo, win.
What's that, Z? Is it? What are you writing?
This is the global script right here.
Don't
you can see that? Oh, sorry. Actually, yeah. No one's supposed to know that's a thing. I didn't write that. Guys, what have we done? How did we let this happen? How have we allowed Poyo, Peter Bot to get a second place, 2 victory royales on the day in the situations that they have?
Yeah, no, the trophy's beautiful.
This reminds me of Major 2 when we set a 1,000 record, right? It went absolutely crazy.
Yeah, no,
they went
they're crazy, man. They're really good, bro. They're really good.
No. They're looking to show up every other
You have to give them props. Like, they're
How we
insane.
let this do it. No one can stop
They're
this
so
from
good,
happening.
bro.
This is what we've been talking about for the last
They
year.
are annihilating
Peter Bot
everyone.
and Poyo have absolutely dominated. They have become the demons of North America. They have broken so many records this year, and
Imagine,
they are here
yo.
to finally put out all the doubt, to show everyone that we are the best. This isn't luck. This is ours, and we have deserved it.
Definitely isn't luck.
Again, they're playing
Definitely.
the end game so well. You saw Poyo talking about it right there. Another very similar end game to what we saw last time. Going into this, Peter Bot and Poyo were the team that held height for the longest out of any duo this chapter. It seems like they've changed things up a little bit here. They're more than happy to play those low
Oh, yeah, of
players,
course.
finding those eliminations. And I
Well,
said it to you,
Poyo
Clay, I was
actually
like,
won.
how are they always getting this this medallion, this assault rifle? How are they getting it every single game? They're making the most of it in day number 1 as well. It's all about day 2 now, though. Are they
I
gonna
love
be
how
contested
everyone's always
for
like,
it?
oh,
Is someone
Peter,
gonna
oh,
throw a
Peter, oh,
spanner in the
Peter.
works?
But,
Let's wait and see.
Well, when you asked
bro,
me, I
a
was
lot
talking
of it
about
is
Grim
Poyo,
D,
bro.
and when we saw Acorn
Poyo
and
is
Cold, one of the
so
best duos
good,
in the
bro.
world, try and fight Peter Bot and Poyo for that spot, and
Yeah.
they lost, and they left. Acorn and Cold, who is one of the best teams contested, left Peter Bot
Yeah,
and
no,
Poyo.
it's insane, bro.
No one is going to be fighting for this. We might see some things change for Major 2 or for Day 2 because anything can happen in the FNCS Day 2 competition because it is that 1.5 times multiplier.
Yep.
But not just going for
They're
the
crazy,
coin,
man.
for the mythic weapon, not just going for the forecast towers, but also going for bunkers, going for the Rift Island time and time again, and sticking to the low ground so that they get those refreshes. They get all that loot, finding splashes. Zeke, I heard you losing your mind when they found those.
I can't. Like, you know, that's the second time now. The game before, they run in and they find the armored walls, and that was a difference maker. Here, they find the splashes in a situation where they're thinking, okay, we've cracked them. They're on whites. They're out of shield. And then they're like, yeah, splashes. We're both up to 200 again. Good luck.
Yeah, no, that was
We have a listen
insane.
in from those
Being
that
back to
game
200
winning
HP
moment.
is
Take a look.
crazy.
Spray this. Keep it going. No, I don't think we look for a kill.
Bro, they spray so much, they have to like cut it out every time. It's so funny to me.
Ready?
Body here,
I'm done. Chugs, get the chugs!
Where?
Chug us.
I have
Build.
6, bro, 6.
Nice.
I got ammo, Take.
Reload your guns and stuff.
80.
I'm dead, Bri. 100 on bolts! Bolt one! I'm not giving... One, spray out!
Dead,
Let's
bro,
go!
let's go, bro.
You're the best, baby, let's go! We're the best players in the world, on my life! Let's go!
Man, just an unbelievable performance here in day number 1. And again, this isn't just like a major, and this isn't just a major self-contained to its own region. This is the peak of Fortnite. This is the toughest lobby we should see ever, right? 6 regions, the very best of all regions. And yet Peterbot and Pollo are performing like this.
We need courage to yeah, we do, bro. I
I
miss courage.
1.5 times multiplier.
Yeah, and I'll tell you who isn't terrified. Peterbot and Pollo. You
Of
saw
course.
it right there in those comms. Just when you watch them play, it looks so hectic. It looks so crazy. It looks like they're having an absolute madness on the comms. We do a listening right there. Very, very calm. Pollo's doing such a great job at listening to Peterbot. You can tell he's sort of the more vocal player in the duo, and the comms are so precise. It's something we don't really get to talk about too much because we don't get to listen in too often online and stuff like that. But just the art of communicating is so understated, and for these guys, they do it so well.
Look at this leaderboard, bro.
Is containing.
Oh my. I'm not gonna lie, Cold and Acorn sold. They sold, bro. They sold so hard. Acorn and Cold, bro. They could be in second right now, man. They sold 2 games in a row, bro. I'm pretty sure Acorn and Cold literally got like 20 points in 2 games. I mean, like 20 points each in 2 games. Damn it. How is that possible? Bro. They are so consistent. It's scary. It's frightening, man.
Some value.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Wow.
That is a 150-point lead for Peterbot and Pollo. 45 eliminations. That is 18 more than any other duo on this lobby list.
I want to point this out, and I know you guys at home aren't in the stadium and you can't see this. All I did was just do a quick 360 to just look at the faces of the people in the crowd, and they all had the same reaction.
I'm glad Cold and Acorn are on.
No, there is a 150-point lead going into tomorrow, and all they have to do is just keep doing exactly what they're doing, and those points will start to add up. They'll start to get out of control. Someone has to try and stop these guys.
You know when you see a king and all the subjects from around the land slowly come up and pay their respects, kiss the ring? That's what we're seeing here right now. Every player coming up to Peterbot, everyone giving him like high fives and handshakes and stuff because he has earned it. He has earned the confidence. And I also love the respect for his own duo mate, Pollo. This isn't just the Peterbot show. This is the Peterbot and Pollo show.
Yeah, exactly.
And Peterbot knows that. He knows how good of
Why
a
is
player
Peter so
Pollo
short?
is.
Who knows?
The best teammate he could have had. And here they are showing up on the biggest stage in the world.
That's a fantastic point, right? I think a lot of times we tend to talk about Peterbot, and it's not because we don't know that Pollo is just like an incredible kind of pairing with him. It's just a lot of times Peterbot's doing these kind of crazy things. So I love in this last game, we get that Pollo clutch, right? We
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Put a nice little
That's what I
Don't
mean.
you ever disrespect Pollo because he is also just as strong on this team.
Yes, exactly.
I wanted to take
That's
a look
what I was
here at
saying.
some stats from the day.
Uh-oh.
We can bring those up.
Let's see.
Yeah, so let's just see. Oh yeah, eliminations, solo impact points, build place, and damage ratio. Crazy that Peterbot has 2 of those stats, eliminations and the damage ratio. He's been putting in some work, Kelly.
2.74 damage ratio is absolutely
what does that mean?
insane. Minnie, I'm at a loss for words.
Yeah. I mean,
What does that
damage ratio-
mean? What what does damage ratio mean? I'm so confused, bro. Bro, 17? Yeah, I don't know. Damage ratio. What is damage? Bro,
So for those
someone...
that don't know, it's all about how much damage you're doing versus how much you're taking. So that means he's almost doing 3 times as much damage as he's taking from other players. I think a lot of that is down to that Mythic Assault Rifle, knowing exactly where those teams are.
Nah, Google ain't gonna tell you what that means, bro.
Just the aim that he's able to display.
Google ain't gonna tell you nothing,
incredible.
bro.
And I mean, this is someone that, you know, we've talked about how an incredible year they've had. Was it second, first? To top it off with a global champion.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Another duo that I'd really like to talk about on the leaderboard there in our top 10, representing the Asia region.
Yeah.
It is going to be Coyote and 𝕵𝕵. And we actually thought it was going to be Ryzen Yuma currently. They were in second place, third place at one point earlier on in the day. But jumping up into the top 10 at the end of day 1 is absolutely
Love to see that.
Yeah, no, really, really insane.
Asian.
And, on that note, another team that I'm
Beautiful.
really excited to see up here as well.
Love to see people
Hutty
from
and
the
Kovacs
Asian region.
in that 6th place position.
Smaller ones.
Funny story about this as well. Kovacs was a player that didn't make the last Globals. I was lucky enough to be at the Global Championships last year. Speaking to him behind the scenes as well when he was in the audience, he said to me, he said, 𝕵𝕵, I will be on that stage next year. I will be competing, mark my words. Here he is. He's not in the audience, he's competing, and he's doing incredibly well out of that Rebels Roost drop spot as well. It seems like they're navigating it really well. And that's the sort of thing that this game's all about, right? You can just think yourself, right, these guys are on that stage, I want to be there. He put in the work and he's seeing the rewards. Really good start from those two.
2 more teams that we didn't really give too much credit for at the start. CZB.
That's like the amount of damage that you do to other players versus the damage that you take. So he's basically doing 3 times the damage to other players than other players are doing to him, which is like a really good stat.
And Nathan doing a great job right now in 8th place. And Dukes and Sphinx, a lot of us, and myself included, I don't know why we don't give them the respect. They're multi-FNCS winners. They've done time and time again, especially at a LAN setting, they've performed really well. So to see them currently in 9th place, I love to see it.
Absolutely. Day 1 is all about setting kind of ourselves, right? Because when we come in tomorrow, we've got that 1.5 times multiplier. Have some of these duos done enough, right? Because if you're at that deficit, you have to work that much harder going into tomorrow. But for someone like 𝕵𝕵 and 𝕵𝕵, they're so far ahead, they could look to take advantage of that. So how do we look to approach that tomorrow?
I think it's possible. I mean, with a victory royale and 10 eliminations, that garners you 160 points, which would be the separation. Obviously, that means that 𝕵𝕵 and 𝕵𝕵 have to go down off drop, which I don't think is going to be happening. But I mean, when you look at day 2 teams, historically, Acorn and Cold perform absolutely insane on day 2, and they are currently in our top 10 list. I think that they may have some secret strats. There's also probably some teams, like you said, that are going to be VOD reviewing, looking at their replays right now, and kind of seeing, is there like, you know, a little hitch in the armor of 𝕵𝕵 and 𝕵𝕵? Yeah,
and I think what's most important for 𝕵𝕵 and 𝕵𝕵 here is that they took advantage of today. I think, you know, we all sort of knew what was going to happen. We all knew what their strategy was going to be. Everyone knew what was going to happen. They were going to get that medallion. They were going to get that Mythic Assault Rifle, go crazy. But now some teams can hit the VODs. They can think, right, how can we sort of approach this? Maybe we land on them. Maybe we try and take that NPC and then dip on out. So it's really good from them that they were able to take advantage of that situation while they had it, because they might not have it tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a few moments really on in the early game after they do get that coin.
Who you lying to, bro?
Where they kind of just go along the river.
They're gonna have it tomorrow. Who you lying to?
The rest of Rap, seeing
Bro's trying to make us think like we're dumb. Like we think, oh, he's gonna go off and other teams are gonna try and get it.
So if
oh,
the
hell
other
no.
players
Oh,
are
hell
aware
no.
that they're kind of vulnerable during that moment, that might be an opportunity. But again, it's 𝕵𝕵 and 𝕵𝕵. As soon as they see another player, they're just gonna beam them and eliminate them.
Yeah, it's almost like a signal for like, oh my gosh, someone shot at us. I guess we're getting some more impact points. Let's go. Wow. Well, Fortnite fam, we just thank you guys so much. That wraps up day number 1 of the 2024 FNCS Global Championship.
Damn.
Tomorrow, we look to play another 6
That was
games
really
with
good.
1.5 times multiplier. So, until then, we love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus.
WW, I just I want to see leaderboard. I want to see the leaderboard. Bro, how did Shep and Teeny drop so much? And this was in go. Yo, Cammy and Seti are doing abysmal, bro. I forgot we haven't seen them in yonks, bro. King's doing trash as well, bro. No. Rip Worthy and Alex. I'm just trying to look at all the people here. Virtual Reach, 25th. Booga and Aviv, 24th. Bro, how are some of these teams gonna make a comeback? I have no idea. Mustache and Malabuka, shame, bro. They also sold. Click the video. Oop. I'm proud of Victor V. He popped off sometime, like today. I'm happy with this top 5. Who did I say was gonna be top 5? Cold, Peterbot, and then I think I was wrong after that. I thought Booga was gonna be top 5. Good paper. Here. Look at their match history. Look at their match history. First, 18th, 2nd, 15th, 7th. That's insane, bro. Damn. Paper sold. Oh, it's fine. Is what it is. Alright, guys. I'm gonna check you tomorrow. I'll probably stream day 2. But I don't normally stream on like Sundays. And then I'll try to get that video out as well. Yeah. Anyway. Peace, guys. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you guys. It was really fun watching along with you guys. And hopefully we can do it tomorrow again. Check you.